Prologue. Gretchen. Present day. That's so funny, Michael. You're hilarious. My friend Blair laughs. I can't believe Gretchen has kept you hidden for so long. I smile politely at the meaningless joke, but I don't want to laugh along. I should be happy. Why aren't I happy? I know why. But the voice in my head is so loud that I'm scared everyone will hear it. I'm a terrible, awful fucking person. I'm here at a party to celebrate the pregnancy of my very best friend, Drew Matthews, and her soulmate, Dominic King. But all I can think about is that night. The one that makes me unable to catch my breath with him being in the same room. You must be her dirty little secret. My spine stiffens at the sound of his voice. It's a pleasure to see you again, Gretchen. Luca's hand moves to the small of my back as he leans in to kiss my cheek, sending heat through my body. You remember my wife, Shelby. He motions to her, and she smiles coldly with narrowed eyes on me. Or maybe that's my conscience. I nod hello, knowing all too well who she is. I hate her, and for no other reason than my own disgusting jealousy. Nobody sets out to be a person like I've become. Envious, angry, petty. No, this is what Luca King does to you. He's made me into this messy woman who wants what she can't have. Strike that. I can have it, but I won't take it because of the consequence. The fallout is too much to bear for any person with a heart. I have a heart. He doesn't.
Part 1. 6 months ago. Chapter 1. Luca. You look good for a guy that just got the shit beat out of him a month ago. Too bad they couldn't have focused on your face, to give you a reason to get it fixed. Antonio announces, walking through the doorway to where I'm seated outside. I smile at his arrival. Fuck you. I laugh, knowing we're all relieved that my attack didn't actually kill me. You're never going to be as pretty, so let it go. I pat the side of his face roughly. The guys I've known my whole life file out to the patio giving me half hugs and pats on the back. My brothers, Dominic, my twin, and Dante, our older brother, set up this dinner to celebrate my recovery. It's also just a reason for us all to be a little crude, drink too much, and smoke cigars. But I'm more than happy to be sitting at this table, because it was touch and go there for a minute. You the guys that did this to Luca didn't even make it out of county. Apparently they got all caught up in some bad shit in a holding cell. Vin smirks. He's better known as Vincenzo Gambino, son to the second in charge of the Chicago outfit. He's family, and a dangerous fucking guy. It's a shame, though. They seemed so willing to confess their sins and seek redemption when Dante and I spoke with them that night. Dom's laugh is dark as he exchanges a knowing look to Dante. Dante nods and hands me a tumbler full of amber liquid, raising his beer in the air. To this pussy. If he didn't get his ass kicked, we wouldn't have found our way back to family. To family. I raise my glass to the choir of cheers and drink. He's right. A month ago, I was attacked and left for dead in the gutter outside of an exclusive sex club we own named Church. That kind of violence may be traumatizing, but for us, the men at this table, it's a reality we've come to accept. Despite the fact that my brother and I have built a successful real estate empire, owning half of Chicago and more properties worldwide, we grew up in this bloody life. Dominic and I came in late at 15, but it was always obvious to me that power is a commodity that can be traded. Secrets are more important than cash, and nobody, not even Dom, knew how well acquainted I became with them. I've always maintained one foot in and the other out, because what the others never seem to understand is real power comes from being able to control all the pieces and the players. We may not be the head of this family. That sin falls to our uncle Giovanni Savarano. But I control Giovanni. his secrets have been mine since I was 15. That year, I lost more than just my parents. I lost all respect for the man that was my link to my family name, and I lost my resolve to turn my back on the mafia I was born into. I slapped the table a few times to regain order, and everyone quiets down again. One more toast. To my brother Dominic. Per 100 anni. For 100 years. My toast is for his new marriage to Drew, a woman who managed to nab my brother's heart in one hell of a one-night stand. They're perfect for each other. I envy him. Hear, hear, everyone chimes in, yelling and clinking glasses to toast Dominic. I take a swig of my bourbon to swallow my guilt for my shitty jealousy. But I want that kind of security in a woman. To know I've met my match and to be able to fucking worship her. I'd hoped once, but like most things in life, I was handed a lie. I shake the thought and blink a few times to rejoin the chatter around me. And if it doesn't work out, send her my way. That woman is too good for you, Matteo yells over the ruckus, only to get the back of his head smacked by Nico, who's closest. He grimaces and gives Nico a look, but doesn't push back. I laugh at his false bravado. That's Matteo for you. A party prince and son to Frank Prozzi, king of nightlife and ear to my uncle. Matteo hates his father almost as much as I hate my uncle. Speaking of Drew, Dante, my oldest brother, interrupts. Where's the better half, Dom? Out with friends, doing some spa, girly thing. Gretchen came by earlier to steal her. Some shit about a makeup bachelorette. I think they just want to keep celebrating my girl. I warm, only on the inside, at the mention of her name. Pretending not to give two shits about her when I see her is quickly becoming more and more difficult. Gretchen has a pull. It's ridiculous. But any time I'm around that fucking woman, I find myself next to her, orbiting. It doesn't help that she has long caramel legs and an ass I want to bite. But it's her eyes. Her emerald green eyes, framed by her straight, jet black hair that makes me want to see myself through them. I stand to make my way to the bar with my glass, even though it's full. You remember Gretchen, right, Luca? Dom asks innocently. Wasn't she there when Drew thought you were me? Oh shit, it's like high school all over again. Antonio laughs loudly. The twin thing came in real handy until the girls figured out who was who, he barks, patting Dom's back. Yeah, well, that shit happened again. Drew rolled up to the restaurant downtown and saw Luca with Shelby and Ella and tore him a new one, thinking he was me. He's laughing loudly with the others, sipping his drink and enjoying the story. Tell them what happened, he coaxes. I barely remember, I say nonchalantly. You tell her better anyway. I'll be right back. I walk inside the house and into a hall between the kitchen and dining room where the pantry and bar are located. Gulping my drink down, I crack my neck, trying to forget old memories. I remember Drew yelling at me and feeling embarrassed that she got the wrong twin. And I definitely remember Gretchen. She was impossible to ignore. The girl is fucking gorgeous and has a body made for sin, but it's her badass attitude that made me sit up and pay attention. That attention was what got me into trouble later. She'd handed me her card and said to call her so we could give our people the nudge they needed to get together. Women give me their numbers all the time, sometimes with Shelby next to me. But this is the first time I kept one. The first time I'd wished I could call. Take my card. We should help each other out and get our two dummies back together. Her smile is as sneaky as her words, and I immediately like her. I pluck the card from her fingers as she turns to walk away, not waiting for my answer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gretchen Andrews. I get that a lot. She doesn't even slow as she sachets away. Don't you want to hear my answer? This woman is refreshing. She stops her sexy as fuck retreat and looks over her shoulder. It wasn't a question, Luca. I shake my head and rid myself of my thoughts because ever since I met Gretchen Andrews, I haven't stopped picturing her naked beneath me. And that's a problem for a married man, even one with a marriage that's full of shit. A marriage Gretchen knows is full of shit because, for whatever reason, I couldn't keep my mouth shut last week at the wedding celebration. I grab the bourbon and pour myself another glass. Keep your shit together, Luca. Dante appears in the doorway, swigging his beer and staring at me. That stare that both he and Dom give when they call me out on my bullshit. I expect it from Dominic because we're twins. It's irritating when Dante does it. What? I snap at him. Me what? You what? He jabs, accepting the cold beer I hand him in replacement of his empty one. Give me a break, Dante. When are you going to stop pretending that you aren't fucking miserable? Here we go. He's been on my ass since the hospital. Tomorrow, I deadpan. Today's for Dom. He can't actually think I would have a heart-to-heart in the fucking pantry about my failing marriage. Luca, she called the fucking lawyer the minute she thought you were dying. He stabs his finger into my chest. It makes me want to break it. I stifle the urge to as he does it again. Wake up! I push his hand away with enough force to cause him to pay more attention. Are you going to continue with facts I already know because allow me to share one you seem to have overlooked? She's the mother of my fucking child. I'm not saying you didn't do right by marrying her when she got pregnant, but you don't have to give up your whole life, Luca. Leave it, Dante. I'll deal with my shit. Worry about your own. My voice is dismissive. He grabs my arm and the pity in his eyes makes me angrier, as does his persistent. And if I know you, Luca, you can't make her pay forever because she's hurt you. Who said forever? I smirk, letting the coldness of my statement wash over. I'm not the villain. I just do it better. I look down to his hand on my arm and he drops it. Luca, I'm done with this conversation. Move or I'll move you. I don't want to fight with my brother, but caged animals do unpredictable things. He lifts his arm and retreats and moves aside, making room for me to leave and get back to the party. I stop a few feet past him, but I don't look back. I feel remorseful for being so dismissive to Dante. I know he just wants to form a relationship with me since we only just found out about each other a month ago. Another fucked up gift from my uncle. I know you're new to this brother thing, but you're doing great. I walk away hoping he understands why I can't do this shit right now. My brothers suffer from two annoying traits. They love me, and they are perceptive as fuck. But the hate I feel toward my wife won't be extinguished by their words and good intentions. She's going to pay for the role she so desperately wanted until she can't do it anymore. Then she'll walk away with nothing. Not even her daughter.
Chapter 2. Gretchen. Dear God, that felt good. Better than sex, Blair says, thanking her masseuse. A beautiful tan 6-foot beast with very white teeth and a man bun. There is no way that man is straight. He's so pretty, she adds, far too loudly as she walks away. Blair, Lila chastises, swatting at her while I laugh as we all walk into the woman's sauna. This is heaven, Drew says, taking a seat on the wood bench, steam surrounding us. Perfect idea. Her head drops back. I sit next to her, breathing in the heat. And who thought of it again? Oh yes, your best friend. I smirk and Blair flips me the bird. Lila throws her hand towel at me and I giggle. It had to be said. I don't want you bitches getting any ideas about the hierarchy. Drew purses her lips and shakes her head at my shrug. Regardless, I'm just really happy that you guys wanted to celebrate this with me. I know it was unexpected and unconventional. We all laugh. But I couldn't be happier, so thank you. Drew smiles to all of us. We love you, Dee, and I think it goes without saying that we're happy you found Dominic King. I smile at my best friend, a tiny bit happy the room is dark because I worry it won't meet my eyes. I don't begrudge her any happiness, but it stings when it's never you. The girl goes to a sex club and meets the man of her dreams. I date endlessly and manage to find a bunch of men I would rather have date other people. This feeling will pass. It always does. Because my envy isn't about my friend. It's about wishing I had my own someone. But a part of me is starting to think that holding out for something mind-blowing is a waste of time. Maybe I need to shorten the expectations list, even though I already have. Soon it will just be male employed. Then again, I make enough to be a sugar mama. My attention returns to the group and Lila telling us all about her latest conquest or fail from last night. You guys, he asked to kiss me. It was too sweet. Not for me. Lila is younger than the rest of us, but as Blair's little sister, we all feel free to tell her all about what she should do. Next, I call out. Agreed, Blair chimes in. Sweet can be nice, Drew argues, and we all swing our collective heads in her direction. Tell us more about how sweet Dominic King is because, from my view, that's not how I would describe him. I laugh and she shushes me. I'm bummed we didn't get to meet him tonight. I'm dying to see what he looks like, Blair complains. She's been in Spain closing a deal for the company we all work for, the Cohen management team. Drew was promoted to vice president of branding and marketing this year, and in true badass chick form, made sure to bring the ones she loved with her. I took on the director of marketing position, and Blair has the coveted director of sales. It's coveted because she basically travels the world on someone else's dime. But it's perfect for her, and for Lila, who gets the task of being her assistant. You've seen what he looks like. When we stopped to pick up Drew today, you saw Luca, Lila says as if Blair is stupid, and Drew nods in agreement. Now I'm really happy for dim lighting because my cheeks are on fire. I barely saw him today. When I breezed into Drew's house, he was standing on the back patio, unloading bags of groceries for tonight's party. I almost exploded in my spot, staring at the way his t-shirt moved over his rippling back muscles, and the way his dark brown hair weaved between the fingers he ran them through made my mouth dry. He's 6'3" of all man. When he looked over his shoulder, I knew I'd been caught, but tried to play it off because how pathetic can I be? He's married. That's about as unavailable as it gets. But I swear, every time he's around, I can't help it if my eyes seek him out. The man is fucking hot. And based on our last conversation, he's tortured too. What are you doing over here? Hiding from the world? Luca's deep voice immediately catches my attention. Oh God, am I that obvious? I just can't hear Drew's mom or dad ask me when I'm taking the plunge one more time, you know? Oh wait, no, you don't. I roll my eyes and laugh. He smiles tightly, looking down at his ring and back to me. Luca's eyes are the most delicious shade of hazel. When he looks at me, I'm drawn in, hooked. Oh shit. Like now. I avert my gaze, embarrassed, feeling as if I've looked into them for too long. So, bring your boyfriend next time. I growl playfully at his sarcasm. What boyfriend? I think people will have a hard time accepting the blow-up dummy I have for my car rides. But I love Bob. I shrug. Bigots. Love is love. He takes a swig of his drink and I steal a glance at his lips. That's what I'm saying. I agree dramatically, hoping to cover my eye assault of his mouth. He chuckles softly and then looks past me for a moment. I take the opportunity to look away again, focusing on the ice in my glass instead. I'm not flirting, am I? How long have you been married? I ask. Good. This is safe territory. But he doesn't answer right away. So I look up to see his eyes falter, becoming cold, dark. Happily, he replies. Whoa. It's almost as if he doesn't realize the thought was said aloud. I steal another glance and see him lost in his thoughts. I stare at his profile, wondering what's happened to him. He breathes out and takes another drink. There's something about the sadness in his demeanor that has me answering honestly. Yeah. His head pivots to face me, locking his eyes to mine. How do you gauge it when it's a lie? I'm thrown by his vulnerability. Every piece of me wants to comfort him, help him. I've never been struck by someone's sheer honesty. He's so raw. And I get the feeling nobody sees this Luca. He's always so easy, charming. I don't want to move or breathe in fear that he'll snap out of it. What's a lie? My words are barely a whisper. Love. He tilts his head as I shake my head, brow furrowed. Love isn't a lie. People are liars. Find someone to tell you the truth and you'll find your soulmate. He seems to appraise what I'm saying, opening his mouth and then closing it again. I believe that wholly and completely. Sometimes the reality is hard to recognize, he counters, his body now turning toward mine, and I feel closed in by him. The idea isn't at all terrible, but it feels naughty, like I'm doing something I shouldn't, but we're just talking. No, it's just hard to accept. I swallow, this time keeping eye contact. He stares at me hard and takes his bottom lip between his teeth, searching my eyes as if he's trying to figure me out. I'm going to walk away. I nod. But Gretchen, here's some advice for you. You're the most beautiful woman in this room, and by far the most interesting. You don't need to be someone's arm piece. He winks at my surprised expression and walks away to join his brother. Agreed, I answer to his back. I don't need to see his face to know he's smiling. I'm shaken from my wet daydream by Blair's squeal. Oh my God, that's right! They're twins! I fucking forgot about that. Blair pushes my shoulder, amazed at her rediscovery. How easy, Tiger, I say, rubbing my shoulder. It's hot. I'm getting out. I need air. Drew pats my shoulder. Me too. She follows me out, and we both stand for a moment outside the door. The cool air sweeps into my lungs, a welcomed reprieve from the heat we've been sitting in. Your cheeks are so flushed. Good thing you got out when you did, Drew remarks. There isn't any hidden meaning or ribbing, but I'm sure my cheeks redden deeper knowing that I'm flushed, because I have a slight crush on someone I shouldn't. We leave the spa an hour later and all file into Blair's Tesla, laughing and relaxing from our spa afternoon. Blair drops me and Drew first to Drew's house, where I've left my car. Black SUVs litter the curb, a sure sign the party is still in full swing. We exit the car and blow dramatic kisses to our friends as Blair drives away. The guys must all still be here. Drew rolls her eyes and shakes her head in fake dislike. She loves this. I back away from her, completely unwilling to navigate that crew. Not it. I turn to walk to my car. Jerk, she yells, walking up to her door. As soon as she opens it, I hear the deep voices inside call out to her, celebratory and drunk. It makes me giggle to myself. That's a shit show. 7 drunk and severely hot Italian men in one room. Maybe I should go back. Walking the 20 feet to my car, I reach into my purse and rummage around for my keys, only to drop them on the ground as they slip through my fingers. Shit, I huff, squatting down to pick them up. Decided not to stay, huh? A bright red burn from the lit end of a cigar comes from the shadow on the steps in front of me. Fuck! I scream, scared by the unexpected voice, and fall flat onto my behind. A cloud of smoke catches the light, followed by the sound of singe as he takes a draw on his cigar. Luca leans into the light, looking amused with that fucking grin gracing his face. He looks like a fallen angel, a beautiful soul that could ruin me. He leans forward a bit more and offers me a hand, and I take it, pulling forward to stand, brushing my jeans off, embarrassed. Why are you creeping out here, psycho? He laughs loudly and takes another puff of his cigar, raising an eyebrow at me and leaning back on his elbows against the stairs. You're welcome. I had a call. He's looking at the burning red cherry of his cigar, and I can't help but ogle his broad chest. Thank you, I say, only half contrite at my rudeness, mostly just trying to fill the silence. Well, see ya. I turn to my car and click the unlock button. Where's your boyfriend? He asks in a rush. I grin at his Bob reference and turn back around. Oh, you know, he found someone more plastic he was into. I shrug dramatically. What a dick. Did he just look me up and down? I thought so. I point behind me to my car as my goodbye. Luca puts the cigar out on the stone step and stands. Fucking gorgeous. His eyes stay trained on me, and I can't help that a part of me likes it. I'm attracted to him, but I know my boundary. Plus, at this point, he could never live up to the dirty things he's done in my dreams. Taking the steps slowly, he rubs his jaw that's covered in 5 o'clock shadow. You know, I've been thinking about our conversation since the last time I saw you. Me too. Almost daily. Oh yeah? What about? I step back, finding myself against my car. I've been moving backward as he stepped forward. My fingers begin fidgeting with my keys, my eyes flicking down to watch the clinking and hear the jingling sound they make as I move them around. His strong hand reaches out and covers mine, stilling the noise. My eyes shoot to his, uncomfortable and yet excited by his touch. He's trouble, or just troubled. But either way, being this close to Luca King is very bad news. Tell me something, he asks, pulling his bottom lip between his teeth and then slowly letting it go. I nod, drawn into his request and the slight smell of bourbon and cigars. My curiosity is getting the better of me. If you sacrificed love for responsibility, would you forgive the other person for not doing the same, or would you punish them? His eyes are locked on mine. Both, I say without hesitation, swallowing hard. But wouldn't that make you a monster? The look on his face is best described as fascination, like he expected a different answer. Maybe. But the only difference between gods and monsters is intention. Is the punishment retribution or justice? He looks down at his hand covering mine and lets go, bringing his gaze back to mine. I haven't decided. He shoves his hands into his pockets and takes a step back. Suddenly, I can breathe again. Jesus, Luca, are you always this intense? I thought you were the easygoing brother. I laugh, letting out a breath. His smirk is almost sinister. Looks can be deceiving, Angel. His head juts to my car and he winks. Go home, Gretchen. There are monsters out. He takes a few steps backward, eyes on mine. Then he turns, walking back toward the house. I want him to look back, but he doesn't. I know because I watch him the whole damn way. Fuck me.
Chapter 3. Luca. My laptop illuminates the little dreamer sound asleep on my chest. We're both cuddled into my king-sized bed. Ella's cheek pressed against my skin leaves her tiny red-lipped pout agape, with her dark curls framing her peaceful face. I was sending emails when she woke, crying, and this seemed to be the only solution. She didn't care for my pacing or sitting. She just wanted to use me as her bed. And who am I to say no? The fact is, I'm worn out from Dominic's tonight, so hanging with my best girl seemed like a perfect idea. My phone dings next to me, and I reach for it, opening the message. Shelby.
Leaving for the weekend. Need some time to clear my head.
Amazing. She needs to clear her head. What a joke. Me. Don't care.
Shelby. Nice. You're not even going to ask where I'm going?
Me. I assumed hell. Figured you wanted to be around your own kind. Shelby.
Fuck you. I'll be in Miami.
Me. Same difference. My jaw is tense as I toss the phone back to the soft mattress, exhaling harshly. She's more trouble than she's worth. Ella's nanny peeks her head in as she knocks on my door, interrupting my thoughts.
Can I take her off your hands?
Yes, thank you. I'm being held hostage by a 6-month-old. I joke. Rose enters my bedroom and lifts her off me, slowly rocking Ella as she carries my daughter out. Her timing is outstanding because my phone begins to ring just as she closes the door behind them. Shelby, I answer curtly. Here we go.
I don't want to fight with you.
Her voice makes me sick. Everything about her is a lie, including that statement. She's prepared to do whatever she has to do to get what she wants. No, you're worried I'll cancel your credit cards. She huffs her discontent and I sit up in my bed, delighted by her contempt for me.
Luca, can we just call a truce? It doesn't have to be this way.
Yes, it does. I gave you the keys to the kingdom because you had a winning lottery ticket, and you bit the hand that fed you. Blowjobs can't help you now. Plus, your mouth is a sketchy place.
I would prefer not to have my face rubbed in it.
She bites back, clearly irritated at my reference to her infidelity. That's not what it looked like, love.
Jesus, as if you were faithful or committed to me at all. I'm just some whore that you got knocked up, Luca.
I never judged Shelby for how we met at church. Those insecurities are hers to own. But I won't reassure her either now. And with how angry I am, I may just exploit them. I upheld our vows, Shelby. Loyalty isn't something I've struggled with over the last year. My voice is condescending. The silence on the phone has me wishing she'd feel some kind of remorse. Yeah. I'd like to see her carry her shame for a while.
Luca, I swear I didn't know. I always assumed. Be real. It never felt like you loved me. You never even said it.
My jaw twitches. I give her more than I've ever been given. I want her to feel what being made a fool of truly feels like. I want to rub her face in it. You're right. I don't love you. How could I? I was obligated because the fucking condom broke. But you asked me to try. You begged me to try. And that was my fucking gift, Shelby. My words are like tiny little cuts slashing at her thick skin.
How was I supposed to know, Luca?
You know the man I am. You know where I come from. You know who my family is. You of all people know the kind of code I live by. Maybe that's why you sought me out. Shelby was a regular at church and has quite a taste for men with more flexible morals. Her fake cries jumble her words.
I said I was sorry. I was scared and pregnant. You have everything. I had nothing. What the fuck did you expect?
Poor little beggar. If I knew you were so comfortable on your knees, I would have kept you there. The tears stop. Full fucking stop. The corners of my mouth pull upward, validated that she's one big goddamn lie.
Go fuck yourself. Tell me how to make this shit end. What do you expect from me now, Luca?
I expected the same thing you asked of me. You took from me, and now you have to pay it all back, I sneer.
What the fuck does that mean? I haven't taken anything from you,
she replies indignantly. You took my kindness, my money, my trust, and my belief that not everything is a lie. But I should thank you for that one. You did me a favor. My voice is as deadly as I am.
Jesus, how did this all become so twisted and fucked up?
She says to herself, but I can't help but answer. Well, if I had to pinpoint one moment, I would say calling the lawyers while I was on my deathbed. Or then there's my personal favorite, sucking off the mechanic in my garage.
Luca, please.
Not so fast, Shelby. Save your begging, wife. We're just getting started. The line dies because she's hung up on me, but I don't care. This is her just desserts. Shelby's a liar and an opportunist, and I fucking hate that combination. She'll pay for this, for as long as I choose.
Is it retribution or justice?
Gretchen's words roll around in my mind. If I were to answer her now, I would say that I won't feel any justice until I have retribution. Shelby isn't the first person to cross me. She's just the one to make me feel the most foolish. My entire life has been a series of lies. As a child, I believed my parents were invincible, and then they were killed. As a teenager, I believed my uncle would protect us. Instead, he used me and Dom, creating a killer out of my brother and showing me the evils behind the curtain. As an adult, I lie to myself and pretend that my fucked up life isn't the sum of all my mistakes, that life isn't some meaningless place where people just take. I'd hoped. But the world is the same. People are liars. Ella is my only gift. I feel undone, unsettled. The jabs taken at Shelby haven't helped to alleviate my anger. I need a distraction, something to take the damn edge off. If I can't beat my problem to death, then I'll hit a punching bag until I can't stand. I set my phone on the nightstand and grab the gray sweats lying on a chair. Pulling them on, I sit down on the edge of the bed to lace up my sneakers, foregoing a shirt because it's just going to get sweaty anyway. I head out of my room and down the hallway to the stairs, descending two at a time, taking me down to the main floor of my home. This house was the first gift I gave Ella. I bought it because I could picture her growing up in this idyllic bricked townhouse with a backyard garden that would be perfect for tea parties, fairy wings, and childhood dreams. I want magic for her life. I'd hoped to give her something better than I had. I'd hoped to give her a family. The empty wish fills me with sorrow, and that sorrow fills me with rage. Rage is a dangerous place to exist when you're at constant war with good and evil. I burst through the gym doors and practically sprint toward the heavy bag, not bothering with gloves or tape. I throw my first punch, launching the bag backward. I fucking hate Shelby. I punch and punch, groaning and cursing at the sack of sand, voicing my hatred and fears. My muscles strain and ripple from use as the sweat builds on my forehead. I hate that I fell into a one-night distraction. The sound from the bag echoes through the empty gym space. My fists collide with the bag again, harder and more vicious. I'm swinging at a fevered pace, connecting with more force each time. My lungs burn from my small breaths between the shots I take. I fucking hate that she was able to get the better of me, to exploit my weakness. My arms falter and I grab the bag, my legs weak under me. I'm exhausted, and my breaths are now coming out heavy and weary. The taste of salt meets my lips from the sweat running down from my brow. All my emotions mix with the fatigue I feel and I slump into the bag. My sweaty forehead falls against the leather bag. I don't regret Ella, but I would give anything if she weren't a part of Shelby. It would all be so easy if I could just... My thought ignites my rage again. Pushing the bag away, I start again until I begin to tire once more. My body is the only piece of me that wants to stop, because the war inside my head is going strong. So I force myself to keep going again and again for hours until my arms won't move. But even then, I still try and swing, unable to rid myself of my hatred and regret, letting out a roar and dropping to my knees. My head bows down between my shoulders, and I stay like that, sweaty and defeated. Luca? George's voice is quiet, cautious. I didn't hear him come in, but then how would I, through the rage ringing in my ears? Leave, I growl out. Luca, I'm not leaving you. What are you doing to yourself? His voice is compassionate. He's watched over me and my brother ever since he started working for the company. He's my driver and head of security. He understands the open-mindedness and moral flexibility needed to work with people like us. He's always been there as a kind of father figure. But right now, I don't want him here. I said get the fuck out. His footsteps grow closer, but I can't push off my arms enough to get off the ground. Settle down. Let me help you, he urges. Putting his hands under my arms, he pulls to lift me, then I draw my legs under me to stand. I turn to meet his face, looking down, since I'm the taller of the two of us. I'm alone in this. You can't help. So don't ask questions. Please. I'm sincere. I don't want to hurt the people I love. I don't want to be so unhinged. But I can't stop the fallout, and nobody is safe around me. Okay, I won't push, but... Luca, you don't get to self-destruct. Not anymore. My gaze falters. I understand what he means. I have more than just myself to think about. I have Ella. I'm trying, George. I am. I pat his shoulder as I pass him. For what it's worth, thank you. George is one of the few people who can guess my thoughts and knows just how malleable my view is on morality. So if he sees me heading toward destruction, chances are I'm already there. I drag my ass out of the gym and back to my room, not even bothering to shower. Instead, I collapse onto my bed, wincing as my busted knuckles graze the fabric. After all is said and done, I am back where I started, in my empty bed, thinking about forgiveness and justice. Or maybe I'm just thinking of the girl who keeps telling me what I need to hear. I've only spoken to Gretchen 3 times. Once at the restaurant where she brazenly flirted with me. Second at my brother's family gathering to celebrate his elopement. And tonight. But every time I find myself being just that. Myself. No mask of charm or flash of congeniality. I just say the ugly, mangled thoughts floating around in my head, and she never backs away, or even thinks I'm strange. I toe off my shoes and roll to grab my phone off the nightstand. Boss, my tech guy answers. Give me a personal cell number. Gretchen Andrews, works at the Cohen management team. Text me. There's no need for chatting. He's more task-oriented than people-friendly. Will do. Should only take a few minutes. I disconnect, lying back to stare at the ceiling. I know it's the wrong move, the worst fucking idea, but I don't care. I owe Shelby nothing. The minute the text arrives, I open and press the number to add it to my contacts. What's the plan, Luca? I whisper to myself. There isn't a plan of action. There's only impulse and desire. The two worst idea makers. I just want to talk to her. And keep talking to her. She's trouble, though. It's those eyes and those gorgeous lips. I can't get them out of my mind. Especially when I picture her mouth around my cock and those beautiful eyes looking up at me while she sucks me off. Tugging my sweats down, I grip my dick, pulling roughly toward my stomach, The first wave of sensation draws my balls up, producing a groan from my lips. All I picture is her mouth sucking and licking the tip of my dick as her hands roam over my stomach and then around to grip my ass. Her hungry eyes are begging for more of my cock. "Say it," I demand from her. "Please," she purrs as I feed my cock to her inch by inch until I can feel the back of her throat. "Suck." She licks from the base to the tip and wraps one hand around my dick while she sucks me off, head bobbing and her cheeks drawing inward, so greedy for my cum. The picture plays out in my mind. Me fucking Gretchen's luscious mouth while she sits submissively on her knees. I grip the edge of the bed, my other hand moving faster, jacking harder. My hips push into the pressure as I drown in my fantasy. I groan, biting down, straining against the power of my orgasm as I'm held still by my hot seed shooting out onto my stomach. A long breath exhales from my lips and my body relaxes for only a minute because I know that every fucking time I jerk off to thoughts of her, it'll only serve to make me want to fuck her more. I tug my sweats back on, over my dick, stand and make my way to the bathroom to wash myself off, rinsing off the evidence of my obsession.
Chapter 4. Gretchen. The buzzing from the phone on my nightstand hasn't stopped. I know it's true because she's the only person who would call me incessantly on a Saturday morning. Without bothering to look, I fumble around and slap at my phone until the speaker engages. "I'll kill you." I texted, but you didn't answer. Her chipper voice is irritatingly happy. Shouldn't that be enough of a deterrent? I grumble under my covers. "Come on, get up," she sings. "Why do you sound like you've hit the lottery? We have to break up. This is a hard limit for me. Mornings are for sleeping through." I open my eyes and sit up, kicking at my covers like I'm bearing a grudge. I blame them for not keeping me in my slumber. "Meet me at our spot?" she asks. "I hate you." My words are met with her laughter. "I'm drawing a line in the sand, and I am not getting out of this bed, Drew." "Fine, be a grump, but call me later. And you're welcome for the early wake-up call. Maybe you can use all this extra time to fucking unpack." Such a foul mouth for a beauty queen. She blows a raspberry into the phone and I hang up. I really do hate her in this moment. Because now I'm awake at 8 in the morning on a Saturday with no hope of going back to sleep. Opening the French doors that separate my bedroom from the rest of my apartment, I survey the large room full of boxes, a deep red velvet couch, and a television. I've lived here for over a month, so my acceptable laziness level has reached the statute of limitations. I just never have the time. I live at work. I just sleep here. I should have hired people to unpack me. Hindsight, you're a twat. My kitchen is open to the main room, separated only by a marble-topped island. I pat around it and stand, surveying my wine fridge, also known as my regular fridge. I'm reminded of my failure at an essential life skill because it lacks all the food. Looks like I'm ordering in. Half an hour later, I've got the most delicious breakfast burrito, a coffee, and a marathon of Real Housewives. This early morning thing isn't so bad. I may just keep going for the whole day. Thank God for takeout, technology, and shitty television. As I devour my food, I shoot a text to Lila wondering what we are doing tonight. She'd mentioned meeting for drinks at this posh little bar downtown that has a bluesy feel and an incredible bar menu. My phone vibrates and I crane my neck to see what it says. "Lila, want a double?" "What?" I say to myself, reaching for my phone and opening the whole message. "Lila, Want a double? Super sweet guy asked me out again, and I think I want to go. But his friend is in town, so don't say no. Me. But you sold him so well the first time. I can only imagine how incredible his friend is. I think I'd rather stay home and schedule a lobotomy. Lila said. I said don't say no. Me. And I didn't say no. I said I have surgery scheduled. On my brain. Lila. If you don't come, I will never speak to you again. Jesus, she's so 23. Originally, it was me and Blair plus Lila. Then Blair canceled for something with clients, and I felt bad canceling too. So now I'm stuck. Me. Fingers crossed because friends don't offer friends garbage. Lila. I'll buy all your drinks and your bar food. Me. Yes, now we're talking. Sold. But I reserve the right to bail if shit gets sketchy, and I'm taking you with me. Lila. Mwah, deal. What the hell have I gotten myself into? I spend the morning unpacking my house and watching reality television. Mostly just watching television. I stand for a moment, looking around me, wondering if I'm ever going to lady up and just fucking unpack. I can't keep living in denial. The reality is that the thought of discovering tiny little emotional bombs is too much. I roll my shoulders and shake out my arms to rid myself of the emotion, the panic. I'm not sure I'll ever get to a place where I'm ready to dig through these boxes. There are too many reminders from when Dad was alive, from when he was here to help me through a shit situation, from when his hugs seemed to fix all. I could really use his hugs right about now. Fuck this. I walk to the box that my purse is perched on and grab it, then throw on my flip-flops and head out of the door. I'm not emotionally ready. One day, I will be. But until then, I will spend the ridiculously large paycheck I make on a new outfit for tonight instead of searching those fucking boxes. I live in a cute, trendy little area not far from a row of shops that will have something perfect for tonight. I meander my way toward the clothing stores, looking inside windows and loving the warmth of the day. I spy a shop that has some really cute vintage stuff and take the plunge, opening the door to enter, my presence announced by the ding of a bell. Hi! The salesgirl is super friendly and I smile back, then direct my attention almost instantly to a dress hanging in the back. I make a beeline for the slinky deep blue number with Sally Sales on my heels. Can I try this one, please? I ask. You're going to look amazing. He won't know what hit him. I always think it's weird when people say things like that. I always want to correct them and say it's for me, never him. But instead, I smile and move on to some rock teas. I'm elbow deep in my perusal when my phone vibrates in my back pocket. Hello? I answer without looking, squeezing the phone between my ear and shoulder. You sound different than I thought you would. Holy shit. I pull the phone away from my ear and look at the number. It's unknown. I stand there, silent, not knowing what to say. My eyes are bugging out of my head. This can't actually be Luca. Why would he be calling me? His deep voice fills my ear. This is when you say something about me sounding exactly the same and then call me the wrong name. I smile and stifle a giggle at his joke. That's hilarious. Does Drew know you're this funny, Dom? I hear his throaty laugh, and the smile tugs at my lips again. Sorry, I was surprised. It's not every day that I get a call from someone I've never given my number to. I tease, still a bit shell-shocked. It's hard for me to believe men don't try and track you down. I typically try to establish better boundaries. It's a rare occasion I speak to a man the next day. No need. I joke, but he doesn't answer right away, and I begin to fidget. The ways of a playa. I can hear his smile. Just hate the game. You're funny. His statement is said almost as if he isn't even speaking to me, but I answer him anyway. I feel like everyone knows this. Did you call to feed my ego? Silence stretches between us. I was joking, but the realness behind the question lingers, making me push for an answer. Luca, why are you calling me? I'm still deciding. You do that a lot. My exact thought spills from my mouth. What? He questions. Brood? I answer. He laughs, deep and sexy. I do. But I didn't really think this through. I just wanted to talk to you. Is that weird? Yes? No? I don't care? No? Maybe? I guess it depends on why. You seem to be the one person that tells me what's real, and you don't scare away from what it means. I could use some of that right now. He wants a friend. The thought is insane. He's surrounded by people, all who love him. We're practically strangers, and he's calling me. What about your brothers? I ask. It's not that I don't believe him, it's just unbelievable. They tell me what I want to hear or what will keep me from going off the rails. He breathes out into the phone. It sounds defeated, frustrated. Tell me something. Something about you. I hear the movement of fabric in the background and imagine he's lying on a pillow. His voice, his attention. It makes it feel like we're in a bubble. It's disarming and inviting. I can't unpack the boxes in my house because the memories inside of them make me so sad that I feel like I'm going to drown in them. My confession surprises me. But I also feel relief to have said it out loud. And a part of me wants to give him something as raw as he shared with me. Why? What's in the boxes? He questions. Despite this being the strangest conversation I've ever had, it feels exactly like what I need. Things from my dad. He died a few months ago. I offer, feeling the grief begin to close in again. I sit back against the table of teas. It never really goes away. The sadness. When my parents died, I never wanted the pain to go away. I would force myself to remember all the details each night, like how the doctor described their injuries, or how everyone reassured us that they didn't suffer. We knew they had. I forced myself to relive it every night, and especially if I caught myself being happy, because I felt like if the grief dulled, then I didn't love them. His words resonate deep inside my broken heart. You'll always love them, but your misery was all you had, like the last connection to your love. I get it. Survivor's guilt. Yes. More silence stretches between us, and I rush to fill the space, greedy for more of his words. Who do you want to punish? I ask in a hushed voice, bringing back his question to me from last night. Who says I don't want to forgive? Lies. You. I hear what you mean, Luca, not just what you say. I see him. Really see him. But he doesn't belong to me. I just wish he did. The line is muted silence, and I look back to the phone face to see if the call dropped. Luca? I pause, worrying that I've overstepped. I'm not so ridiculously ruled by my crush that I don't recognize a person in pain. I want to help him if I can. Promise me you'll forgive me. His voice is so sincere in the request that it throws me for a moment. For what? I ask, confusion evident in my voice. I've decided why I called. I gnaw on my lip before answering. Why does he make me feel like I'm walking into a trap? Why would that need forgiveness? I almost don't want the answer. His gruff laugh travels through the phone and makes me squirm. If I tell you, that would be like asking for permission. And I don't do that. Intention is everything, remember? I thought you already established you're a monster. I did, and I am. The line falls silent again, and when I look at the phone, I see he's hung up. I let out a breath, realizing I'm holding it. My hand slowly drops down to my side, hearing his last words in my mind. Was I flirting? It wasn't my intention, and he didn't say anything out of line. But everything with Luca feels like fucking foreplay. I smile to the salesgirl, who's hovering to take the items I've randomly picked up from my hand. I give them to her and follow her back to the dressing room. I close the curtain and take a seat on the bench, analyzing the conversation again. The heat I'm feeling is just my perspective, because I'm attracted to him. It's wishful thinking. I'm horrible. The man was looking for a friend, and I reacted like a horny teenager. He could have easily meant 1,000 different things by what he said. But why would he need my forgiveness for calling me? Unless he was planning on doing something bad to me. I look in the mirror of the changing room to verify my blush. I'm a dirty, dirty whore.
Chapter 5. Luca. I looked down at my phone, grinning like a fool. I almost forgot what the chase felt like. That's what I'm doing. Chasing her. I'm going to fuck Gretchen Andrews. I'm going to sink into her balls deep and tell her all my dirty secrets and awful thoughts. And I'll give her reason to satisfy the attraction she feels because I've known it's there all this time. It's hard not to notice the buzz between us. I've ignored it like a good husband does, but my marriage is a sham, a fucking joke that's been laughed at behind my back. So now, I'll do what I want, to whom I want. Starting with Gretchen. There's something about her candor that draws me in and holds me fucking hostage. Even now, I called her with bad intentions, and she has me talking about my parents, asking to hear about her. Doesn't matter that I made her promise to forgive me. She won't. Not after we cross the line. She'll hate me. It'll be deserving. But I'd rather her hate me and have her only admit it because everyone's a liar. Even Gretchen. I head to the shower, wash and dress for the day. Heading downstairs, I hear the cutest sounds coming from the kitchen. My grin plants on my face in anticipation of what I'm about to see as I enter the kitchen. Rose is feeding Ella, but with each spoonful, Ella smacks the table for more. Ella's little legs kick in and out as she laughs at her own enthusiasm. She's an eater like her daddy. I chuckle along with him. Rose nods her agreement, and I open my phone to check some emails, grabbing my coffee.
Mr. King, will you be joining us at the park today?
I try and go most days, scheduling free time in my day to meet them. I've been a tiny bit busier lately since coming back from the accident. Money doesn't make itself. It's the best part of my day, I say with a wink to Ella. Her hands are covered in the applesauce she's enjoying so much, and my eyes crinkle from my smile.
I'll just get her cleaned up and we can plan to leave in a half hour.
Sounds like a plan, Rose. Thank you. I lean in to kiss Ella's head, and she smears her messy hand over my face. I pull back laughing, running my finger across my cheek to scoop up the mess and pop it in my mouth. Delicious, I growl at her, attacking her chubby cheeks with raspberries. Her squeals and belly laughs fill the room. Ella's joy is contagious, and I laugh with her. In this moment, I'm happy. Truly happy. Moments like this make me angrier, though, because they highlight the shitty, grimy parts more. My day with Ella passed faster than I would have liked. We parked it, lunched, and played on the floor at home with too many toys that make an obnoxious amount of sound. It's unnerving. I remind myself to remove some of those batteries later. Currently, Rose is putting her down for the night, and the rumble in my stomach reminds me that I haven't eaten dinner. But I have to meet a client later for drinks, so I waited, knowing I could set out a bit earlier and grab a bite before meeting him. I say my goodbye to Rose, letting her know I'll be home late, and head out. I showered and changed after Ella's dinner, cleaning up enough to be presentable. Walking down the steps to my waiting car, I pull out my phone to dial Dom. "What?" he answers with a yell, and I laugh loudly as George opens my door and I duck to enter the car. "Whatever, Dick. Vuoi cenare? Do you want to have dinner?" We only flow in and out of Italian when it's just me and him. I'm thankful we were able to hold on to pieces of our heritage, even in the absence of our parents. "Non stanotte. Ho dei piani con Drew." "Not tonight. I have plans with Drew." "Have a good time. Sunday dinner still on?" "We do it every Sunday night. Drew cooks for us, which means she orders from the restaurant and one of us picks it up." I pull the phone away from my mouth and tell George to head to my favorite spot downtown. "Yeah, tell Dante." We started including him the moment we found out about our long-lost brother from another mother. "Will do." I start to hang up, but Dom's voice catches my attention. "And don't show up without my niece. Drew will have your head." He's not lying. I laugh out. Understood. She's been baby crazy the minute she signed on the dotted line with my brother. "Have your own and you won't need to live vicariously." "I'm working on it," he chuckles. "Hey, close the deal tonight for the new bar. I want that place bad." "Done." We've had our eye on this swanky little bar downtown. It's a great spot with amazing food and the kind of ambiance that creates a brand. Problem is, the owners can't carry the kind of debt they've buried themselves under. I'm here to make them an offer they won't turn down. They'll be richer than they wish to be, and Dom and I will take their rough draft and turn it into the hottest fucking bar in Chicago and spread it worldwide. And if they say no, I'll make sure they tank, and then I'll buy it for pennies on the dollar after they beg me for it. But I try to be decent first. We pull up outside a small Italian joint called Mama's, owned by friends who feel more like family. I stumbled upon it when Dom and I were researching restaurants before opening our first venture. The food is insanely good, the kind you only get from those who bleed generations of knowledge into every meal. I pull on the heavy wooden door, letting light into the small space, the smell of garlic infiltrating my nose as I inhale. It's a hole in the wall, with red and white checkered tablecloths and plastic menus, but it's the best Italian food in the city. My eyes adjust as the heavy door clunks behind me, creating a cacophony of noise inside the quiet space. The light that bled in has disappeared, leaving the room dark, lit only by tables with half-burned candles and small lamps. The faint sound of music caresses the air and brings a half-smile to my face. It creates an ambiance for sure. "Luca! È passato troppo tempo da quando ti abbiamo visto." "Luca, it's been too long since we saw you." My already placed smile grows as Mario makes his way to me, in his crisp white shirt and black apron, to shake my hand. He and his wife have owned this restaurant for over 40 years. I respect that. People don't have that kind of commitment to anything anymore. It's admirable. They have a legacy to leave their children and a lifetime to look back on together.
"Luca, vergognativi. Dove sei stato?"
"Luca, shame on you. Where have you been?" Mario's wife, Sophia, a petite, rotund beauty, calls out from behind the bar as she lifts the counter flap and lets herself out to greet me. I smile at her dismayed face because I know it's been too long, but I've been busy. "I know, gorgeous, but I have to keep my figure." I pat my hard stomach, answering in English. Her finger wags at me as she pushes to her tiptoes to grab my face with her small, chubby fingers. I have to bend forward to accommodate her abuse of my face, but I don't mind.
"I thought you stopped loving me."
She gives my head a little shake and releases my cheeks from her grip, I chuckle at her words, accented heavily by the unfamiliarity of English. Come potrei smettere di amare la mia migliore ragazza? How could I stop loving my best girl? I lean down and kiss her cheek, and she swats me away, embarrassed by my flirtation. Quando hai intenzione di lasciare tuo marito per me? When are you going to leave your husband for me? Sophia laughs, smiling over at Mario as I give her a wink. Dominic joining you today? Mario asks, kissing his wife's temple. No, he's busy with Drew. They laugh because we all know Dominic is long gone over that woman. Slapping my arm, Sophia points to a table. Siediti, ti porterò la cena. Sit, I'll bring you dinner. I pretend injury, reaching for my shoulder and grimacing before I walk to the table I've been ordered to sit at. That's the best part of this place. I don't look at the menu. Shit, I don't even get to choose what I want to eat. Sophia will bring me food, and I'll love it. It was the closest thing I had to a home-cooked meal and a familial feeling until we started Sunday dinners at Dom's. I shrug off my suit jacket to make myself comfortable in the booth, tossing my phone onto the table. My palms hold my weight on the table as I scooch into the banked seat. The waiter appears with a glass filled with amber liquid. Mario's a mind reader. He places the bourbon down in front of me, and I wrap my hand around the tumbler, giving him a small nod. The liquor swirls with a movement of my hand before I take a swig, feeling the bite in my throat that gives way to the burn. I turn my phone over and text Dante before I forget. Me. Sunday at Dom's. Dante. Yeah, I'm thinking about bringing someone. You bringing Shelby? Me. No. You bringing tits or a cock? Dante. What? Me. Girl or a friend? Dante. Do you have to refer to her as tits? I'll choke you if you say shit like that again. Have some respect. Me. Touchy. What's her name? Dante. Never mind. I changed my mind. I don't want her to meet you. You're too much of a dick. Me. True. See you guys tomorrow. The waiter delivers a small plate of nuts and olives, and I smile my appreciation. Taking another swig of my drink, I can't help but think about how fucked tomorrow's going to be. My brothers are happy, pairing up, living their lives, and mine has broken irrevocably. I'll never bring Shelby to another family event. Not that it ever mattered. She always complained that Drew was cold to her, or that she felt out of place. She was right, on both accounts. I grab an olive and pop it into my mouth, checking the time on my phone to make sure I won't be late for my meeting. My thoughts keep swirling about Shelby and how she doesn't deserve the family she's been given. Especially when I can think of someone I'd rather be around. What does Gretchen do on a Sunday? Who does she do Sunday dinners with? Fuck these thoughts. They're always there, waiting, seemingly innocent but made of sin. Exactly like her. My drink is emptied in one gulp, just as my risotto arrives. I tuck into my meal, switching gears in my mind and focusing on my meeting. But I can't fucking focus. All I can think about is how Gretchen is alone on Sunday. I hate it. I barely know this girl, but I want to take that day away from her. Take away one day of the loneliness she must feel. I know what that feels like. We're kindred, her and I. Grabbing my phone again, I let my fingers fly over the keys before I reason with myself. Me. Come to Sunday dinner at Drew and Dom's. This isn't what you do when you're trying to fuck someone, Luca. Gretchen.
Twice in one day. Amazing. I can't. I have plans, but thanks.
Me. What plans? Gretchen.
My plans.
Me. It's family dinner. Your family for Drew. Why haven't you been there before? Gretchen.
Honestly, because I feel like it will be as if I'm being set up with Dante. I'm not down. Not my type.
I can't help but laugh out loud. I'd have to hold him underwater if he was her type. Me. I'll be alone too. Gretchen.
Why?
It's an easy question to answer. I can say Shelby is out of town. Easy. But my fingers don't get the memo. I haven't lied to her once. I'm not starting now. Me. Because I don't want Shelby with me. At dinner or at all. The bubbles pop up and go away. I'm already regretting what I said when her response dings. Gretchen.
Are you bringing Ella?
I smile. I'm not remotely using Ella as bait. Me. See you tomorrow. I didn't think this little plan through. How the fuck am I going to tell Dominic that I invited Gretchen to dinner without all the questions that will follow? I might be willing to answer her questions, but I don't have the patience for my brothers. Impulse control, Luca. Fucking impulse control. I throw a few large bills down on the table, more than enough to cover whatever the bill is, plus a generous tip, and head out of Mama's, giving Sophia a kiss before I go.
Chapter 6. Gretchen. Luca texted me about dinner just as I was sitting in the back of the Uber I ordered for tonight. If I'd wondered if he was doing something sneaky, then I just got my answer. Nobody invites you to have dinner with everyone you both know, and who also knows your wife. I guess this means Luca and I are friends. It makes sense. I do get him in a way that only someone else broken can. I look out the window of the car, resting my head to the side, and look at the city through the window as I pass by. I love downtown. It feels as if nobody ever sleeps, like the world is always there waiting for me. It's nice, especially when I'm alone. We pull up to Charlie's on First in front of the growing crowd. Lila was right about this place. It has serious character. How have I never seen it before? I open the door and exit the car, smoothing down the dress I bought earlier today. The silk halter clings to my body and is completely backless, making a bra impossible. The hem stops right above my knees, keeping it classy, but sexy as hell. Almost as sexy as my red Jimmy Choos. I hope this idiot I'm being set up with is worth it. I walk inside the packed bar and look around for Lila, palming my phone in case I need to text her. She waves from a high-top table near the dance floor, where she's sitting on a bar stool next to two very attractive men. Not bad, Lila. I weave through the high tops and take in the speakeasy feel of the place. It's a spacious joint with a stage for live music, currently occupied by a beautiful woman in a deep red velvet dress singing a bluesy song. The dark cherry wood bar runs along one wall and looks like something from the 40s, with sconces at the ends and engravings along the bottom. I half expect for someone to light up a cigar and order a scotch. Luca's face immediately floods my thoughts. This place is so him. I push the thought away immediately as I walk up to Lila. She reaches for me and pulls me into a hug, whispering in my ear, "Oh my God, your guy is so much hotter than mine." I pull back and smile, rolling my eyes at her silliness. I turn my attention to the tall drink of water standing and staring at me. "Hi, I'm Gretchen, the awful hag you've been stuck with for the night." My smile is flirtatious, and I reach around and pull my hair over my shoulder, extending my hand to shake my dates. Lila isn't wrong. My guy is hot. "Josh, I'm happy to be stuck with you, gorgeous. What can I get you to drink?" Tonight is going to be a good night. Gin and tonic, 2 limes, tall glass. He leans in conspiratorially to the shoulder free of my hair, and I match his posture. "I read an article that said girls that drink gin are more likely to be psychopaths. You gonna kill me?" He draws back and bites his bottom lip. Josh has game. Gretchen might get laid. I just shrug. He shakes his head and winks before heading to the bar, and I turn to introduce myself to Lila's date. They're both staring at me like I'm an alien. "Hi, I'm Gretchen," I say, extending my hand to Lila's date as she covers her mouth and giggles. He shakes my hand. "Philip, it's nice to meet you." I'm glad to see you and my cousin hit it off. He smiles. Ladies? Lila asks, tipping her head in the direction of the bathrooms. Sure. I smile. I'm sure she wants to give me the rundown about Philip and Josh. She says something to Phil, and we make our way to the bathroom. I follow her into the ladies' room, which is decorated just as exquisitely as the main room. It feels very Maryland in here. I walk to the mirror to check my face while she goes into a stall. This place is amazing. How'd you find it? I say loud enough for her to hear. True, actually. She answers from behind the stall door. Huh. She never said anything to me, I answer. I smooth my skirt while I wait, wondering why Drew never brought it up. Lila emerges from the stall and comes to wash her hands as I begin to reapply my lip gloss. Yeah, I guess Dom told her about it because he's thinking of buying it. She shakes her hands out and grabs a paper towel, and I prop a hip against the counter. He and Luca are buying this place? I'm not surprised, just curious. Yeah, guess so. Why? I just wave her off as if it's nothing. I don't want to tell her that what she said validates my original thought. This place does feel like Luca. Ready? She asks, and I nod, taking one last look at myself before I follow her out.
Chapter 7. Luca. George, just drop me here. I'll text you when I'm ready. He pulls to the side of a parked car in front of the building. No need for a text. I'll be here in the front waiting, he answers, looking out the side mirror at the stalled traffic. I jump out of the car and walk to the doors of the bar, buttoning my suit jacket. I opted for a gray suit with a white shirt, no tie, because that's what a place like Charlie's on First calls for. It's a throwback to a different time. I fucking love it. It speaks to me on a base level. Charlie meets me outside, looking nervous but trying like hell to fake his way through a confidence he doesn't have. I can't blame him. I know how intimidating I am. That's why I asked to meet him on his grounds. It's scarier when your opposition comes strong on your home turf. Charlie, I greet, extending a hand as I fasten the last button on my jacket. Luca? I raise my eyebrows as he says my name, gripping just a bit stronger as I shake my hand. I'm sorry, I mean Mr. King. It's nice to meet face to face. I nod and look to the crowd behind him and back to his face. He jumps into action. Oh yeah, let's not just stand here. He laughs nervously and runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, let me show you around. That'd be great, Charlie. I follow him in and half listen to him as I take in the space. I've already done my research. I already know what I'm buying. I'm just here to make sure he accepts the terms. He's in the middle of a sentence as I interrupt him, stopping at the bar. Tell me something, Charlie. Why this place? Why not something that has less overhead? Why not build slowly, take baby steps? I need to gauge just how attached he is to this bar. Charlie seems to search for the right answer. Go big or go home, right? His accompanying laughter dies with the expression on my face. Maybe. Depends on whether you prefer to live in a box in the alley. You're bleeding money, Charlie, I remark, gazing around the room to catalog the changes we'll make. Charlie speaks up defensively. It's not just another bullshit bar. This place is an experience. It's special. He's right, which is why we'll own it by the end of the month. I regard him coolly, deciding how to explain our buyout. Until now, Charlie has hoped for us to simply invest, but our interest has shifted. I lift my finger to the bartender, but Charlie waves him off. He ducks under the cutout in the bar top and stands like he knows what he's doing. I got it, Mr. King. What can I make you? You bartend? I'll take a scotch. Neat. I learned every job, from bartending to cleaning. If this place is mine, then I should know it, don't you think? He's young, all of 25, but I like him. He's smart, just over his head and underfunded. Maybe I'll be more than decent to him. Charlie gets to making my drink. My gaze drifts to the singer, and something about her throaty voice is peaceful. She's a crooner. There are a handful of people swaying on the dance floor to the music, and as the song stops and the people part, I see her. Motherfucker. Gretchen looks drop-dead gorgeous. But it's the big mitt on her fucking back, gently stroking up and down, that makes my teeth grit. I know my reaction is a number of things, including inappropriate and unwarranted, but I don't care. Every piece of me wants to break the hand on her damn back. Charlie hands me my drink and I take it back in one gulp. Meeting's over. I'll send you my proposal. I like you, Charlie, so listen carefully. You aren't making out like a winner in this deal. We'll own this, but I'll make you a rich man. If you don't push back, I'll bring you in on the team. That's as generous as I get. His frown tells me he had higher hopes. You don't have to like it. You just have to find peace with it. He nods, and I rap my knuckles against the bar before I leave him. Expect it Monday, I say as I walk away, effectively dismissing him to deal with a bigger issue. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I can't walk out knowing she's here with this idiot.
Chapter 8. Gretchen. Thank you for the dance. That was nice. My voice is flirtatious. Josh looks down at me, his eyes hooded. His attraction to me is clear. My pleasure. It was just an excuse to get my hands on you. His fingers press into my back. He's attractive in the most perfect Ivy League, I probably know a Kennedy kind of way. So clean-cut that it makes the borderline dirty things he's saying feel surprising, naughty, and welcome. Well then, I guess you'll have to ask me to dance again, for the sake of your hands. I joke, with dirty insinuation as he guides me through the crowd back to our table. The heat on the small of my back from his leading me is making me all tingly and ready to call it a night. I'm lost in my libido when I hear, "Luca, this is crazy. I was just talking about you." Lila's voice is unmistakable. My eyes shoot up in surprise. What the fuck is he doing here? Why do I care? I see him give Lila a kiss on the cheek, greeting her in the way that he does, so smooth and easy. Philip is already looking at him like he's a god. How the fuck does he manage all his personalities? Lila starts her introduction. Luca is our friend Drew's brother-in-law, and rumor has it he's looking to buy this place. This is my friend Philip. Luca shakes his hand and I blink a couple of times, trying to remain unfazed by his presence and plaster a smile on my face. His eyes lock to mine, and then he glances down at the hand that has taken a possessive place on my waist. I follow his eyes looking down at Josh's hand, confused at why he seems angry. Is he judging me? Gretchen, nice to see you again. His voice is velvet. Hi. Third time's a charm, huh? I laugh, and he tilts his head with a wink. My teeth find my bottom lip and start gnawing as my thoughts start to ticker through my brain. I realize I've been standing quiet for a long moment, forgetting my manners. Sorry, this is Josh. I motion to him, my hand grazing his chest. Josh? Luca nods, disinterested, looking back to Lila and Philip. Are you here with Dom? I ask, looking around to see another familiar face. No, I had a meeting here. I saw you from the bar and thought I'd say hello. Again, with a look at my waist. Join us, Lila says too enthusiastically, and Phil nods his agreement as they shift over and pull up another bar stool to the table. Or not, Josh says in between swallows of his drink. I'm sure you don't want to hang around after a late meeting with a bunch of youngsters. I look up at Josh, surprised with his statement. First, he's got balls. Second, Luca isn't exactly old. He's 40, but definitely not an old man by any means. Third, I don't like that Josh has decided to have some kind of pissing contest with Luca. It's fucking rude. Who treats someone's friend that way? Or stay, I say, stepping out of Josh's grip, making him look down at me. I glare at Josh and hand him my glass. Go, fill this. He looks embarrassed, but it changes to irritation as he walks past Luca's smiling face to the bar. Dude, your cousin is a dick, Lila says to Phil. Sorry, guys. He's kind of a prick about girls, always acting like every guy is a threat. Looks like I dodged a bullet. Luca is still staring at me like he's debating something as a barback brings him a drink. Josh rejoins us just as the barback leaves and rolls his eyes. I didn't realize there was table service, Josh says dryly. There isn't, Luca says, bringing his drink to his lips with a cocky smirk, still not taking his eyes off me. What the fuck is happening? Josh leans down and whispers in my ear, I'm going. Grab your purse, babe. 10 minutes ago, I may have gone, but now he just feels like another entitled asshole that won't be coming home with me. I'm going to stay. I don't want to leave my friend. I eye Lila and smile, hoping he takes the hint. I chance a glance in Luca's direction and see that he and Josh are glaring at each other. Josh doesn't back down from the staring contest while barking orders to Philip. Get your girl. We're leaving. He takes my elbow to lead me out. My brows shoot up, and I look at him like he's crazy. Take your hand off her elbow or I'll feed you your tongue. Luca's deep gravel is calm and fucking scary as he places his drink down on the table and takes a deep breath. He brings a palm to his cheek and rubs his stubbled face. My eyes grow wide, and Lila's mouth drops open. It's not a threat. It's a promise. He stands and takes off his jacket. The problem with boys, like you, is that you haven't learned how to be men. Unbuttoning his shirt sleeves, he rolls each side up his muscular arms. You assume that the more you bulldoze, the stronger you are. But that's not how life works, Josh. Luca's hand comes to my waist, and he pulls me gently to the side and places me behind him. He walks closer to Josh's puffed-out chest and leans into him, jaw tensed. Have you ever gotten the wind knocked out of you, Josh? Josh's eyes search Luca's, but he doesn't answer. You know that feeling. The one you have for just a moment when you think you won't be able to breathe again. The fear that you won't ever feel the air pull into your body. Josh nods, his Adam's apple bobbing slowly as he swallows. That's what it'll feel like, Josh. What I'll do. Forget about choking on the blood. It's the inability to breathe that scares you to death. Maybe even before you actually suffocate. What the fuck, man? Josh breathes out. Luca reaches up and pats Josh's ashen face. Don't force my hand, Josh. I'm a scary guy. The kind that doesn't believe in right and wrong. Do you understand? Luca grips the back of Josh's neck and pulls his ear closer. And I swear I hear him whisper, You can't have her. Josh just nods at a rapid pace as he backs up. Lila looks at me in shock, but motions her head for me to follow her as Phil pulls her away from the table. I shake mine in the negative. I don't know if I'm completely insane or not, but I sit down and pick up the drink Josh fetched for me. Well, you really know how to clear the room, Luca. He turns to look at me, then takes my hand, his eyes still lost in the moment. Dance with me. Luca leads me out to the dance floor just as our jazzy crooner starts a slow, sweet rendition of a Nina Simone song. He takes one of my hands and joins them together, placing them near his heart, and wraps the other around my waist to pull us flush. My cheek presses against his chest, and we sway to the music as if this was the most natural end to the night. I push every thought, every question out of my mind. I don't know what's happening or why, but in this moment, I could die and be complete.
Chapter 9. Luca. I don't know what the fuck got into me. I lost my goddamn patience, then my composure. But sure as hell, Gretchen is still here. She isn't predictable from what I've seen from her, except that no matter what I throw at her, she seems unfazed. This woman is part supermodel and full badass wrapped around a wicked sense of humor and the truth. My truth. It's strange to think someone I barely know understands me deeper than a woman I've spent the last year and a half with. The most fucked up part is that I'm pissed Shelby lied about her intentions, not that she fucked someone else. But I couldn't watch Gretchen walk out of this bar with anyone that wasn't me, even though I can't take her home. So now I'm dancing with her. It's the only way I can pull her close and breathe her in. She's starting to feel like something inevitable, as if no matter how hard I try to avoid what's set in motion, we will happen. Or maybe that's my excuse for wanting to do very dirty things to her body. She feels exquisite against me, rocking to the music. My hand splayed on her bare back, and I have to focus on keeping it where it is because I'd like to bring it around to the front and rub my thumb across her breast. Maybe even lean in and suck on her hard nipples. I know they're hard and that she's braless because she's been at full alert since the moment I laid my eyes on her. That's why her boy toy got so fucking territorial. I said hello and her body responded. He noticed and saw I did too. He's lucky I didn't actually fuck up his pretty little face. I could use an excuse to blow off some steam. Those beautiful eyes come into focus as she pulls back with the end of our song. I can see all the thoughts warring in her head. They play directly across her face. She's an open book for me. Not for others, though. Just me. I like that more than I should. It's like she allows me to see all the parts of her that she keeps for herself, the ones that are hidden and real. What's on your mind, Angel? That's the second time I've called her that. She taps my chest with her finger. You are confusing. What's going on here? She motions between us with her hand. I don't follow. The look on her face is unamused at my false stupidity.
Oh, you follow, buddy. In fact, sometimes it feels as if I'm being led.
She raises one eyebrow, calling me out. How the fuck does she do this? Make me want to own every terrible idea and thought out loud. When I don't answer, she starts to walk away and I reach for her wrist, closing my fingers around it gently just as another song starts to play. One more. She looks down at her wrist and back to me, letting me pull her in again. She melts into me and I like the way she fits. I'm not ready for her to tell me no, but it's coming. I bring my lips close to her ear and begin to whisper. I'm attracted to you, Gretchen. If I had it my way, I'd take you home and I stop before I say it, say everything I want to do to her. I lick my lips from the desire I feel to take her lobe into my mouth. Fuck. But good girls only do bad things with good men. She presses her cheek into mine, leaning into my words, and our bodies seal together. We aren't just dancing. We're exploring. She tilts her head up slightly and lets out a soft exhale that makes my dick twitch. Luca, your logic is flawed. Her whisper lingers in my ear. I pull back and search her eyes, my gaze drifting down as she runs her tongue over her bottom lip and pulls it between her teeth. I don't care what the fuck is happening around us because I'm fixated on the perfect full red lips in front of me. How's it flawed? You're assuming I'm a good girl. My fingers dig into her back. She's as affected by this moment as I am. I want to rip her apart. I'd fuck her in the middle of this dance floor and she'd love it. I'm sure of it. But no matter how much smack she talks, Gretchen isn't signing up to be second to any woman. She'll hate me tomorrow, and I'm not so sure I don't care about that anymore. No. I know I'm the devil. I push her back, putting distance between us.
So do I,
she smirks. So fucking beautiful. And perfect. But she doesn't have a clue how dark this shit can get. Do you know what you're saying yes to, Gretchen? Do you really? I take a predatory step forward because that's what I feel like, but she never backs away. She holds her ground. It makes me want to save her, even from myself. Or is it just fun? My fingers take in a strand of her hair, feeling the softness. I bet she feels soft everywhere. I can smell your fucking lust, your excitement, I say, hushed. I dip my head and run my nose up her neck. She inhales quickly, her chin tipping up, giving me more room. A soft moan escapes her mouth. I'm dangerous, Gretchen. I growl into her temple, laying a soft kiss against it. I won't be there to console you when you feel ashamed. Remember that. I lock eyes with hers and reach my hand up to grip her jaw, pulling her lips to mine. A hand on the middle of my chest stops my movement before we kiss.
Thank you for the dance.
Her voice is sweet, demure, but unmistakable in its meaning. I don't move, still holding her within kissing distance. I can't move because that was her no. I knew it was coming. I told myself, but I hate it more than I anticipated. It was all my pleasure, beautiful. Grab your purse. I'll drop you to your house. I let her chin go and Gretchen's hand drift slowly from my chest toward my stomach before dropping away completely, and our eyes break contact at the same time. She turns to walk away and my hand finds its place on the small of her back. We only slow as she grabs her clutch without saying a word and walk out of the club together to my waiting car. George's expression doesn't change when he sees us. I know what we look like to him, and I don't care. He gets out of the car and walks around to open the door, and I shake my head. His hand falls from the door handle, confused. But I don't want anyone near her. It doesn't matter that she said no. I feel utterly fucking primal. And the feeling is fucking tripled now that I'm touching her. I pull on the handle and open the door. After you, Angel. Her eyes crinkle at the sides when she smiles at the nickname I've given her. It's what she is, an angel. And I'm drawn to her in the same way misery loves company. I want to be in her light, but in the end, I'll ruin the thing that makes her desirable. I'll snuff out her light. I get in after her and George closes the door, then walks back around and gets into the driver's seat. Where to? I ask her, watching her legs cross, wondering what it would be like if I were to reach between them. Would she be wet for me? I catch myself staring at her legs for a moment too long, and I bring my eyes back up, hearing her give her address to George.
Thank you for the ride. I would say that I owe you, but I'm not sure how you would collect, she taunts. Smart woman, I say approvingly. She looks out the window and I stare at her beautiful profile. She's striking, but it's the wistful look on her face that fills me with frustration. I can't take that away, but I recognize the feeling. I want what I can't have too, Angel. I move my hand from beside me to her leg, my fingers resting just where her legs are joined. She doesn't tense or move to stop me. The thing is, it's the most natural feeling. It feels as if this is what it should be. Me. Her. Always touching.
Chapter 10. Gretchen. I've crossed a line, and I can't cross back. But the feeling that's sticking to me so harshly is that I don't feel bad. I don't. I know Luca's married. I know he's not mine, but I want him so terribly, fucking enviously bad that I feel entitled to Luca. Why not me? Who cares if she got there first? I don't even know Shelby, and he clearly isn't happy with her. Why should I care? I could have him for myself, right now. I just have to invite him up. 6 little words. Would you like to come up? That's all it would take, and Luca King would fuck my brains out. But when he leaves and goes home, he'd be taking my heart to a place I could never show my face. I would be his dirty little secret, and secrets stay hidden. I'm a terrible person. No, I've become terrible. He is the devil, but I never believed in God, so I guess I was an easy target. His hand feels like it's burning a brand into my skin. All he had to do was touch the part he wanted, and it became his. My thoughts are interrupted by Luca's voice. Angel, we're here. I'll walk you to your door. He exits the car and holds out his hand for me to take as I get out. I do, allowing him to help me out of the car. He doesn't let it go either as he walks me in. I didn't expect he would. Instead, he brings our joint hands to his lips without looking at me. If he did, he might see the curiosity I have to know what he's thinking. It's funny. I said no, but I'm not sure Luca heard me. Or maybe he doesn't care. I think I prefer him uncaring. Luca opens the door to my apartment building and we walk toward the elevator bank. 5, I say to him as we enter, and he looks at the call buttons. He pushes the number and we stand silent, hands joined. I feel like I'm having an out-of-body experience. I've never warred with my mind so much. I would love to have the proverbial angel and devil on my shoulder, but it feels like I'm alone. Because I'm alone, I've made my choice. And now I'm just deciding on the levels of regret I'm willing to live with. So much for the willpower I had the sense to possess in the bar. The doors open and he looks to me for direction. I tilt my head to the left, and he leads me out and walks to my door as I reach into my clutch for my key. I pull it out and turn to my door, closing my eyes for a moment to check in with myself. I open them and face my door, looking down at the handle, my key hovering, my breath shallow from the tension. I can feel the heat of his body behind me, his breath on my neck. I want his mouth on me more than I have ever wanted anything. Why do you have such an effect on me, Gretchen? Do you feel the same? Luca's finger touches my leg and runs up the side of my thigh, pulling up the silk material as he goes. You already know the answer, I say, knowing that my body's reactions are obvious. I can't hide the goosebumps and the heat that spreads over my cheeks when he touches me. His hand stretches over the top of my thigh, his finger skimming my center and my body shivers. Luca. His name drops from my lips like a moan, and I splay my hands against the door, needing to hold onto something, anything for support. He brings his lips to my ear and whispers, You promised you'd forgive me. His lips ascend onto my neck and devour the sensitive skin, and my back arcs, overwhelmed by the sensation. The grip on my thigh tightens as he pulls my legs apart. But I won't forgive myself. I rush out, my voice half desperation, half regret. Even in this moment, I won't be dishonest. I won't forgive myself. His body stills, and I'm suddenly cold. He stepped back, away from me. I turn the key and push my door open, then close it behind me. The light seeps into my bedroom from the open drapes I'd forgotten to close last night. Jesus, last night. My fingers dart to my neck where Luca kissed me, and I trace the path his lips explored. It feels like a hot dream, but it wasn't. Never again, Gretchen. I bring my hands over my face and inhale, then exhale and run them down my cheeks. He's complicated. This is complicated. And as much as I wish it felt clearer in the light of day, it doesn't. What almost happened last night feels like a loss today. I've lost something I never really had. I just need a fresh start. A new day and a plan to confront whatever this thing that's going on between us is, head on. My phone vibrates and I lean over to the nightstand and look at the screen. Drew. Hey, you. I answer, more chipper than I'm feeling. Good morning, lazy ass. Are you coming to dinner tonight? I assumed by your text last night that you were, but then the next text sounded like you weren't. I wanted to confirm. I have to call the food into the restaurant. I texted Drew after talking to Luca the first time and said I was coming to dinner. And then after he walked me to the door last night, I'd sent another saying, never mind, probably not happening tomorrow. When are you going to learn to cook, Drew? I avoid answering because I'm still unsure. I should have a conversation with Luca about last night. She laughs. This coming from a person that doesn't have food in their fridge. I roll my eyes. She'll never learn to cook. But then again, she won't have to. I'm not good with the details, but I can cook, and you know it. She knows I'm amazing in the kitchen when I have food. I just haven't used my skills in a while. I don't know if I can believe that. It's been so long, G. She teases, but then quiets. I know she's worried she's overspoken. I keep it light, hoping to reassure her. You're going to eat those words. I'll see you later. I'm making dinner. It's been forever since I've done this. Cooked a family dinner. The reminder starts to bring back old memories, but I tuck them away for another day. Sooner or later, I'll need to get back to living my life without feeling like I'm betraying my dad. Perfect, she squeals. I thought it would be harder to talk you into it. Will you say we did it together? No. I giggle and hang up on her. I knew what she wanted. She couldn't lie to save her life, but I'm happy she gave me an excuse to remember a piece of myself that I've been missing. And I'm equally as happy to have a chance to clean up my mess. I may have almost canceled late last night, but I've never been a coward, so I won't start now. I need to look Luca in the eye and tell him it's all water under the bridge. Nothing really happened anyway. The hottest moment of nothing never happened. I know it borders on utter bullshit, but the important thing is that we stopped before it all got irrevocably damaged. We can go back to how it was before. Unless we can't. We'll see. I shoot out of bed and plant my feet on the floor, stretching my arms above my head. Okay. I need a shower, food, and then a list of groceries. I'm actually looking forward to tonight. It's not just about doing something that I've abandoned out of grief. It's also about the feeling of being a part of something bigger than me. These people became my family well before I lost my dad. I love them, and this is how I can show it. I make my way to the bathroom, turn on the shower, and grab a hair tie, piling my hair on top of my head. Glancing at myself in the mirror, I see the happiness on my face, and I smile wider. It feels nice to feel, well, nice. I feel light, not so marred down by life. A piece of me knows that this feeling didn't just start today and that I'm not just excited to cook for my friends, but I tuck that feeling away, too, for another day. I begin to pull my white cami over my head when the doorbell rings. Who the hell is at the door this early? Or late, depending on how someone views 11 a.m.? I put my top back in place and walk quickly to the door as the bell rings again. Coming! I look through the peephole and see a white t-shirt on a well-built man. Luca. My eyes almost pop out of my head. Fuck. I whisper and duck away from the peephole, pressing my back up against the door, my hands covering my mouth. Why is he here? I was 100% hoping to practice a whole monologue of what I was going to say in the shower. I begin to chew on the inside of my cheek, debating how to handle this. Open the door, Gretchen. Shit. He knows I know he's here. Oh, man. This was not the morning I'd envisioned. I grab the door handle, twist and open, swinging it wide, keeping my arm on the door to block his entrance. Hey, how's it going? I greet, hoping for cool and collected. I'm pretty sure I'm failing miserably. His eyes shoot to my chest. The fabric has been worn down over time, and it's a bit revealing. But I love it, and it's super comfortable. And they're nipples. I'm sure he's seen his fair share. But by the way his eyes become hooded, he isn't thinking about my sleep set. Can I come in? His jaw tenses, and then he licks his lips. No, I shake my head. You're here looking like you came to eat me alive. His head pulls back, a grin growing on his face. He nods, not saying a word, and lets out a growl as he plants his arm on each side of the doorframe, leaning in closer on me. I can't take my eyes off his lips, and I watch them part with his words. Would you like me to eat you alive, Gretchen? God. He smells like fucking temptation and heaven. The scruff on his chiseled jaw isn't hurting the allure either. Yes. I whisper so low that I basically mouth the word, not wanting to make it real. Locking eyes with him, I stand my ground again. But I thought we'd established that my pussy isn't an option on the menu for you. He crosses his arms over his chest and barks out a laugh. All you get is my friendship, Luca. I blink once at the smirk still on his face. Why are you here? His finger touches my shoulder. For you. To talk about last night. To banter. To do whatever it is we do because it makes me... I don't know. His brow furrows like he doesn't like what he's saying, and his finger curls back into his hand, then retreats back into his pocket. I want it. Me too. We stand for another moment, just staring at each other. He's always so controlled, so calculated, but he seems as thrown by our unlikely friendship as I am. I know I'm still attracted to him, but I also like him, and I can't decide if that makes him more or less dangerous to me. He shrugs as if he's answering my thoughts, and I push the door open farther to let him pass me and walk in. He bends down to pick something up from the ground before he walks by me. I close the door and take him in, his back to me, standing in the middle of all my boxes in dark jeans and his white t-shirt and shell-top Adidas sneakers. You weren't lying about unpacking, he says, looking out into my apartment. I never do, I answer. It feels intimate, having him here. I'm not sure I'm prepared for Luca. I'll never make it out alive. He turns to where I'm still standing, back against the door, and glances at my chest. You need to put a shirt on. Your tits are distracting. and water is running. A boost of adrenaline shoots through my body and I jump. Oh shit, I left the shower running. I race past him into my bedroom and straight to the shower to turn it off. I reach for a towel to dry off my hand when Luca fills the space of my bathroom. I always thought it was a large space until now. Lift your arms. He holds a gray Columbia sweatshirt that was sitting on the chair in my living room. It's one I've had forever, since graduation. I look down at the top and back to him. I can dress myself, Luca. But his face remains serious. He nods but doesn't move or hand over the shirt. Lift. His voice is strained, as if he's struggling. It's the same way I feel. I can feel his struggle. Luca's eyes haven't left mine. This is him doing the right thing, for me and himself. I lift my arm slowly over my head, and he lines the hands up and slips the soft cotton over me and then over my head. I lower my arms when he pulls the fabric over my chest and looks into my eyes again. There's something about this that feels more intimate than anything else we've done. He's caring for me, not trying to fuck me or scandalize me. He wants to protect me from himself. Thank you, I whisper, wishing I could kiss him my thoughts instead of saying them. He just nods and steps back and out of my bathroom. I stay, needing to refocus. I don't know how long I've been in the bathroom. 5, 10 minutes. But I decide to treat him like any other friend and then have the uncomfortable talk. But when I walk around the corner, my feet stop moving. Everything stops because Luca King is in my kitchen unpacking the boxes. My boxes. The ones that he knows I can't. He looks over his shoulder and then points to the counter where there's a croissant and what looks like coffee. I look back to him, not knowing how to process what he's doing. He knows. He knows what these boxes mean to me. He knows how gutted I am at the goddamn thought of opening them. But here he is, unpacking them for me. I walk with slow steps to the counter and take the croissant in one hand and the coffee in the other, feeling so many emotions that I won't speak. I can't. I don't even know where to start. I look at him, knowing that I feel lost. He points to the chair a few feet behind me, and that's where I go to sit. I draw my legs up beside me and nestle into the oversized chair and watch him carefully and methodically lift glass after glass, placing them into the empty cupboards. We don't speak or say anything. I just watch him take care of me.
Chapter 11. Luca. I didn't plan to do this. Any of it. I came here to tell her that what happened last night would never happen again. To tell her to keep her mouth shut. I came here to make sure last night stayed in the past and forgotten. I didn't need the fucking headache. But now I'm dressing her and unpacking her boxes. The moment she opened the door, I knew that if she didn't put on a goddamn shirt that I would spend the immediate future finding justifications for fucking her in the doorway. And that I would also try and manipulate her as well. But when I walked in and saw the boxes, I remembered her words and everything changed. I wouldn't let myself manipulate her, so I did the only thing I could do. I grabbed a sweatshirt and put it on her. And now I'm doing this because I can't fuck her, love her, or be with her. But I can do this. And this is what she needs. We've sat in silence for over an hour. Every box in her kitchen has been checked off and unpacked, and she hasn't said a word from her chair. I grab the last box, smaller than the rest, and tear open the top. Inside the wrapped newspaper are 4 coffee mugs. They're all some various rendition of World's Best Dad. I look over my shoulder, knowing she's going to feel this, but I pull out each one and unwrap it fully from the paper. I take them to the sink, washing and drying the individual mugs. I make sure to wash them with care, as if the level of gentleness I treat the mugs is directly related to how I'll treat her feelings. When I look up, her eyes glisten, but she doesn't cry. I would expect nothing less from her. Always so strong. Her words catch me off guard and my eyes jump to her.
I got that one.
She points to a white mug with rainbow letters.
For my dad when I was 12. It was the same year my mom left us, and we were both going through it. You know, just real deep in the grief that she didn't want us.
She pushes her hair over her shoulder and takes a deep breath, lost in the memory.
Anyway, he always used to say, you can't have a rainbow without a little bit of rain. I was his rainbow.
She smiles.
It was always his way of saying that I was his gift. So I got him the cup with rainbow letters that year.
A stray tear escapes her eye, but she wipes it away faster than it descends. I don't say anything. I want to, but it all seems empty. All the nice words or promises things will get better seem like bullshit. I just give her a wink, because she needs to feel this. She needs to feel broken, to own it so she can move past it. I know. I've been right where she is. I had Dom to let me rage and pick me up. She has me. A thought pushes to the forefront of my mind and stills my hands as I load the cups into the cabinet. She has you. She's rooted herself inside of you, and you need to walk away. We continue like this for another hour, me unpacking and her remembering and telling me memories. My phone starts to go off like there's a 3-alarm fire, and she grabs it from where it's sitting next to her and looks at the screen.
Says Shelby.
She holds it out to me, clearly uncomfortable that my wife is calling. I walk around the island and squat in front of Gretchen, taking the phone and hitting ignore. Don't do that. Don't look like that. Don't. Her expression is tight. She's feeling ashamed or regretful, and I fucking hate it. Gretchen, look at me. Her eyes meet mine. Nothing happened. We can be friends. You might be the best friend I've had in some time. I know it's tricky, but don't tap out. Not yet. Her hand reaches out, gently gripping the front of my hair, and I smile.
Luca, what am I going to do with you? This friendship is a disaster waiting to happen.
Maybe. But it keeps me from losing my mind. And right now I feel like we're exactly what the other needs. I answer honestly. She lets go of my hair and I run my fingers through it, watching her thoughts play across her face. She's considering every word. I hate that I can't hear all of them. I want her to agree to our friendship because I'm not ready to really walk away. I'm greedy and selfish. I want her, and right now I'll take her any way I can.
All right, friends. But no touching or flirting or anything inappropriate. Don't make me hate you because today you are pretty fucking amazing. Thank you.
For? I ask honestly.
My boxes, my memories, my peace of mind. I haven't had that in a while, so thanks.
I just nod and stand back up. I need a breath because if I'm not careful, I'll never leave her side. I have to go. I need to call Shelby back. I look down at my phone, feeling the tension start to build at the mention of my wife. I don't want that here, in this space.
Sounds like a fun time.
Her voice is sarcastic, like she understands what I'm about to deal with. I look at her apologetically, unable to say what I want. but I'm met with understanding eyes. Gretchen hears what I mean, not just what I say. Always. You coming to dinner tonight? I ask over my shoulder as I walk toward her door. I'm cooking it, she laughs, and I turn back around. What? You cook? I can't help my surprise. This was unexpected. Yes, I do. See you, Luca. She smiles and gives me a small wave, getting up from her chair and disappearing into her bedroom. I want to follow her and make sure she's okay, but I don't. I let myself out, texting her to lock her door and walk down the hall. My phone hasn't stopped buzzing since Shelby called the first time, but she can wait until I'm in my car. I head out of the building and jump into my black SUV. I gave George the day off, opting to drive myself. Truth is, I didn't want anyone to know where I was going today. My phone rings again and I connect it through the car. What the hell, Luca? Shelby's voice carries through the car. I've missed your voice. My voice is saturated in sarcasm. Well, you get to hear it in person. I'm back. I want to talk. I switch lanes, rolling my eyes. No. What? I said I want to talk. Isn't that what you wanted? For me to listen to you? Everything about the way she whines fills me with disgust. The time for listening has passed, sweetheart. No, I want to punish you for your stupidity. That won't require conversation. The ice in my voice leaves her end silent. I'd almost forgotten about Shelby. Not completely. She's been there in the back of my mind. But hearing her makes me feel just how ugly our vow was. She's an opportunist who took advantage of my kindness and made a mockery of an idea I had begun to think was possible. My hate for her comes from the destruction she wielded on my hope. I'd let the idea go, let it die along with my youth, and then she gave me Ella, asking me for promises and love. I couldn't give her love, but I gave her loyalty, and all the while she was counting her gold. Luca, come home, and I'll let you punish me any way you'd like. The desire in her voice makes me sick. She makes me sick. It's pathetic that you would use your body as a bargaining tool, especially with me. You don't have any value. I stop at a red light, willing it to turn green. I could make you feel good again. Trust me. Jesus, this is the mother of my child. Sweetheart, you couldn't pay me enough to let you suck my dick, let alone put it inside of you. I bite out viciously. Fuck you, Luca, she bites back. No means no, Shelby. Stop begging. That's not a turn-on for me. But I'll tell you what you can do. You can go and pack a suitcase and get the fuck out of my house. And I hope you were smart enough to stow away some cash, because your access to the bank has been rescinded. The light turns green and I'm a block from the house. I wanted to be sure I was close before I told her to leave. Shelby's voice is laced with threat. Don't do this. You may not like what I do. I know what you love, and I'll take it away from you. There she is, the snake I know. You would use Ella. You barely know your daughter, Shelby. I'm amused that she thinks I would ever feel threatened by her. But you would try and take her. That's what you're saying, isn't it? That's exactly what I'm saying. I have options. Men who would be happy to house me and my poor, abandoned daughter. I would bury her if she ever tried to take my child. I would put her 6 deep-ass feet under, and it looks as if Shelby's forgotten who she's married to. Be careful who you go to war with, Shelby. I never make empty promises, I warn. Neither does he, so I guess you'll know how to play his game. Bye, Luca. You pushed me to do this. So, she has a powerful friend. Shelby's got a plan B. She hangs up and I pull around the corner, tires screeching. I jerk the car into park in front of the house and barrel out through the doors, calling her name. Shelby! Rose comes from around the corner with Ella on her hip, looking at me in surprise. Where's Shelby? I ask, trying to keep my voice calm, not wanting to scare Ella. Rose points upstairs and I take 2 steps at a time until I reach the top and walk down the hall, only to stop in the doorway of my bedroom. Shelby is speaking on her cell phone in hushed tones. Her eyes widen the moment she sees me.
I have to go. I know,
she says before hanging up the call. That must be her savior. I hope he's ready for what will happen to them. She swallows, nervous that we're face to face now. Not happy to see me, wife. She starts to back away as if she's afraid I'll hurt her, but I walk past and into the closet, grabbing the nearest bag, unzipping it and pulling it wide open. I go to her side of my closet and begin to rip her clothes off the hangers, throwing them and stuffing them inside. I walk back out and toss her the bag, watching her stumble back a few steps as she catches it. I didn't get everything, but a girl like Shelby spends most of her time on her back, so she won't need much. Get the fuck out of my house. My jaw tenses from the need for my restraint.
Luca, how can you throw me out onto the streets? I'm your wife.
She sounds sincere, as if she didn't think I would do this. I want her to cry. I want to hear her beg just so I can say no. Say that I hate her again and again. Scared your fuck toy won't have a spare room.
Please, Luca, I'm sorry.
Her voice is a measured lie. She knows it, and I know it. You aren't anything, Shelby. I walk toward her slowly. You aren't mine. You aren't his. I reach a finger under her chin and tilt it up to my face. You're just an empty fucking space that men fill when they have nothing better to do. Her expression changes from contrite to contempt, and I smile. Shelby spits in my face.
I hate you.
I step back and wipe away her hatred, laughing. Not more than I hate you, baby.
I want a fucking divorce,
she screams at me as she turns to leave. I grab the bag she's holding and pull her close to me again, whispering my promise into her ear. Never. I'm going to ruin you. I hope he loves you, and I hope you love him, because you'll never get to be together. That's my wedding gift to you, bride.
You're the cruelest person I've ever known.
She rips her bag from my hands and runs to the door. This is what happens when you play games with dangerous men, Shelby. You invite monsters into your life.
Chapter 12. Gretchen. I barely made it here. Sorry, traffic was a nightmare. I breathe out, coming to a stop on the top step of the entrance to Drew's home. Hi, I say in an exhale. She smiles at my flustered demeanor from the doorway. What can I do? Drew asks. So I hand her a bag from my hand and follow her lead into her kitchen. Setting the bag on the island, she turns and looks at me for direction. Give me a glass of wine and keep me company? I say with a smile. On it. Drew walks to their oversized refrigerator and pulls out a bottle of wine, then grabs a glass from the cabinet and pours. I put the rest of the bags down and start unpacking everything. What are we having, Chef? She jokes, handing me a glass of chilled white wine. I take a sip, letting my nerves settle. They kicked in halfway to Drew's. This feels like a date, even though other people are around. The reality of what was really happening in my own head rattles me. I'm here for him, to be around him. He's not mine, but I've claimed him, and I'm not so sure I'm giving him back. I'm making chicken parm, a little pasta, a little salad, a little this, a little that. I do a tiny dance as I speak, and she laughs at me. Perfect. Everyone should be here soon, she remarks, pulling some gorgeously plated hors d'oeuvres from the refrigerator. Restaurant? I grin to her. Duh. It's so nice to be back here in this place with Drew. I feel as if I've been on autopilot, but now this feels like I'm present. I'm lucky to have her, even though I've been warring with myself all day about what I'm going to say to her about Luca. I've never kept anything from Drew, and if I start now, that just means that what he and I are doing is wrong. You seem happy. Like, actually happy today. Drew smiles, taking a sip of her wine. I am. It's nice not to cringe at every happy moment. This feels oddly cathartic. I grin. What's changed? Just in the last few weeks, because you're brighter. She leans onto the island and stares at me. I hate it when she does this. She wants to pry, question, and irritate the living shit out of me until she gets answers. I don't want to give her answers. Is there a guy? Oh shit. Her words are like fireworks. She literally explodes with excitement, rounding the island to get closer to my face. A face that I can feel heat starting to spread across. Will you stop? Go away. Leave me alone to cook. I try to shoo her. There is! She practically screams. I lift my spatula at her and pretend to swat her face. Spill it, G, she begs. There isn't any guy. I just had a conversation with a friend, and it made me look at stuff from a new perspective. That's all. I can't even look at her while I tell my little white lie. I hear the front door open and then commotion. Nuh-uh, she says, pointing a finger at me. You're lying. She never lies. Luca's voice comes from behind Drew, and I smile at the pan in front of me, waiting for a moment before I look at him. Drew spins around, clapping her hands together and reaching for the small bundle Luca is holding, asleep on his shoulder. Give me that baby. I'll keep her sleeping, Drew promises. He nods, handing her over and giving a peck to Drew's temple to say hello as he walks past her to me. He stands almost too close, making my breathing accelerate. Hi, gorgeous. His voice is too low to be heard over the commotion. He leans in over the sauce I'm cooking and smiles. Smells almost as good as you. I hold up my spatula as a warning and narrow my eyes. Get out of here. You're flirting. Luca laughs and walks over to the couch where Drew has made herself comfortable holding Ella. I hate that my eyes follow him. Dominic walks into the room and my gaze jumps to him, and he raises his eyebrows. I look away quickly and stir the sauce, embarrassed at being caught. Looks amazing, G. Dante's voice surprises me. I didn't even see him come in. For such a huge guy, he's like a ninja. Thank you. It should be ready in an hour, I say over my shoulder, putting everything to a simmer. I turn around to meet Dante's face. Only he wasn't looking at my face. It was looking at my ass. Seriously? I'm not offended, just shocked that I got him. Sorry? He asks, grinning. His words a question, not an apology. He tilts his head and scrunches his nose. He's fucking adorable when he's embarrassed. I toss my dish towel at him. Why are you asking it? Yes, you should say sorry. I start to laugh and he just shrugs, completely unapologetic. You're such a pig, Dante. The woman is making us dinner. The least you can do is apologize for harassing her. Luca winks at me behind Dante as he joins us, making me smile. I look down and fidget with the plates on the counter to avoid my bashfulness. She knows it was a slip. I would never mess with this girl. I've seen her in action. She's a badass. Dante offers. And it brings back the memory of when I met him in the hospital waiting room, the night Luca was attacked. My eyes grow wide, hoping Luca doesn't catch on to what's been said. Luca looks between us, intrigued. I assumed you two met at Dom and Drew's wedding party. I hadn't realized Gretchen was at the hospital. Do tell, brother. My cheeks burn with embarrassment, deepened by Luca's pointed interest. He's staring at me, grinning like the devil, and I'm going to die. I start to nervously laugh, shaking my head at Dante's amusement. Don't you dare tell the story. I will kill you. Dead, done, gone. Luca lights up. That's all he needed to know, that this is something he wants to hear. I panic and yell over Dante's laughter. Oh my God, with the fishes, sleeping with them. Jesus, whatever that saying is, no. Dante's laugh fills the room at my threat, and Luca smacks the counter repeatedly. Oh no, don't clam up now, princess. You better spill, Dante. I giggle when Luca calls Dante princess because he's such a massive, tatted monster. Reaching across the counter, I pat it, calling for Dante's attention. Listen to me. Listen. Listen. I'm your friend, not him. Dante looks at Luca, who is like a dog with a bone, and at this point I can barely get my words out through my laughing. Dante, I swear to God, I will have baked goods delivered to you every day for the rest of your life if you don't tell this story. Luca waves his hand in front of my face to block out my pleading. I'm your blood, Dante. You would let a woman come between us? Luca manipulates. Oh, he's so sneaky. And it makes me laugh harder. I hate him. Dante looks back at me and shrugs. Sorry, beautiful, but he's my brother. A man has to have principles. I'm pretty sure my cheeks couldn't get any redder. I start to walk away, hoping to avoid the embarrassment, but Luca reaches over the counter and grabs my hand, forcing me in place. I laugh harder, trying to tug away. He wags his eyebrows. No way, Angel. You stay. I groan as Drew and Dom walk over to join in my humiliation, and I give in, sighing. I'd really thought I would keep this one all the way to my grave. The last thing I want to do is listen to Luca hearing all about my stupid crush on him. Drew bounces Ella on her hip. What's happening over here? You woke the baby and got her all revved up. She smiles, handing Ella to Luca. He lets my hand go and pulls the baby onto his lap. Welcome to my worst night ever, I explain. Dante is about to tell the story of how we met. Drew snorts a laugh and I giggle at her. Gross. Stop trying to stall. Let the man tell the story. Luca points Ella's finger at me as if she's the one saying it. For the next horrible few minutes, I listen to Dante retell how I met him in the hospital lobby, how Giovanni, Luca's uncle, tried to hit on me and I was thoroughly creeped out, and how I lied and said I was Shelby to get up to the room. Luca's eyes shine through the entire story, except at the mention of his uncle. His eyes grow darker then, even though his smile remains. If that wasn't bad enough, Drew chimes in and tells him how I barreled into the room, throwing my purse on poor George, Luca's driver, and announced I was there to steal Luca from his wife. Out of context, it seems insane, but that's the part he seems to like the most. Locking eyes with mine, he pretends to be shocked. He's never going to let me forget this. I interrupt to tell my side. It was not like that. I knew Drew was dealing with some real emotions and I wanted to be there for my friend. First, I'm a saint. Second, I saw an opening and I took it. I knew Shelby wasn't showing, so it seemed like the perfect cover. It's not until my words leave my mouth that I realize how careless they are as the room goes silent. I look directly at Luca. That was thoughtless. I'm sorry. I just knew about her absence. He winks at me. It's not a secret in this room who Shelby is. It's also not a secret that I'm not a fan of Wifey. He leans closer to the counter as if he's telling me a secret. They aren't either. It's okay. A laugh escapes my lips, and Drew pushes his shoulder gently, rolling her eyes. It's true. I wish you had stolen him, she jokes. Luca raises his eyebrows to me. I turn to check the food, escaping the awkward moment. Wanting a change of subject, I call over my shoulder. Drew, do you want to eat outside? You read my mind, she answers. And Dom comes around the counter to point me in the direction of the silverware, because I always open the wrong drawers. There are too many drawers in this kitchen. I'll help, Dom offers, and I smile in appreciation. He grabs most of the stuff we need, and I follow him out to the patio and begin to clear the table, accepting a towel from Drew to wipe it down when she joins me. Dom's voice fills the space. Gorgeous. Would you bring me a scotch? Absolutely. Drew pushes on her tiptoes and kisses him. I look away, not wanting to intrude on their moment. I love how he loves my friend. You can feel it. He's devoted to her. You want more wine? She asks me, and I nod. Drew walks inside the house, closing the door behind her, and I go back to clearing any dust off the table before we set it. I'm lost in my thought when Dominic clears his throat. Looking up, I smile. You okay? I laugh. Yeah, I want to say something, but I want to be sensitive. I can imagine you realize how difficult that can be for me. His face is worried. Someone so direct? I offer kindly. He laughs and agrees. That's one way to put it. Drew usually says, assholey. I shake the rag in my hand and stop what I'm doing to give him my full attention. Just spit it out. I'm a big girl. He crosses his arms, staring down at me. Okay. He takes a deep breath and exhales heavily. Luca doesn't know that he's in love with you. My eyes grow wide with his words. He doesn't realize he's fallen. But my brother looks at you like you're the only person in the room. I look down at my hands because I know he's seeing what I'm feeling. Luca makes me feel like I'm the only person in the room. But gee, his life is far more than just complicated. Dom continues. So if you aren't ready for the ride, jump off now. You wouldn't be doing anything wrong by choosing yourself. I learned that from another equally strong woman we both know. I look over my shoulder at Drew, who's laughing inside as she pours my wine. She walked away from Dom to make sure she was level-headed, and they were better for it. Maybe I should walk away before this becomes even more complicated. We're just friends, Dom. He's been there during some low points for me, and I've done the same for him. He doesn't love me. My answer leaves a bitter taste in my mouth because I realize as I say it, I wish Luca did love me. I said what I needed to. And just so you know, I'm Team Gretchen for life. He grins. I smile and look down, realizing I'm short a napkin, and then pat Dom on the shoulder. Have you always been such a softie? I'm going to tell everyone unless you go and round up another napkin. You got it. I have to protect my rep. He answers, passing his wife in the doorway and grabbing his drink from her. He dips his head again to kiss her forehead, and this time I stare at them, soaking in the beauty. Can I ever have that with Luca? My gaze drifts past my friend to where Luca is sitting inside, holding Ella. He looks at me and smiles. It's so easy and genuine, and I'm immediately filled with hope. Do you want help? Drew asks, now standing alone. Yes, that would be amazing. I need to check the food. I make my way to the kitchen as Drew finishes the table and check on the sauce and the chicken parmesan. I place my oven mitts on the counter and walk around to Luca, holding out my arms for Ella. She's the cutest version of Luca, all dark curls and beautiful hazel eyes. A little red bow set in place holding her hair off her forehead highlights her olive skin. She's so beautiful. Hello. Aren't you a stunner? I snuggle her in, inhaling the baby smell. Ella giggles a sweet baby laugh, so I stick my nose in her neck again and again, making her come undone with laughter. Dante is laughing next to me at the cuteness, and I hear Luca's deep laugh join the chorus. Her joy is addictive. I think she likes you. Luca's voice calls my attention. He takes a swig of his beer, staring at Ella and me. What's not to like? Ella grabs my earring, wanting to inspect it closely, and I tilt my head to let her. I've been asking the same question since we met. He takes another drink, and I watch the way his lips purse together after he pulls the bottle from them. The sheen on his bottom lip draws me in from being pulled into his mouth and released. I want to lean in and suck his bottom lip. My voice grows husky. You're flirting again. Or I'm thinking bad thoughts. The smirk on his face is arrogant. You're holding my child, looking sexy as fuck and making me want to kick everyone out. You're flirting. I reach out and take the bottle from his hand, bringing it to my mouth, wanting my lips to cover where his were and take a drink. Pulling it away, I swallow. This isn't your house. You can't kick anyone out. I hand the bottle back and walk away with Ella into the kitchen and turn off the burners. Dinner, I call out, and Ella laughs. Dante claps his hands together, and Dom tells Drew. But Luca doesn't move from his seat, where he hasn't taken his eyes off me. Everyone grabs a plate from outside and comes around to plate their food. Luca walks over to me, and Ella immediately reaches for him. What am I, chopped liver? Little traitor, I say with fake offense. I give her one last tickle before he takes her in one arm, his plate and beer in the other. Let me help, I laugh, and grab his plate along with my own and follow him outside. I place his plate next to where Dom put the high chair for Ella and start to walk around the table to sit next to Drew. Luca reaches out and grabs the wrist on my free hand. No, your place is next to me. Luca's words are firm, but his eyes are a question. My entire body lights up. It's the intention, the insinuation. It's the goddamn possession of the words that make me wish what Dom said earlier is actually true. Okay, I whisper, putting my plate down as he lets my wrist go. Everyone takes a seat, and Drew smirks at me from across the table, but I try not to read into it. Dante raises his glass, and we all follow. To family. Family. We all chime in, clinking glasses as Ella squeals with excitement. It's exactly how I imagined. Our table is adorned with wine buckets and pasta. Bulb lights are strung above, and laughter is echoing around in the green space. This is perfect. This is everything I've been missing. I was so afraid to let myself feel this again, and for nothing. It feels healing. Penny for your thoughts? Drew asks from across the table. Conversations are being had between the brothers, so I don't worry to tell her. I'm not spotlighted. I was so scared that moments like this would feel sad or make me sadder since my dad's death. But it's the opposite. And I'm just really grateful that Luca bullied me into coming. He brushes my hair behind my ear, and I turn and look at him as his fingers linger. I should have known he was listening. He's always listening. I know this moment is too intimate, too obvious. I can feel all the eyes on us, but I don't care. He makes me feel understood, and I don't want to hide that. Drew smiles, her words laced with insinuation. He's a good friend. I take a bite of my food. Calm down over there. Luca points his fork at Drew's giggling face. We're just friends. She won't budge. I almost choke on my food. Luca! Drew chastises and he smirks. Dante laughs next to her. Luca rolls his pasta on his fork. I'm kidding. I laugh and ask Dante about his newest tattoo, and the conversations ease into a rhythm around the table as we all begin to eat. You always know when you've nailed it because silence befalls the table as everyone eats. After a few moments, Dante groans. Donna, qualcuno ha bisogno di renderti a piedi, nudi incinta, e lasciarti in cucina. Woman, someone needs to make you barefoot and pregnant and leave you in the kitchen. Drew swats his arm and laughs along with the others. In English, for the non-Italian speaker, please? I ask, taking a bite of my chicken. You don't speak Italian? I assume since you and Drew went to school together, same major and all. Dom remarks. No, Drew left me for a whole semester abroad and I stayed at Columbia and learned the language of New York. Lots of FUs and forget about it. I laugh. Somebody translate what he said, please. Luca leans in with a mischievous grin. He said the food is divine, and you're an amazing cook. It feels like he's saying it, not Dante. It also feels like I'm being told a lie, so I raise an eyebrow in question. Drew starts to cough, and I look at her, surprised. Are you okay? I ask, and she gives me a thumbs up in answer while gulping down her water. I look back to Luca. You are lying, but I don't want to know, do I? No, Angel, you don't, he says, tossing his napkin at Dante, who hurtles back some choice words in Italian. I may not know what the words are, but seeing Drew's reaction means they're probably colorful. The laughter is compounding, and I watch Dom and Dante speak animatedly to one another. I can't help but smile. They really are very Italian. Luca leans in, his mouth close to mine. Un giorno passerò la mia lingua nel terno della tua coscia e morirò nelle labbra della tua fica. One day, I will run my tongue up the inside of your thigh, and I will die between the lips of your pussy. He pulls back and reaches for his beer, eyes on me. Even after he puts distance between us, goosebumps spread down my neck, where his warm breath touched. In English, please, I say quietly, hoping nobody is paying attention to us. He just shakes his head and grins. You won't tell me, I say, falling for his game. No, but if you're good, I might show you. I don't know what he said, but whatever it was, my gut says I want him to show me.
Chapter 13. Luca. Gretchen and Drew almost took my head off when I told them I was going to leave to put Ella down for the night at home. I expected as much from Drew. She always bullies me into letting her put Ella to sleep here. She even has a spare room for her with a crib. She and Dom have been secretly trying for a baby, so I know Ella is practice for her. Gretchen, however, was unexpected, but I was happily surprised at how sweet she is with Ella. I couldn't take my eyes off them earlier. Seeing Gretchen make her laugh was intoxicating. So, when she offered to help put Ella to sleep, something stirred inside of me. She's becoming more. And I sure as hell didn't anticipate more. I'm not even sure how to define it, but she's more than just someone I want to fuck. And I think about her more than someone I simply like. They've been upstairs now for a solid half hour, I say, trying to hide my worry. Dom raises his eyebrows in answer. He waves his hand dismissively, looking at the game on the television. Women have their methods. Best to stay out of it. I look at him like he's stupid. Neither of them know what they're doing. I'm going to go check on him. Shaking my head, I stand from the couch and walk down the hall. I sneak up the stairs quietly, making sure not to give myself away, and walk down the hallway, past 2 bedrooms to look through the door that's thankfully cracked. Gretchen's standing in front of the window with Ella, bathed in the moonlight. Seeing Gretchen with Ella tonight has left a tightness in my chest. She's not what I expected. Then again, she seems to be everything I need. The one thing I'm sure of, she keeps making it harder for me to honor our friend deal. Ella's little head is lying heavy on Gretchen's shoulder. She's already in a deep sleep, telling by the way her arms are dangling. I watch, feeling mixed emotions over how much desire I have to be standing here. Gretchen is swaying back and forth and singing. I can't quite make out the song, but it doesn't matter because the pain I feel is tearing me apart. It's regret. Regret over marrying Shelby. This is what Ella should have, not some dime-bag hooker that fucks for better opportunity. A soft voice comes from behind. Hey. I turn to see Drew standing behind me. She must have been in her room down the hall. Hey, I whisper back. I see worry in her eyes. Fuck. She's going to say something I won't like. I can feel it. Drew stares at me, hard and serious. You'll ruin her life and yours too. You know that, Luca. She walks to me, placing her hands on my arms. Don't bring your mess into what could be something beautiful between the two of you. She'll need you to be the one strong enough to walk away. My brows draw together, my irritation at her words growing inside of me. You want me to stay away from her? Is that what you're saying? My voice is gruff, giving away the dislike I have for what she said to me. Nobody can ever tell me to stay away from Gretchen, no matter how reasonable their words. Drew levels her eyes at me. No. I'm saying clean up your fucking mess before you break her heart, because she won't let you put it back together once you've figured your shit out. She pats my shoulder and gives me a nod. The girl is feisty. Consider me warned. I'm amused at her bravado as she walks past me back downstairs. I'm not surprised at Drew's strength. It takes a hell of a woman to put up with me and my brothers, but she handles Dom with ease and grace. The same way she just tried to handle me. But I don't need her to tell me what I already know. If I pull Gretchen further into my life, she'll never forgive me for breaking her. But I don't think I can stop myself. That's a lie. I don't want to. Because every time I see Gretchen play the role I wish she could play, it makes me greedier for her. I start to walk away, stopping at the top of the stairs. I know better than to stop. I need to keep walking. We said, just friends. But I want her despite the fact that I am unavailable. Walk down the fucking stairs, Luca. My stubborn feet won't move. I want to turn around, pull her from the room, tell her to stay away from me, beg her to wait for me, ruin her, exalt her. I'm at war with the most unworthy of opponents. My heart. God damn it. I grip the handles of the railing, wishing I could crush the metal. A noise from behind me pulls my attention. Luca. Gretchen's whisper is all it takes for me to break. I look over my shoulder to see her shadowed silhouette standing in the hallway. I can't say a word because I'm being driven by need. I feel an urgency I shouldn't explore, but I turn around anyway. No matter how hard I fight what I'm feeling, in the end, I'm too selfish. She stands, wide-eyed, the curiosity written all over her face. She wants to fix me, heal me, and it makes me angrier. I hate who I am through her eyes. I'm broken and hurt. I want to punish her for seeing me for who I am, for making everything I hide feel seen, for making me want to be better in her eyes. Walk away, Luca. Do you know what I can't stop thinking about? My voice is heavy with my intention. She shakes her head and her tongue darts out to lick her bottom lip. I take a predatory step forward, and her body tenses in reaction to my movement. The closer I get to her, the more determined I'll become to be inside of her. It's almost already too much to take with 10 feet between us. I take another slow step, and her breath hitches. She wants this. Us. No matter how hard she tries, she could never keep her desire a secret from me. Her body is already a pawn for me to do what I want. She knows it. I know it. Walk away, Luca. I lick my lips before speaking again. I can't stop thinking about last night. The way your skin felt against my fingertips. Will it be as soft against my lips? Her eyes dilate and her fingers are pushing into the sides of her legs. A slow grin spreads across my face. If I were to touch you between your legs, would you be wet, Angel? Would your pussy be ready for me? I'm close enough to see her face clearly now. She's beautiful. Everything about her is beautiful. Perfect. She glows even in the shadows. I let my eyes roam her body, taking in her breasts, the way they rise and fall with each of her breaths, the cinch of her waist that leads to heaven. My eyes drift down to her center, and a growl comes from my throat. I want to taste her, feel her wetness on my tongue. She's fucking divine, her entire body begging for attention. Walk the fuck away, Luca. I want to taste you. I'm lost in the thought. She swallows.
Luca, we said friends. You can't do that.
Her voice trails off at the end. She's turned on and not turning me away. She's giving in tonight. She just doesn't know it. My voice grows deep. I can, and I will. It's just a matter of when. I watch her body for a reaction. Her eyelashes blink rapidly a few times, and her lips are ever so slightly parted. She's drunk on my words. So you don't want this. I offer her an out, knowing she won't take it. She shakes her head again in answer. I reach up and trace her collarbone with my fingertip. Use your words, Gretchen. I want to hear you. She stands silent. Looks like her resolve is breaking down. Then she opens her beautiful mouth.
This shouldn't happen,
she breathes out. That's not what I asked, Angel. What do you want? I push.
You. But that's not something I get to have.
She takes a step to the side, and I do the same. Her breathing hitches, and her nipples pebble through her top. My eyes dart down to the hard buds and back to her face. This is unexpected. Does that turn you on? Do you like the chase? My entire body is lit up, intrigued, amazed, and turned the fuck on. She's perfect. Gretchen doesn't say a word. She licks her lips and her chest begins to move rapidly with her breathing. My angel is seriously turned on. She takes another step and I mirror her, and a soft moan escapes her lips. My girl is dirty, just the way I like it. All you have to do is tell me no, Angel. This is your game, but I sure as fuck want to play. This woman speaks to the basest, most primal pieces inside of me because I love the catch. Her eyes grow wide, and she bites down on her bottom lip. My hands reach for her waist, but she steps back quickly out of my reach, a tiny smile gracing her lips. Her eyes are wild with her challenge. My eyes burn into her, and I feel like an animal. I'm going to hunt her down and fuck her like the beast she wants. I begin to stalk toward her as she walks backward. She turns to take the corner, and I take 3 large steps, reaching out and grabbing her, twirling her back up against the wall. Gotcha, I whisper into the skin on her delicate neck. She moans out her permission.
So, what are you going to do about it?
My mouth comes crashing down on hers, our tongues exploring as my hands do the same. We're frenzied and impassioned, all heat and desire. I know she hates that she wants this as bad as I do, but she never had a choice. I wasn't giving her one. I was determined to wear down her resolve. My hands roam her body, and small moans fill my mouth as she grips my hair, tugging me in closer. I can't get enough of her. I can't get close enough, connected enough. I grab her wrists roughly and throw her hands up against the wall, locking her in place. Pulling back, I lock eyes with her. My voice is deep, almost angry. Do you remember what I said? What I warned? I don't need to explain my question. She knows what I mean. I dip my head and suck her nipple through her shirt, hard, letting it go with a pop. Her voice stutters.
Yes.
Tell me, Gretchen. Her eyes lock to mine as I push my thigh in between her legs and lean against her center. Her body rocks into the pressure.
You won't be there to console me when I feel ashamed,
she says breathlessly, enjoying the sensations on her clit. I nod slowly, affirming what she said back to me. Her body grinds against my leg. The small, needy mules escape her mouth. I won't be there. I'll walk away. I know I'm a monster, and so does she, because I've given her more than most of my life. A warning. I pull my leg away, leaving her breathless and squirming. God damn, she's beautiful. Everything I'd hoped she'd be. And suddenly I'm unsure. I'm worried what I'll turn her into. She tugs against my hands and my eyes look to hers again. She tries to pull forward.
It's okay, Luca. I don't feel ashamed. You don't make me ashamed.
My eyes search hers. What I feel for this woman makes me want to break shit. Destroy it because she has a hold on me. And no matter how much I want to satisfy some primal need, all I really want is to worship her. She makes me feel weak for her. I let go of her wrists and grip her face with both hands, turning her away from the wall, and walk her back a few steps. My breath ragged from my emotion, I make a guttural sound from the pain I feel, knowing that what I'm about to do will cause her fall from grace. How do I condemn an angel to hell? I run my thumb over her bottom lip, and her hands squeeze my wrists as we look at each other. No words, just understanding. Our first kiss satisfied the craving, but it wasn't the most dangerous. It wasn't even the one that makes what's happening between us a sin. Forgive me, I whisper as I lean down and bring my lips to hers softly, and she parts them, letting me kiss her again, slower this time, reverent. This kiss, this one, this is my true infidelity, because it contains my heart. We're lost in each other when I hear, "Luca," whispered loudly by Dante. He's coming up the stairs. Gretchen's hands push against my chest and shove hard as she squirms away from me. My knee-jerk reaction is to reach for her and pull her back to me. But she's already 4 steps ahead, smoothing her hair. I follow her toward Dante's voice, seeing his ugly mug pop up as he reaches the top of the stairs. I grab Gretchen's elbow, pulling her to a stop and spin her around to look at me. Looking over her shoulder, I hold up a hand to Dante. "I'll be down in a minute." He nods and turns back around, then disappears, like the bubble Gretchen and I were wrapped in. I can feel it, reality crashing in, bringing with it complications and excuses. She's going to run from me, from what's happening between us. She takes a deep breath and says the words I don't want to hear, not after I kissed her with everything inside of me.
Luca, this was a mistake. We can't. I won't. I'm saying no.
Her eyes are sorrowful as she backs up and turns down the stairs. Fuck. Hey, Dick, snap out of it. Dante snaps his fingers in front of my face and I blink over at him. What? I shrug, irritated at being caught in my daydream. The minute I came downstairs, Gretchen had already said her goodbyes and was headed out the door. And I have been sitting here drowning my sorrows outside with my brothers. Answer my question, he says, amused, and I laugh because I don't know what the hell he's asked. What question? I look between him and Dom and they both laugh too. Jesus, Luca. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were hung up on a woman. Dante's face is too inquisitive. It's the dreamy expression. Dom nods to Dante. Dante puts his hand on his heart. And the way he writes her name with little hearts in his notebook. Fuck you both. I push Dom's shoulder sideways. Asshole brothers. You sure you know what you're doing with this woman? Are you sure things are over between you and Shelby? Dante questions. He knows the least about what's going on. Having only met Dante a few months ago, sometimes I'm forgetful about including him in my life. I have no loyalty or obligation to Shelby, but I'm not divorcing her just yet, I say, taking another sip of my scotch. I know you, Luca, and I know you won't let Shelby go without taking a pound of flesh, but there are complications. My brow furrows at Dom's words, and I lean in. Dom nods to Dante, giving him the okay to say what he needs to. Shelby's been hanging around in places she shouldn't, with people she shouldn't. They know she's your wife, and they'll use her to get to you. To get to all of us. Interesting. Shelby's been locking down her plan B with someone she thinks can take me on. Someone that's family. When were the two of you going to tell me this? I question, irritated they've been keeping this from me. We're telling you now, Dante says levelly. I take a deep breath and look up to the sky. Well, it looks like she just made this little arrangement of ours more interesting. Find out who she's in bed with. I'll be happy to add his name next to hers on my list. Dom shakes his head. This ends badly, Luca, but I think you already know that. I do, I answer honestly. There's only one way for me and Shelby to end, and none of those ways are amicable. But I'll never let this bullshit touch any of you. Why bother with her? Dante questions. Just cut her loose. Who cares if she's fucked half of Chicago? My hand curls around my glass with enough force to shatter it, and my jaw tenses. Every sin needs a goddamn penance. She doesn't get absolution because I don't love her. I throw the rest of my drink back. I gave her a place in my goddamn bed, in my fucking life. And what she did made a mockery of that. Leaning back into my chair, my voice is calm and deadly. I don't forgive or forget, so she'll pay a price. A price as high as I did. As high as Ella will. It's not good enough to be sorry. I don't want sorrow. I want to take away her hope.
Chapter 14. Gretchen. Holy shit. Is all that's going through my mind as I walk down the stairs. I have way too many questions holding court in my brain. The first being, what the fuck did I just do? Because I think the answer is, I almost did Luca. He has me spinning in circles. It's like his lips left an imprint on mine, and I can't stop tracing my fingers across them, reliving the memory. Holy shit. I let him chase me. Fuck, that was erotic. It's as if everything he's made of was made for me. I've never done that with anyone. but I've always wanted to. It's just not something you bring up on a first date, or ever, really. I've always tucked it away in a box in the fantasy section of my brain. But Luca seems to have a key. I grab my purse and walk to Drew. Hey, I'm so tired, I'm going to bail, but thank you for tonight. She hugs me and looks at my face. She seems concerned, but I ignore her and wave goodbye to the guys through the window. Drew gives me one more hug, and then we walk to the door just as Luca walks down the stairs. I don't look at him. Instead, I rummage around in my purse for my phone, pretending to pass him without noticing his eyes on me. Call me tomorrow? Drew asks. Yeah. I pull open the door and shut it behind me, inhaling the night air like I'm being cleansed. My phone immediately starts to buzz, and I look at the screen to see Drew's name. Hey, did I forget something? I'm literally outside your door. I'm half expecting for the line to be dead like she accidentally called me. Nope, but let's talk. Shit. She knows something. What's up? My voice is as distracted as I feel while I make my way to my car and hop in. When did you and Luca become friends? I can't remember you mentioning it. Fuck. Detective Drew Matthews is on the case. Am I being interrogated? Recently, actually. We started talking before his accident. We conspired a few times to get you and Dom back together, but it wasn't until after the accident that we just kind of fell into conversation. I can't help but feel like I'm being judged. I'm pretty sure that's my guilty conscience. Are you sleeping with Luca? She blurts out. I start to panic and laughter falls from my lips. What's funny? The serious tone in her voice makes me laugh harder. This is all so crazy that if I don't laugh, I'll go insane. I take a deep, calming breath. Tact, Drew? What the hell kind of question is that? An honest one, she answers flatly. Don't take me wrong, I'm not judging, at all. But his life is more than just complicated. You're my best friend. I want to make sure you're okay, babe. I'll pound him if he hurts you. I hold the wheel tightly as I pull into traffic, the call on speaker. I love you. Thank you. She's always got my back. No, I'm not sleeping with Luca. But we kissed. She sucks in a breath and I roll my eyes at her. She may have a heart attack if I tell her I rode his leg like I was in the rodeo and let him chase me down like prey. Instead, I tell her my real issue. I wish I regretted it, but I don't. And I have no idea where to go from here because the man is off limits to me. My feelings just seem to be betraying me at every turn. Silence stretches through the speaker, and then she breathes out. Well, damn. Yeah, agreed. Solve my life's problems in this car ride so I can actually sleep tonight? I answer, running my fingers through my hair while sitting at a red light. She laughs. You want to know what I know so you can have some of the facts to help you decide? Is she kidding? Hell yes! How is that even a question? I look at the phone system in my car, dumbfounded by her thinking that's even a question. For the next 15 minutes of my drive, Drew tells me Luca's whole story. How he met Shelby at church, the sex club, during a wild night and married her months later after she showed up pregnant. She tells me how hard trust is for Luca because so much of his life has been ripped from him. From his parents' death to whatever mysterious fallout happened with his uncle. She says that Dominic always worries and hopes that Luca will lead a life that's not as complicated as his own. I understand that to mean a life away from their mafia ties. All of what she says takes up space inside of me, as if his sadness is my own. I get it. I understand how all the disappointments compound until you start to expect them. but they always sting. It doesn't matter that he thinks he sees them coming. He'll always have the wind knocked out of him each time it happens. He's hurting, but this man is the definition of complicated. I interrupt Drew as I park my car and get out in the garage of my apartment building. What's his deal with Shelby now? It's clear something's happened. I don't believe he's a guy that just cheats on his unsuspecting happy wife. Oh, something happened. And no, Luca is the most stand-up, loyal man I know besides Dominic. Gretchen, Shelby's been cheating on him. Now, cheating isn't the right word. She's fucked all of Chicago because Luca was just a meal ticket for her. I call the elevator from my floor, listening to what Drew's saying. He only gave in to marrying her. It was never his idea. He tried for Ella and devoted himself to try to fall in love with the mother of his child. He allowed himself to be vulnerable, and she rubbed his nose in it. My free hand fists my side. I want to gut her for this. I can't believe someone could be so terrible as to manipulate another person that way. But what really makes me sick is how she used Ella. Does she even spend time with her kid? The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. This topic is sensitive to me. I don't really want to welcome Ella into the "my mom doesn't give a shit" club. Drew's voice grows somber. No, G. She barely knows her. It was clear to Dom way before Luca caught on. That's what's so heartbreaking. I swear I saw a light go out inside of Luca when he found everything out at the hospital. When Luca was attacked, Shelby was on vacation and refused to come back right away. When she did, she immediately consulted the lawyers and wouldn't let anyone bring Ella to see Luca. I was unfortunately privy to that information, being that I was in the room most of the 2 days Luca was unconscious, with Drew. That stupid fucking bitch. She better pray I never see her. I've never felt the kind of hatred for a person as I do right now. I pull out my house key, now that I'm on my floor, and unlock my front door. Same. Drew agrees. But I don't think that will be a problem, because Luca told Dom earlier that he kicked her out. I turn on my lights and toss my purse on the first available stack of boxes. Out, out. I toe off my shoes and push them next to the couch as I walk to the fridge for water. I guess I didn't ask. I'll kill her for not asking. I open the cabinet next to the fridge, grab the first available mug, and begin to fill it with water. Wow, I don't know what to say. She sighs dramatically. Have I given you more reason to try and steal him right out from under her? I don't answer right away. Instead, I look down at the mug that says "World's Best Dad" and remember this morning. The man is such a force, so strong-willed and unforgiving, pushy and too honest. But he's also tender, and when he shines his light on me, I feel special, seen and cared for. I don't take my eyes from the mug as I answer. I can't steal what already belongs to me. He does. He belongs to me in so many ways. But I won't play second fiddle either. He needs to be mine, free of Shelby. God, this day has stretched on for what seems like forever. And to make matters worse, I have a difficult client that's been up my ass about the branding choices for their product. But no matter what's being thrown my way, my head is still in the clouds over that damn kiss. I'd hoped a good night's sleep would help clear my mind, but it's done the opposite. All I've thought about is Luca all day. He's taken up residence as priority thought number 1. It was just a kiss and some really hot foreplay, but I need to get over it. My brain doesn't seem to want to cooperate. My cell phone rings again, and I hit the speaker. This is Gretchen. Blair's voice fills the space. Hey, what's up with these assholes and their shave kits? Ugh. Difficult clients are the absolute worst part of my job. I groan. No, they haven't made it all the way to you to complain, have they? I'm so irritated. They came in last minute this morning requesting a complete overhaul to the brand, but they want everything today. New logos, new taglines, all of it. It's fucking ridiculous and I'm losing patience. Drew and I both agree that you should take a hard line with them. Don't roll over. We know what will work. They're amateurs and nobody's got time for their mansplaining. Fuck that. I love this girl. I'm nodding even though she can't see me. Exactly. That's the plan, but it's nice to have a posse. Of the three of us, I'm known for my more aggressive approach with clients. I hear Blair sigh. So, what else is new? Too much to tell, I think to myself. I feel like we haven't spoken in forever. You dodged a bullet Saturday with nice guy Philip and his douchebag cousin Josh. I wait for her to answer, but she's quiet. Too quiet. So I went to church, she says in a rushed voice and pauses. I stare at my phone, wondering how this is news. I didn't think Blair was religious, but she must need to talk about it because my gossip was so much juicier and she didn't even bite. Wow, I mean, a spiritual journey is cool. I didn't realize you were very religious, I reply, not really knowing what to say. No, church. Church, Gretchen. You're slow to the draw here, buddy. Oh, definitely a different meaning. Oh, shit. I lower my voice to a whisper. Like the sex club tie you up and whip you, church? I still laugh at the idea that Drew met Dom there. The one and only. I can't stop giggling. It's so immature, but her BDSM story 100% beats my douchebag cousin story. When she doesn't continue, I say, I'm waiting. Everything. All of it. Now. She laughs. Drinks this weekend. This is an in-person conversation. Let's just say, I highly recommend the rooms downstairs. Oh my. A thought dawns on me and pops out of my mouth. Oh my God, does Drew know? Who do you think gave me a key? I can't help but suck in a shocked breath. You have secrets. You're all dead to me, I state dryly, and she cackles because she's a witch. Ciao, lovely. She answers to my threat. Bye, ho. I hang up the phone in shock. I know Blair is adventurous, and she very rarely has any boundaries. She's like the Samantha of the group, which is why I adore her. She'll never give anyone permission to judge her. Her life on her terms. I've never met anyone more authentic. So, I'm positive whatever she has to tell me will be epic. I grab my phone and send a text to Drew with an emoji of a key and a shocked face. She responds with the shrug emoji and laughing faces, and I laugh along with it. My office speaker buzzes and my assistant's voice rings through. Miss Andrews, you have the shave kit rep here for you? Jesus, these guys are really irritating the hell out of me. Send him in. My door opens and I stand and walk around my desk to shake his hand. Mr. Wells, it's nice to see you. But he just looks at my hand and then back to me. I'll shake your hand when you give me the news I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. I motion for him to take a seat and he accepts, sitting down. I walk to the desk's edge and rest my bottom against it, crossing my arms and looking down at him. What exactly can I do for you today? My voice is stern. I want him to hear my dismay with his presence. I want to see results. I'm getting the run around here, and I'm happy to take my business elsewhere. Empty threats. So take it. We don't need your business. I'll have the contract dissolution papers drawn today. If that's all, I have a meeting. You can see yourself out. I begin to walk back around the desk, catching Luca's smiling face in my doorway. My eyes falter. But I'm in the middle of negotiations, so I don't misstep. Gretchen, please, you know that's not what I want. I just need the best you can give me, Wells pleads. My name is Ms. Andrews. Please don't overstep. Mr. Wells, we've given you a comprehensive and effective branding and marketing package. And frankly, I don't tell you how to make razors. You shouldn't tell me how to sell them. Stay in your own lane if you want a successful partnership. Yes, this is what a spanking feels like, buddy. His face is stoic, but I can feel his embarrassment. Understood. He thought he was going to come in here and bulldoze me. Wrong girl. Now, if there isn't anything more, we will be laying out the package next week as planned, and then you can celebrate your company becoming relevant. Sound good? He nods. Yes, I apologize for interrupting your day, Ms. Andrews. I smile. I always have time for a new client. Let me walk you to the door. I hold my arm open to the door and he joins me, looking aptly contrite for his stupidity. When I get to the door, Luca is standing off to the side and Mr. Wells stops. Is that Luca King? I forget he's kind of a big deal in the business world. He's an even bigger deal to my lips. Yes, he's a client. I wink conspiratorially, lying through my teeth, and I hear Luca chuckle. I walk away from Mr. Wells and over to Luca, but ignore him and turn to my assistant. Keep it quiet for me for 20 minutes. She nods in understanding, and I look at Luca. I get a whole 20 minutes. It must be special. He smirks. No, I'm going to lunch. I answer disingenuously, and he holds up 2 white paper bags. Always one step ahead. He motions his head to my office and walks past me, letting himself inside. I can't help but chuckle and follow him in. You're a fucking shark, you know that? I was impressed. The look on his face makes me feel like he's proud of me, like he wants to brag about me. I like it. Too much. Well, thank you. I try. I hope for humble, but I know I'm damn good. Sit. Eat. He sets my food on the coffee table. Gladly. I'm always so hungry after I hand someone their ass. I say honestly, and he laughs again, sitting next to me. Luca leans in and wags his eyebrows. Blood in the water makes sharks hungry. Shut up. I start unpacking the deli sandwiches he's brought us. Opening my food, I take a bite and moan my appreciation. So delish, I mumble around a mouthful. Agreed, he says, looking me up and down unabashedly. My eyes grow wide at his audacity. Luca? What? Would you rather pretend I don't like what I see? Or do you just want to let me chase you in dark hallways and pretend that it didn't happen? I knew this was coming. I just hoped to get in another bite of my food. I place my sandwich down and look at him, wiping my hands on the napkin in my lap. We can't keep doing this. Last night was a huge complication. I know we said friends, but we both know that's not happening here. I don't want to be your dirty little secret. His gaze is so intense, as if he's angry I would label us as something dirty, but then shifts into amusement. You aren't a secret. Dirty and little? Yes, but not a secret. Bullshit. I take a drink of my soda and pick my sandwich back up. He shakes his head. Why do you do that? Push back against everything I say. I don't always push back, only when you aren't full of shit. Tell me something. Does Shelby know you're trying to date me? I challenge. He takes a deep breath in and grins, knowing he's lost. No, I didn't ask her permission. I kissed you because I wanted to, and I plan to do it again and as many times as you'll let me. What the fuck? And your wife? I look at him expectantly. hoping the reason in my question will highlight the insanity of what he's saying. Is still my wife. He answers dismissively, grabbing his soda to take a drink. I take it from his hand and place it back on the table. No, that's not okay. You don't ice me out, not me. You tell me how this situation is different, how I shouldn't feel like I'm committing to be someone's mistress. If he wants something with me, then there has to be a really damn good reason for me to act in a way I feel is wrong. I may have misstepped, but diving all the way in is completely different. He looks at me with that broody, beautiful face of his. It's complicated, Angel, but it has nothing to do with us. Can't you just give me that? No. We sit in a staring standoff. He's pissed, frustrated that I won't give, but I'm not budging. I just need some time, Gretchen. Give me time. Luca's voice is so sincere. It makes me hope for things I shouldn't. Okay, but we can't do this. Be in the same room, alone. We can't hang out right now, because it won't end well. I've already done some things I'm not proud of with you, and even with that knowledge, all I've been able to think about since you walked in is how your lips felt on mine. The last part slips out before I can stop it, and Luca's gaze focuses in on my lips. His voice is sexy and filled with all his dirty intentions, but his words are the opposite. Deal. No alone time. I'll be a Boy Scout. You can trust me. Such a liar. Nothing exists when he gets this way. I can't see outside of being his target, his prey. God, I want him to kiss me everywhere. My intercom buzzes and I jump in my seat at my assistant telling me my 20 is up. Saved by the fucking bell. I narrow my eyes at him, mad that I almost fell in again. Liar. Now clean up your mess and get out of my office. I'm very busy and incredibly important. I don't have time for you. I stand to walk away, but a deep growl and two large hands grip my waist, jerking me back onto his lap and causing me to let out a squeal. My hair flies across my face, and he brushes it away, his eyes serious and sexy as hell. Kiss me goodbye. No. Fuck, I want to. Bad. Luca ignores my answer and pulls me closer to his body. Kiss me. And make sure you mean it. It's the last one I get before I leave you alone. I won't say no. Not after yesterday. But how many yeses before I lose myself completely? Last kiss, I mouth. The side of his eyes crinkle from his smile. Sexy Luca is hard to ignore. But this Luca, the one asking for the kind of kiss that's filled with my heart, is the one I crave. So much so that I'm willing to make very poor choices. I lift my chin to meet his lips, parting slowly as we kiss softly. I wrap my arms around his neck as his fingers dig into my back, our kiss deepening, picking up pace. Our tongues dance together, making my body heat up. I hope he's going to honor walking away because I don't want this moment to end. The intercom buzzes again. Ms. Andrews, your 1 o'clock is here. Luca pulls away, yelling, Go the fuck away! Immediately returning to the kiss, and I laugh into his mouth. My senses returning, I pull away, wishing it could last forever. You need to go before I really cement myself as a homewrecker. I'll call you later, unless you want to fuck me later. I smack his arm, and he winks. I'm serious about the call, Angel. You don't get to take yourself away from me. If I can't see you, then we'll talk. He sets me next to him as he goes about clearing the table our lunch is cluttered on. I watch him care for me. I know that's what he's doing, showing me because he can't tell me. It's all too complicated. He tosses our garbage in the bin, pausing for a moment, keeping his eyes on the door. Qualunque cosa stia succedendo, tra di noi non è nulla che mi sia mai aspettato, ma non so come smettere di volere che ciò accada. Mi fai sentire debole, Gretchen, e non sono sicuro di cosa fare a riguardo. Whatever's happening between us is nothing I ever expected, but I don't know how to stop wanting it. You make me feel weak, Gretchen, and I'm not sure what to do about that. In English, Luca. I beam at him, loving this little game he started with me. He turns around but shakes his head. Not yet. Luca opens the door and walks out just as my assistant walks in with my next meeting.
Chapter 15. Luca. Not being in the same room is an inconvenience I'm not looking forward to, but I want Gretchen, wholly and completely, so I need to change my tactics. She's fucking incredible, and having a taste has made me crave her. My thoughts were about her last night before I fell asleep, and this morning when I woke up. Gretchen's running through my veins, but she needs to be patient because I have some unfinished business. I take a left out of the building, heading toward my office. Her building is only a few blocks from mine, and the walk helps to clear my mind. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I pull it out, seeing Mateo's name on the screen. "Hey man, what's up?" I answer. "What up, Luca? Just checking in. Last night was smooth as silk, and we have a dozen new applicants to vet." When I was hospitalized, Mateo took over my duties at church. It was beneficial for both him and his dad. The senior protzi asked for my assistance, and I gave it. "Send them to Dom. Liquor sales?" I ask, my voice clipped. "Fantastic. Your gig is easy. You sure you don't need me to stay on permanently? The thought of going back to the clubs for my dad makes me wish I'd taken up law rather than following in his footsteps." Mateo has a strained relationship with his father, and he hates the lifestyle too. We have that in common. I hate my uncle and this lifestyle more than anyone knows. "I'll talk to Dom," I reassure him. We've spoken about bringing him on. Neither of us has the time to devote to the club anymore. "Thanks, Luca. Oh, by the way, one of Drew's friends came in last night. She brought some jackass with her. They stayed for a while. We took care of the bill." Now I'm curious. "Good. Which friend?" I ask. "Blair. You ever meet her?" Mateo questions. A smile spreads across my face. Blair asked me question after question the night I met her at Dom's. It was a matter of time before she found her way into church. "Yeah, she was at the wedding party. She's fun," I say, amused at the information. He laughs when I say fun. "She's a fucking knockout. And holy shit, can her mouth—" Jesus H. "All right, enough. And keep your dick in your pants while you're on the job." At 33, Mateo is the youngest of the guys, but he makes sure not to act a day over 21. I suspect it's because he doesn't have a direction. I hope to provide him one with church. "Roger that, Dad," he jokes sarcastically. "Fuck you, son," I laugh. I round the corner to my office, tucking my phone back into my pocket, and head back to finish my day. The second half of my day blew by, and now I'm headed home to meet with some of the guys. Dom texted me earlier to say that we needed to meet. Told me he was rounding up the guys, minus Dante and Mateo, and would let himself into my house. I'm assuming this is unofficial King Enterprise business, since half the outfit will be present. We try never to mix the two worlds. George pulls up to the house, and I hop out as the engine dies and the garage begins to close. I didn't get a chance to ask him if he knew what Dom wanted, because I was on the phone with the lawyers closing up the deal for Charlie's on First. But he would be the one to ask, seeing as he does security for the both of us. "You know what this is about?" I ask him. "Not at all." His response is as clueless as I feel. I leave him behind and enter my home. "Have a good night, George. I say as he follows to head to his section of the house. I can hear the mess of them laughing in the living room, and the cheers get louder the closer I get. They must be watching the game. As I walk into the room, I see them all sitting or standing, eyes fixated on Ella, who is stacking blocks and knocking them over. Each time she knocks the tower down, they cheer. So much for a bunch of tough guys. Clearing my throat, I accept the drink Dom hands me. My voice raises enough for the group to hear. She's got you right where she wants you. My joke elicits laughter, and Rose scoops Ella up off the floor, telling her to wave bye-bye. A room full of the scariest, meanest, most criminal individuals are now fighting for who gets a hug and who's the favorite uncle. Unbelievable. Even the darkest men have a heart, I guess. Pull your shit together. Let's sit, I direct, and the room grows quieter. Everyone starts to file over to the dining table, but I take the opportunity to walk Ella and Rose upstairs so I can spend 5 minutes with my baby girl.
Mr. King, would you like me to read to her, just for tonight? Seeing as you have guests downstairs.
Rose was a real find. Smart, capable, and she fell in love with Ella. She's older, but I trust her with Ella's life, and she always knows when to stop listening. Yes, that would be great. I give Ella a kiss and snuggle her one more time. Sweet dreams. Daddy loves you most of all. I hand her over and make my way back down the stairs. I hear the shuffle of cards as soon as I hit the bottom step. It's been an unwritten rule for years now that any time we all convene to talk, we also play cards. I clap my hands together and rub them back and forth. Whose money am I taking tonight? Dom starts to laugh when Antonio groans because last game I took him for nearly $3,000. It was fucking amazing. He's so damn cheap that his agony brought me real pleasure. Oh, come on, Antonio. It's for a good cause, I dig. Fuck you. What cause? The Keep Luca Rich Foundation. I need a beer for this. He stands and walks to the bar. You know where they are, I say, patting Nico on the back as I take a seat at the table. The game starts and we all laugh and rib each other. But as hands are played, everyone grows more serious. Dom motions for a card. Let's get down to business. Luca, Shelby's been at the clubhouse, Nico starts. Ordinarily, I wouldn't give a shit about what some chick is doing, but this is different. He puts a chip out to raise. Vincenzo nods. Yeah, I don't know who she's with, but there are rumors. Talk that she's looking for people willing to take you on. Dom looks at me, and we exchange a silent understanding. She's becoming a real problem, not just something I'm acting out against. Antonio folds his hand of cards. She's not a problem yet, but it's heading that way. And Luca, whoever she's with has a no-touch order out. My jaw tenses because I know exactly what that means. She's being protected. If I were to try and get rid of Shelby permanently, that would be the same as declaring all-out war with the Chicago mob. And the brothers who sit at this table would have to choose. I look around the table at their faces, thinking of what could happen. Antonio, Nico, Vincenzo, Matteo, even Dante would all be forced into an impossible situation. Would they all choose my side? Have I earned their loyalty? More importantly, are they afraid of me? Just enough. I rub my jaw and put my palms on the table, stretching my arms straight, and look up at the ceiling. So, Shelby is making a play for someone she thinks is more powerful, but the question is, why? Why would she need to? To intimidate me into letting her go? Or is she after more? I ask to no one in particular. Ella? Vin throws out, grabbing 2 cards he's exchanged. No, she might try and use Ella as leverage, but she doesn't want her, I answer, still contemplating her move. I can't help but feel like I'm missing something. Nico waves off, raising his bet. But if it comes to that, you'll have a hard decision to make, Luca. I set my cards down and look at their faces, my gaze landing on each man. I'm not in the business of taking lives, fellas. Just keep your ears open and let me know what you hear. Thank you for always having my back. You know I've always returned the favor, And that doesn't stop now. We're family. I mean it. These men are like brothers to me, and I won't see them caught up in whatever my beloved wifey has planned for me. Looks like it's time to tighten her noose. I can speak for everyone here, Vincenzo says, that no matter what happens, this is our family, not the one our fathers have created. You will always have my loyalty, Luca. My choice, all our choices, were made for us as kids. They demanded our sacrifices, but now that I'm a man, I choose who I sit with. Questa è la nostra unica vera famiglia. This is our only true family. The others nod their approval, and Dom leans back in his chair, giving me a nod. The only way I plan to fuck you over, brother, is to take your money. He flips his cards to reveal 4 aces, and the entire table begins to swear and toss their cards down as I smile. The fellas stayed too long, like they always do, but it was a good night. I made out with $2,000 more of Antonio's money and even managed to have a good time despite the bullshit that clutters my thoughts. I check on Ella and then head to my room down the hall. I'm worn out, and all night I've been thinking about every angle, every move I can make to simplify the problem with Shelby. I need to find out what she wants because it's hard to believe it's just her freedom. And if that's what she's looking for, she's in for a rude awakening. I hate her for what she's done to me, but that's not the only driving influence for Shelby's suffering. No, it's what she's giving Ella. Ella will carry the burden of growing up knowing she was unwanted by her mother. And when my daughter wants to know what I did for her, how I tried to reason with her mother, stop Shelby from doing this to her, I'll be able to tell Ella that I couldn't stop Shelby, but that I did punish her.
Chapter 16. Gretchen. Tuesday. It's only Tuesday, but I need it to be Friday. This day will be the one that does me in. The only highlight is my text from Luca. He didn't call me last night like he said he would, but I was pretty happy about that. I could use some time to sit in my thoughts without him clouding my judgment. Luca. Sorry I missed our call last night. I got hung up until late. Me. It's not a big deal. I wasn't waiting by the phone. Luca. Ouch. Me. LOL. Luca. I thought about some things. I sent you something. Trust me, you'll need it. I just think enough's enough. Get to work. I sit and reread it. What the hell does this mean? Me. What? If that's supposed to make any sense, it doesn't. Luca. You'll see. Me. That's foreboding. Luca. You're costing me money, gorgeous. Call me tonight. I lean back into my office chair and mull over what he said. Enough's enough. I'll need it. What the hell did he get me? A knock at my door calls my attention. Come in. Ms. Andrews, a package for you. My assistant brings the rectangular-shaped box to my desk and sets it down. Thank you, I say, leaning in and pulling it toward me. The top has been scribbled on. It says, "Open me at home." I don't even hesitate shooting off a text to him. Me. What's in the box? Luca. Do you think I'm made of money and can afford these kinds of distractions? Me. Yes, now answer me. Luca. Go home early and find out. I set my phone aside, snarling at it. I can't go home early just to open a box. I open my drawer, looking for a pair of scissors so I can open the box. Bingo. I grab the steel pair and start slicing open the tape, then stop. I set them down and hit the intercom. Kate, what's on my calendar today from 3 on? Nothing, Miss Andrews. You're clear. Would you like me to schedule something for you? No. I think I'll go home early. I'm not feeling well. I answer, still staring at the box. I'm not sure why I'm listening. Maybe I like the game. Maybe I know what's inside the box is something I need. Whatever it is, I'm going to choose to trust him. Pushing the door open to my apartment, I'm excited. It's felt like Christmas all day, and I couldn't wait to get home and open this damn box. This better be good. If Luca gave me lingerie, I'll burn it. I grab my phone out of my purse and send Luca a text. Me, going in. My phone immediately rings. Hey, I answer, happy to hear his voice. Hi, Angel. So, you listened and you're home early. Is this a first for you? His voice is so sexy. I could listen to him recite the weather. Yes, definitely a first. I laugh. Happy to have assisted in popping your cherry. His mind lives in the damn gutter. I place the box on the coffee table and kick off my shoes, getting comfortable. It's the only one you're getting because I was slutty in high school. His laugh booms through the room, and it makes me smile. I can't wait to hear all the stories. Now open your gift. I do a little wiggle before sticking my finger where I'd sliced earlier and pull the top open, revealing a bottle of very expensive wine, which I pull out. Ooh la la, fancy wine for me. There's something else. His voice is cautious. I push the paper inside the box around and pull out a silver box cutter. Understanding floods my body, and I let out a long breath as I relax back into the couch. This is unexpected, and yet he always seems to know. He's right. It's time. Enough's enough. If I don't finish what I've emotionally started by making dinner the other night and beginning to live again, I'll revert right back to panic over these goddamn boxes. I don't say anything. And after a minute, Luca starts to speak. Here's the plan. You need to unpack. Get it all out and done before we can move forward. We're both getting our shit together so we can be in this thing for real. The way we should be, Angel. So I canceled my day because you don't want to be alone for this. I know. But I also know that you don't want me there in person because it's too tricky. So, I'm here. All night. On the phone with you for as long as needed, baby. But you have to stop pretending to live there. You need to actually move in, Angel. I need a drink first, I say nervously. I grab the bottle of wine he provided and go to the kitchen, grabbing the wine opener and popping the cork. I reach for a wine glass, but instead snatch Dad's favorite mug down and fill that. Seems fitting. I take a long gulp and set the mug down. Okay, let's do this thing. My voice is filled with a confidence I don't actually possess. Perfect. Now, tell me all the stories about how you had sleepovers and practiced kissing on your girlfriends. He isn't joking. It's wishful thinking. I walk to my room and put him on speaker. That only happened twice. Maybe 3 times. I tease, changing out of my work clothes into my favorite black leggings and a t-shirt. Are you fucking kidding me? He asks enthusiastically. I have to stifle a laugh at his excitement. Yes, I answer, then pause as he laughs. Well, maybe. His groan on the other end of the phone is exactly the kind of humorous distraction I need to get me going. Standing in front of the first box, I take the box cutter and slice through the tape. Luca, keep talking. Tell me something. Anything. Keep me moving. His voice immediately fills the room as I pull the top open on the first box and see a bunch of books. My dad loved books, and he taught me to love them too. I pull each one out, ignoring the background noise while I remember the times he read them to me and the times I read them myself. I kept 10 of my favorites. The rest I donated to the library. Tell me what you're looking at, Angel. My silence has gone on for too long. He's worried. I bring one of the hardcovers to my nose and inhale the smell of my memories. Books. My favorite books from his library. I hear Ella in the background and it makes me smile. Which one is your favorite? He asks, and I picture him holding Ella while he talks to me. The Secret Garden. Am I on speaker? I ask as I reach into the box, pulling that particular book out. Yes. Why? He questions. Can Ella hear me? I open the old book and smooth my hand over the page. She can. I don't know what possesses me to want to read the words on the page, the ones my dad read to me as a child. But I begin to read the first few lines aloud. As I read, I can hear Luca asking Ella if she likes what she's hearing. I only read a few pages, but my heart is so incredibly full. There's something about being able to share this memory with someone that made opening the box worth the initial sadness. For the next few hours, we sit on the phone as I unpack each box, some harder than others. We've been doing this for so long that I've unpacked through Luca feeding Ella dinner and putting her down for the night. At times, I was completely silent, and he filled the space with jokes and stories about how stupid his brothers are. And other times, I told him happy memories about something I'd found. And then there's this moment, the moment I didn't see coming. It's closure. I open the last box I have left and freeze. Shit. I'd forgotten about this one. When I moved in, I'd started unpacking, getting my closet done and most of my personal boxes opened. But the ones left were all the boxes I knew had my dad's things mixed in. Unpacking started as something to keep my mind off my grief. Then it became something that left me panicked. When I thought about what I would find and how I would feel, I couldn't handle it. So I buried my head in the sand. The whole night's been bumpy, sifting through old pictures and books. But it's also felt cathartic. Every empty box has been a weight off my shoulders. But right now, looking at what's in front of me, all the dread, all the deep, crippling, agonizing grief hits me all at once, and a sob escapes my mouth. He's really gone. My dad is really gone. I look around as the anguish rises inside my body. The boxes are done. There aren't any more. I don't have any more of him. I'll never know any more of him. He'll never like anything new or have some dad opinion about what color I choose to dye my hair. I'll never sit through any torturous conversations about golf and take for granted that if I don't call him back today, I can do it tomorrow. I'll never have anyone remind me that I am not alone when I can't see past that my mom didn't want me. Gretchen. I hear Luca, but I can't say anything. Angel, are you crying? Another sob, and I try and stop it by covering my mouth. My body shakes as the cries start and don't stop. I grip my mouth harder, wishing, pleading inside for the hurt to stop. But it doesn't relent. It won't stop. I bring my other hand up to cover my mouth as my feet bring me closer to the phone. Gretchen, answer me. Luca's voice booms through the phone. I reach to pick it up, the sound of my grief escaping from my lips. but I dropped the phone to the floor, unable to hold on due to my shaking hands. The floodgates open, and I drop to my knees, weeping, reaching into the box and pulling out my dad's sweater, the one he always wore, the one I cuddled up to and shed so many tears on when my mom left us, and the one he wore when we celebrated my acceptance to Columbia, and the one he was wearing the last day I made us family dinner. That was the last night I saw him alive. I pull the familiar fabric to my face and weep into it, rocking back and forth.
Chapter 17. Luca. All I hear are her tears. The goddamn phone is still on after what sounded like she dropped it. She's sobbing. Fuck. I didn't want this for her. This wasn't how I wanted her to feel. I knew it would be hard, but I've cast her deep into her own personal hell, and I have to bring her back. I stand from the couch and walk quickly to the intercom on the wall in the kitchen. I push the button for Rose's room. I apologize, Rose, but I have to go out. I don't explain further.
Not a problem, Mr. King. I'll go sit with Ella.
Thank you, Rose. I grab the keys from my office and burst through my garage, running to the car. Once I'm in my car, I barely wait for the garage to open enough before backing out and shooting onto the empty street. The car picked up the call the moment I turned it on, and no matter how many times I call her name, she doesn't answer me. So I stop and concentrate on weaving through traffic. I'm driving at speeds way too fast to be legal, but I'm driven by the need to get to her. I know it's not what she wants, but it's what she needs. Her sobs are like daggers to my heart, and I force myself to hear every single damn one. This is my fault, and I should suffer next to her. The minute I'm in front of her building, I throw the car into park and jump out, uncaring if I parked illegally or not. I race through her lobby doors and forego the elevator for the stairs, taking two at a time. The minute I get to her floor, I push through, not breaking my stride, and get to her door. My breath is ragged, and my adrenaline is shooting through the roof, but I try and calm myself, rapping my knuckles against the door softly. Gretchen, I'm here. Nothing. I pull the phone to my ear and the line is dead. What the fuck? Baby, open the door, I coax. I knock again. Angel, open the door. I'm here. Let me in, I plead. I can't hear anything. I push back off the frame and size the door up. I'll kick it in. Fuck it. My hands pull into fists, gathering the strength I'll need, when her lock sounds and the door cracks open, held back by the chain. I rush to the opening. Angel, open the door. I put my hand around the door through the opening. Her fingers brush mine on the other side. I can't. Her voice sounds destroyed. She sounds so fucking sad. I grip the door harder, wishing I could push it open, but I don't. I stand as close as I can, resting my head against it. Angel. I feel her wet cheek against my fingers and it kills me. I need to know you're okay. I'm so sorry I did this. Her face peeks through the opening and my head tips back, eyes closing at the agony of her tear-stained cheeks. Her voice is so determined. If I let you in, I'll fall into you and never make it back out. I love you for making me do this. It's just really fucking sad. But it's important to feel it. I'm not okay, but I will be. And I owe that to you. She's the strongest woman I've ever met. My heart aches at her words, and I make a fist on the door and pull back. I'm here. You know that. The strain in my voice gives away guilt for causing this. I do. But I don't want to dirty my hurt with regret. You know? I do know. And even if I didn't, I would move heaven and earth for this woman. I hate that I can't be there for her the way I want to be. I'm starting to wonder how long my hate and my need for retribution will rule over what I'm feeling for Gretchen. The door shuts slowly and I look down the hall to the right and then the left. It feels wrong to walk away. The only direction my mind will even comprehend leads directly to Gretchen. I can't leave her. It's not a choice. I feel tied to her. She's become a part of me, so deep that my breath is hers because she's what gives me life. I put my hand against the door and lower myself to the floor, leaning my back against it and resting my forearms on my knees. My head hangs, and I listen to her quiet cries through the door. I won't leave my girl alone. She'll never be alone again. I sit against the door, quietly listening to her until her tears finally stop. Luca? Her voice comes from behind the door. She must be sitting next to it too. I'm here, Angel. Her voice is hoarse but sweet. Thank you. Quando saremo vecchi e grigi, ti dirò che oggi e quando ho potuto che ti amavo. When we're old and gray, I'll tell you that today is when I knew I loved you. English, she sweetly requests. Not today, Angel. Go. Sleep. I hear her get up and her footsteps move farther away. I stand from where I've posted and look at the door for a moment, finally turning to walk away down the hall. It's not what I want, but it's what she needs.
Chapter 18. Gretchen. Thursday. Life is the most bizarre adventure. 1 minute I'm crying on my floor and wishing I was sitting in Luca's lap. The next minute, I'm awake in my bed feeling slightly guilty that I'm relieved. It's been a couple of days since I felt all the damn feelings, and I finally feel good. Awake from the fog I was in. I pull myself out of bed and stand to stretch, walking out of my bedroom and into my kitchen without weaving around anything. It's like my life just got a clean slate. My grief doesn't feel like a burden anymore, because I started dealing with it. Or I was pushed into dealing with it by Luca. I'll love him forever for this. Whoa. Did I just say love? I push the thought out of my mind and go about making coffee and getting ready for work. I grab my phone off the counter where I left it charging last night and see a waiting text from Luca. I grin into my warm coffee cup, the steam rising over my lip. Luca, good morning. I hope you had dirty, filthy dreams about me. This has become our weird routine. He calls me every night, and we talk about everything and nothing all at once. And with every start of my day, he leaves me a good morning text. Me. I did dream about you. You were single and ready to mingle, and I let you touch my... Luca. Monster. I won't forget that, Angel. Me. I'm not a monster. I'm so much smarter than that. I'm the villain. Luca. All right, Cruella. 7 tonight. Me. Done. Ms. Andrews, another package for you. I look up at my assistant, confused at her tone. She's grinning from ear to ear. Sorry, it's just... My apologies, but I can see into the bag. I reach out my hand and she brings the black gift bag to me. I peek inside and start to laugh, pulling the note out from between the paper to read. Every villain has a good stash. Luca. Inside the bag is a variety pack of stick-on mustaches. I can't hold the laughter back as I pull it out and hold it up to Kate, who's already giggling. Whoever he is, he's funny, she jokes. Yeah, he is. I agree sarcastically. Kate walks back to her desk, leaving me in my office alone. So I unbutton my top enough to see my black lace bra and pull out one of the mustaches, a nice handlebar number, and stick it in place. Aiming the camera right where I want it, I take a selfie, showing just enough cleavage and my best evil smile. Me. Thanks for helping me rep my inner villain.
Chapter 19. Luca. Saturday.
Why stay with someone just to punish them? Aren't you really just hurting yourself? Punishing yourself for making the wrong move?
She asks in a sleepy voice. We've been on a marathon tonight. It's 1 a.m, and we've been having this therapy session all night. Each night, our conversations have become more connected. What should feel heavy feels more like a necessity. I need to know everything about her and have her know the same about me. I'm left unsettled at the idea of not being the one who knows her best. Maybe. You can see it that way, or you can see that with every action, there's a reaction. Shelby's current reality is that reaction. What she's done to Ella, the brand she's leaving on her heart, the lies she told to me. I don't know how to walk away without a piece of Shelby as retribution. I hear her soft breaths. Are you asleep? I smile into the phone.
No, sorry. I was just thinking how much I relate. Ella will always wonder why her mom didn't love her, and maybe even blame herself without even realizing. I always wished that my dad would have yelled at my mom or told her to get out, you know? Something mean to make me feel like she was the asshole, that it was her who was all wrong. I get it, but...
I cut her off. I know that's the piece of me you hate. You wish I'd let it go because it's the reason I need time. A small part of me is afraid of her answer because it means I'd have to choose. The choice used to be so clear, but now I'm conflicted. Gretchen makes everything else insignificant. Gretchen's voice is serious.
Stop. No. I don't hate any piece of you. I get it, Luca, and I'm not judging the right or wrong of it. I'm saying that Ella may not need what you're giving her. She's growing up with love, surrounded by so many people who adore her. I think you need to admit that you're hurting too.
I close my eyes and roll onto my back. How do you do that? I ask honestly, uncomfortable with my own vulnerability.
What?
She answers. She doesn't even know what she does and the effect it has on me. My words are as honest as I can make them. Make me feel exposed. I hear her fucking smile in her voice.
You've never been hidden,
she answers as if that's the natural answer. It's not. Nobody knows what I'm thinking, feeling. But she acts as if my heart is on my sleeve. Then again, for her, it probably is. I can't seem to possess the ability to hide myself from her. Metterò I bambini nella tua anima e osserverò il tuo corpo crescere. Ti amerò così intensamente che riempierò ogni vuoto lasciato dentro di te. Sarò sempre l'unico per te, angel. I'm going to put babies in your belly and watch your body grow. I'll love you so intensely that it will fill every void left inside of you. I will always be the only one for you, angel.
Luca, come on. I want to know. And don't say not yet.
Her pleading makes me smile. Another time. Go. Sleep now, angel. Dream about me. Her voice caresses my goddamn heart before she hangs up.
Always.
Chapter 20. Gretchen. Monday. All morning I've been impatiently waiting for the text or call. I know my little gift was delivered to him, but I've heard nothing. I check my phone for the millionth time and nothing. How does he always seem so cool when he's torturing me? Sociopath. Kate buzzes to tell me my meeting in the conference room is in 2 minutes. and I grab the notes I need and make my way to it. I hate these meetings. Always so useless. It's a monthly check-in of all the department heads. The bright side is I get to see my girlfriends. I walk into the large glass-encased room and Lila waves to me from where she's standing next to Blair, who's checking her phone. Drew is standing next to Blair, leaning against the table, sipping her tea. I have a righteous girl gang. Smart, successful, and gorgeous. My soulmates. I greet them as I get close. Hello, friends. Are you ready for another hour of wasted time? Blair looks up from her phone with an annoyed expression. No shit. Why do we work for this firm again? I keep saying. Drew cuts her off, holding up a hand. I'm beginning to buy in. One night over margaritas, we joked about starting our own firm. But then we all moved up and the idea seemed to fall off the table. I enjoy the firm, but my department is more innovative than the others. If these meetings were an actual collaboration, I'd love them. But it's an hour of big dicking, I add. Lila giggles and her eyes grow wide. Gretch, oh my God. I shrug and answer. She knows I'm right. Just a bunch of men who gather to talk about how important or big their departments are. Size only matters when it's in reference to a dick. And everyone knows that it's me, Blair, and Drew who've put Cohen on the fucking map. We're like Destiny's Child after they dropped the fourth member. Others begin to enter the room, and as we all sit, the meeting gets down to business. My mind is wandering while a very gray-headed man talks about how much his department is bringing in, when my phone lights up with a text. I casually put my hand over the phone to cover the screen and slide it closer to me on the table. Waiting for a moment, I pull it into my lap and chance a look. Luca, I can't seem to find a translation for some things. I smile and try to hide how giddy I'm feeling at him receiving my gift. I sent an Italian to English translation dictionary to his office with a note that read, "For the next time you can't find the words." I return my focus to my meeting and nod along with whoever the fuck is speaking, but then look down at my phone again and type out a reply. Me. I was assured it was the absolute best, most current dictionary on the market. His response is immediate. Luca. Well, I'm looking for something very difficult to find. Me. Like? Luca. Mettimelo dove vuoi. Doesn't have a translation. Of course he would find a way to keep me in the dark. Jerk. I look back up again and try to focus, but all I can think of is returning the text. Me. I can't read in Italian either, Luca. What does it mean? Luca. Maybe you needed this more than me. I guess metti il tuo casa dove vuoi could work instead. Practice saying that. Me. You're still responding in Italian. You're supposed to translate to English. Luca. I'm not doing the dirty work for you. Maybe Google can help, baby. My eyes widen with excitement. I hadn't thought of that. Keeping my eyes up, biding my time, my knee bounces under the table. The waiting is making me crazy. The boring gentleman from accounting requests the PowerPoint be set up, and I do backflips internally. I bring my phone to table level and copy his words, pulling up Google Translate and paste them in. Holy shit. Put your cock wherever you want. I look back up to the table and down at my phone again, flipping it over so nobody can see. My finger taps the back of my phone as I make an attempt to concentrate on the meeting without the thoughts of his cock now floating around my dirty, filthy mind. Every once in a while, I pat my cheeks to relieve the burn that's happening. You okay? You look flushed. Blair leans in to ask just as the lights dim. I'm a bit hot. It's hot in here, right? I whisper back, pouring myself a glass of water and taking a sip, hoping to put out the flames in my damn body.
Chapter 21. Luca. Wednesday.
Say it again,
She purrs. Ho fame, forse avrò un po' di pasta nel frigo. I'm so hungry. Maybe I'll have some pasta in the fridge. I chuckle at her insistence at making me repeat myself. We were talking about our respective workdays, and I accidentally thought out loud in Italian. This usually only happens with my brothers, but I never operate with my guard up with Gretchen, so it makes sense. I can hear her grumbling, but I won't tell her what I'm saying. I figure it's better to leave the mystery. Plus, I like the way it's making her purr.
You aren't going to tell me what you said, are you?
Nah, I grin, liking this game we've been playing. She sighs.
All right. One day?
Nope. Actually, yes. I will tell you if you agree to something. Come on, baby, take the bait.
What?
Her voice is curious, and I stop what I'm doing to close my eyes. She makes me think filthy thoughts. I let out a breath. Have dinner with me Friday. Silence. I know she's chewing on her lip. I hear her inhale, and then her voice gives away her worry.
Luca, I don't know if that's a good idea.
I know she's trying to keep us honest, not to muddy up what's so pure between us. But she's such a fool. She doesn't see what we've done in the last 2 weeks has been worse than anything physical. I'm all in. There's no going back. Gretchen, who are you kidding? This is happening. We've already happened. I don't have to be in the room to have a piece of you. Why are you so worried about your body? Quando avreste dovuto essere preoccupato per il tuo cuore? When you should have been worried about your heart.
Quit it. No fair, Dick.
She complains, and I realize that I've said the last part in Italian. My voice is insistent. You want to know what I said? Because this time I want to tell you.
Why? Why start telling me now?
She's so suspicious. She knows me all too well. Why not now? All we have is now. It feels impossible to keep everything inside anymore. I want to tell her every single goddamn feeling I have for her, but she's so stubborn. I know she won't even consider her feelings, let alone allow herself to fall. She starts to laugh.
No way. Whatever you're going to say, don't. I can feel you already celebrating a win. That tells me you figured out a way to convince me to break our rules.
She is too smart. Nothing she says will stop me, though. I won't let her stand in the way anymore. Let me tell you. Just let me say it in person. More silence. I let her weigh out what I'm saying, knowing she understands. She always does.
Shit,
she whispers, admitting defeat.
Okay, dinner. But that's all, Luca.
Bullshit bravado. It makes me smile because it means I've won. Quando spingo il mio cazzo dentro la tua figa, voglio che tu gridi il mio nome come in una fottuta preghiera e non mi fermino fino all'orgasmo, così tanto che le tue lacrime si sentiranno come un battesimo. Ci sarà sempre solo me. When I push my cock inside your pussy, I want you to cry out my name like a fucking prayer. And I won't stop until you come so hard that your tears will feel like a baptism. There will always be only me.
Fuck, it all sounds so sexy.
Her voice is deep and throaty.
You're probably saying the grocery list.
If she only knew. A smirk falls into place. It is sexy. More than you realize, Angel.
Yeah? Tell me more then.
Fuck, she's so receptive, wanton and bold. It makes my dick hard. Touch yourself. My voice is low. It's a quiet direction, not overtly controlling, because I want my words to feel as if they are caressing her, gently touching her in all the dirtiest places.
Nah.
She teases, but her refusal is a challenge. She wants me to take her there. and I have a gut feeling her fingers are already doing some exploring. Put your fingers against your clit and tell me if it's engorged or soft. I lick my lips, wishing it was my tongue, lapping up the juices along her slit. Hard, she rasps. Take yourself there, while I listen and drink my scotch. Spread your legs wide and push a finger inside that tight pussy. Her desperate mules are music to my ears. Pull your finger out and coat your clit with the wetness. Rub it, baby, nice and slow. I wish they were your fingers. Make me come, Luca. Fuck me. Her shallow breaths float through the phone, and I rub my uncomfortably hard bulge through my pants. A deep groan comes from my throat as I let the fantasy take life. With pleasure. Angel, mi hai cambiato. Mi dai una ragione per credere di nuovo. Voglio dirti che ti amo. Penso di averti amato dal primo momento in cui abbiamo parlato. Mi hai detto di trovare qualcuno che mi dicesse la mia verità e sarebbero stati la mia anima gemella. Sei mio. Angel, you changed me. You've given me a reason to believe again. I want to tell you that I love you. I think I loved you from the first moment we spoke. You told me to find someone to tell me my truth, and they would be my soulmate. You are mine. Oh my God. Her voice is lost in the fantasy I've created. I want to say it all in English, but instead I sit quietly and listen to her breathe, listen to her tiny little gasps as I continue telling her everything in my heart, because after I break us both, I may never have another chance to tell her any of this. She may never forgive me Friday, but the risk is worth the reward. I listen to her gasp into the phone as she comes apart with my words. Tu sei l'unica donna che amerò mai. You're the only woman I will ever love. Her voice sounds breathless, ragged, and sated. Oh my God, Luca. Do you think of me, Angel? There's only ever you. She says the words with zero hint of regret. She's fucking spectacular. There may be hope for us yet.
Chapter 22. Gretchen. Friday. Me. Sorry, can't make it tonight. Luca. No. Me. Rain check? Luca. Refer to above answer. Me. Hate me? Luca. Love me? I don't know how to respond. Yes, I do. I want to write yes, but that's crazy. This isn't how we're supposed to do this relationship. He's supposed to be single, and then we happen. But damn it, he's right. We've happened, and now I need to decide. Do I want him or not? Because whether or not the timing is right, Luca is coming for me, and I want him to catch me. Again.
Chapter 23. Luca. Just say yes, I push, frustrated by her refusal of my request. She's trying to back out of dinner.
It's not a good idea, Luca. You know this.
She's a real pain in my ass. I smack my hand down on the counter. Angel, you get your ass over here and eat this goddamn food. I throw my hands in the air. Food I made with my own hands. Get here, woman. I toss the kitchen towel I'm holding across the kitchen. I'm tired of talking to you on the phone and jerking off at night. Get here. Her laugh makes me more determined to bend her over this damn counter and spank that pretty little ass. We've been doing it her way for 2 long, hellish weeks, and my fucking patience is worn out. Every conversation has come to this. Her little plan has backfired, and it's made me crazed for her. I won't entertain a no from her, and she knows it. because her willpower is never holding up against my persistence. I'm coming for this woman, and nothing will stop me, not even her morality.
Luca, if I come over, I'm going to...
Come, I say immediately. I'm over this shit.
Luca.
She's sincerely shocked. I don't stop. You're going to come all over my cock, and I'm going to hear my name screamed from those gorgeous lips. I want you, Gretchen, in my bed and in my fucking life. I know it's complicated, but damn it, Angel, don't make me be the monster you know I'm capable of being. Her giggle immediately deflates my threat.
You said you needed time. What's different? And after last night,
she pushes back. You. Fuck, Gretchen. I haven't even thought about Shelby in 2 weeks. I've walked away. Don't play dumb, beautiful. You know you feel this as much as I do, and I can't fucking take it anymore. I'm in. Whatever you want from me, I'm fucking in. And I don't want to have this conversation over the phone. I need to see those beautiful eyes, kiss those gorgeous lips, and eat the pussy that's mine. Give in.
Jesus, fine. But if you try and fuck me before we talk, I'll kill you. Do you hear me, Luca? You have to promise to keep your dick in your pants until we talk this shit out.
Fine, I say instantly.
Why was that so easy?
She growls at me. Because my tongue is the real MVP, I grin, leaning back against my counter, feeling victorious. She chuckles.
Your mind lives in the gutter.
It does. My voice is laced in sarcasm. I meant my words, and my words are what you should worry about. I'm coming with my A game, Gretchen. I won't take anything less than all of you. It's my single objective. She huffs at my threat.
I may be harder to convince than you think.
She's fucking daring me. Angel, I'm looking forward to it. Or should we talk like we did last night? Now get your ass over here before I burn down your damn building so you don't have a choice. I'm only half joking.
You are a monster,
she says demurely. Fucking tease. Only when it comes to you, Angel. Hurry up. I end the call and crack my neck. Tonight is going to be one for the books. The moment the doorbell rings, I smile and yell, "Come in." I lean over the side of the couch to watch her walk in. She smiles as she takes off her coat. Is that even a dress? I'm supposed to keep my dick in my pants and she's basically wearing a negligee. She's a dirty negotiator. Nice dress. My words are a flirtatious accusation.
This old thing? I just threw it on,
she says as she saunters over to me. I stand, my dick pulsing as I see her eyes dilate. That's it. Instinct takes over. I can't stop myself. I begin to stalk toward her, all my restraint dead.
Luca, Luca, Luca,
she yells, her eyes bright with excitement. She walks backward quickly, her arms outstretched to stop me, but I reach for her anyway, grabbing her waist and dipping my shoulder to toss her over, heading straight for the stairs. I grab her exposed ass and squeeze it. We're done talking. I pull my hand away and smack her ass hard. A squeal slips from her lips, and her fingers grip the back of my jeans. I'm tearing this damn dress apart. It's trouble. With a firm grip from one of her hands, she smacks my butt with the other to get my attention.
What about Ella?
She breathes out. At her uncle's for the night. There's nobody here to help you. Nice try. But I'm going to fuck you on every goddamn surface in this house, I growl.
You promised me conversation, damn it.
She hits me again, laughing louder. I lied. I smack her ass again. Now, shut your mouth. We have shit to attend to. I climb the stairs, hauling her over my shoulder like a goddamn caveman, and she's loving every minute. When I get to the top, you've got a 10-second head start. Then I get to find you. I feel her smile against my back. I know she wants this, to be chased and found, and I'm more than happy to oblige. I take the final step and bring Gretchen to her feet. Grabbing her face and bringing her lips to mine, I kiss her with the fierceness I feel. I kiss her as if I'm entitled to her, because it's how I feel. She feels like mine. Not ownership, but possession. I want to live inside her heart and her pussy. My bedroom is at the end of the hall. I mumble to her lips.
Luca, wait!
She places her hand on my chest.
We should talk.
3, 4, I count loudly.
What happens at 10?
She asks, backing up, looking wild and equally as primal. I smile at her, casting out my words to see if she bites. I take what I want, baby. Her breath hitches and she drags her hands up her thigh, pulling fabric up just enough to tease.
Will you be rough with me?
She bites her lip nervously as she braces against the wall, taking off one heel, then the other. Her eyes say everything she isn't. She wants to be manhandled, and I want to fulfill that wish. Do you want me to be rough with you, Angel? You need to answer me with words. I'm almost blinded by the need I have to get to her as she walks backward, tickling her legs and brushing the tiny excuse for a dress up high enough on her hip to expose the thin lace panties.
Yes.
Her voice has a sexy gravel to it.
But what if I change my mind?
Just say no. No always means no, even now. She nods, picking up the speed of her steps, and I stretch my arms out, touching both sides of the hallway, tapping my fingers against the surface. 10, my voice booms. Ready or not, baby? I growl as I break toward her, briefly registering the look of surprise on her face before she turns and runs down the hall, screaming my name and laughing as I begin to chase her. Gretchen bursts through my bedroom door with me almost within reaching distance. She runs to the opposite side of the bed, and I throw my hand out, just missing her. But she finds herself stuck between the wall and the bed. Her head shifts around, looking for an escape. I've cornered her. Gotcha. She grins and her eyes dart to the bed, and she leaps, scrambling across. I grab her by the ankle and yank her back, gripping her other leg and flipping her on her stomach. Where do you think you're going? I pull her to the end so she's bent over my bed and lay a crack on her ass. Behave. Her gasp is a mixture of shock and arousal. Her hands grip the comforter. Gretchen looks down the bed at me.
More.
Perfection. I reach my hand between her legs and she spreads them for me instantly. My fingers skim her entrance. I can feel her warm wetness through her panties. I yank them aside harshly, wanting to feel more, and push my finger inside of her. She hisses out a breath as I plunge in another, causing her body to buck forward from the force. I've been waiting for this moment, to watch your body writhe and beg for my cock. Come on, Angel. Let me hear it. Beg me for your pleasure.
Make me,
she moans. This glorious woman will break me in two. I pull my fingers from her body and grab her shoulder, hauling her over so she's on her back with her feet on the floor. Sit up. She presses her hands to the mattress and sits up slowly, keeping her legs open wide. I bring my fingers to my mouth and taste her excitement, her eyes fixated on me. Open. Gretchen's eyes open, but her lips part. Wider, baby. She opens a bit more, and I put the same finger in her mouth, and she bites down. I draw in a breath, wincing slightly, but she releases my finger from her teeth and wraps her tongue around it. Taste yourself, Angel. Her mouth closes around my finger, and she sucks, bobbing her head to take my finger in her mouth, cleaning herself off me. The sensation travels directly to my dick. Fuck, baby. You keep sucking on my finger like that, I may fill your mouth with something much bigger, I warn. But she grabs my pants and begins to yank at the button fly on my jeans. My cock is so engorged that it pops out almost immediately. Hell yes, she whispers, wrapping her hand around me and twisting her hand as she slowly pumps up and down, looking at my face and slowly licking her lips. My eyes struggle to stay open. My head drops back as a long rush of air pulls from my lungs. She pumps downward and covers the tip of my cock with her mouth, sucking the pre-cum down her throat. I grip the back of her hair. God damn, your mouth, I groan out. She smiles before simultaneously sucking and jacking me off like it's her fucking area of expertise. My back hunches over, unable to resist the pull, the need for my dick to be deeper in her mouth. I start to lose restraint. My grip grows tighter, and my hips begin to press forward harder. I want to fuck her mouth, and not gently. My voice is strained. Take it. I don't want to be gentle. She nods and pulls me deeper into her throat, gripping my ass. The dam breaks. I don't hold anything back as I fuck her mouth, looking down at my heavy cock pushing in and out between her taut lips. I'm unforgiving and thrusting into her mouth, and with every push, she's pulling me back that much faster. She wants it as much as I want to give it. Her fingers clutch my ass harder, pulling me faster and faster. I watch her eyes tear as I hit the back of her throat, pounding harder until my balls tighten, and I use the hold I have on her hair to hold her in place. I don't ask permission as my release arrives. I just throw my head back and roar, shooting my hot cum into her mouth. I feel her hands brush up my hard stomach as I grunt out small bits of air, trying to catch my breath. My head falls forward just as the cold air hits my cock, releasing from her lips with a pop. She climbs up my body and I bring her mouth to mine, kissing her deep as she wraps her legs around my waist. I turn us around and push her against the wall, dipping to devour the sensitive area on her neck. I hold her with one hand as the other pulls the strap of her dress. This has to go, I complain into her shoulder, licking and nipping at the skin. I bring my face to hers and pull her back from the wall to walk her into the middle of the room, setting her on her feet. What are you doing? She asks, confused. Take it off. I wave at her outfit, taking a few steps back, then leaning my ass against the bed and planting my feet wide on the ground. I cross my arms over my chest and stare at her. You want a show? She shakes her head. No. You want me naked? Then you make me naked. I'm going to tear that fucking thing into pieces. Be careful what you wish for. I begin to stand and she smirks, holding up a finger. I got it. Sit your ass down. I chuckle as she pulls one strap from her shoulder and then the other, looking over her shoulder coyly before letting the slip dress fall to the floor. She turns and stands for me in only the smallest shred of lace panties. My eyes roam greedily over her body, and I hold up my hand, making a spinning motion with my finger. She turns around slowly, and when she's facing me again, she purrs. You like what you see? I nod as I adjust my growing bulge. That has to be a record. It wasn't a question, Luca. She says it the same way she did when we first met. Your turn. I don't hesitate, standing and reaching behind me to draw my t-shirt over my head, then tossing it aside. I tug my jeans down since I've never rebuttoned, kicking them out of the way. We stand in the dim light, taking in each other's naked frames. The way her eyes grow hungrier the more she looks at me, calls to me. I'll never get enough. I'm going to spend my life giving her everything inside of me, and if that's not enough, I'll find what is and give her that. Come here. My voice is a command. She walks to me without hesitation until her naked body is standing in front of me. The back of my hand sweeps her jawline, and I cradle her face. I love you. It's not the kind of love that goes away, the kind that fades or is conditional. I love you with all that's in me. I don't care if you love me back. I'll give it to you freely. Her face is unreadable, but the way her eyes are searching mine lets me know that she's feeling something. She blinks twice and leans her head into my hand. I loved you first. Let me worship you. I breathe out into her lips, taking them again. Our tongues dance as I place my hand on her side where her waist tapers in and run it up and down her body, guiding her to switch spots with me. When her back is to the bed, I set my hands free to explore her body, moving across her stomach and up to her breasts, grazing her peppled nipples. I bring my hand between her cleavage until my hand is splayed on her chest and give a tiny push. She falls back onto her ass and then leans back on her elbows. Bully, she chides flirtatiously. Sometimes, I answer honestly, looking at the happiness in her eyes. This moment grips me. Our love is a feeling that's been digging its teeth into me since the moment I met her. She's divine, a goddess. I'll never deserve her, but I would steal her if I had to, just to keep her. We stare at each other, raw and connected. I can do anything so long as she's next to me. She's my sun. There was never a point in fighting it. I orbit this woman. My words burst through me, unable to be detained like a stream of consciousness. I envy every man you've ever loved because I wish it began and ended with me. She sits up and looks at me, giving me something in return. I hate her for getting you first. We gaze at each other in this moment, all our truths bleeding out of us. I envy the air you breathe because I want to be the only thing that fills you. I want to be the reason you feel alive, I whisper. This is the level my love for her exists. I'm unreasonable, irrational when it comes to her. She looks down and then back to me with intensely honest eyes. I wish I could have been the one who gave you Ella. Her words gut me. I've never wished for anything more. I clutch her face and bend down to kiss her, unable to tell her what I actually want to say. That one day she'll give Ella siblings. That Ella will call her mommy. That she is my family. So I tell her what I know I would do to make it happen. I would kill anyone who tried to touch you. I would kill for you, Angel. This is it. All of me. I would kill for her, without hesitation or regret. Her eyes glisten. There's nothing before or after. There's only you. My head drops back, my arms dangling by my side. I wanted to possess her, but it's her who possessed me. I drop to my knees, gripping her thighs, and pull her to the end of the bed. Come here, I say, burying my head into her lap. There are only two reasons for a man to be on his knees: prayer and pussy. And I sure as hell don't pray. I walk my hands up to her waist and bring my face to her pussy, inhaling her sweet smell. Pulling her closer to me, I place kisses on her center. Gretchen's fingers weave through my hair as I push my mouth closer into her wetness. I nudge her legs to open with my chin, and her body bends over my head as I eat her pussy from her sitting position, licking her through the lace. I rip my head from her lap, desperate for more of her, and push her back on the bed, using my hands to open her knees. I lock my mouth over her clit and suck hard through the soft fabric. I bring my fingers to her panties and start to tug. These are trash now. Take them. I hate them. Her body bucks off the bed, arching and trying to twist loose from my grip as I bear down on her clit through her panties. She's gorgeous and uninhibited. I pull at the material again, shredding it open, and tear them from her body. Luca! Her scream only serves to make my cock harder, and it causes me to lose my handle on all my restraint. I push to stand, grabbing her waist and taking her body halfway up with me, unwilling to stop my feast. I devour her pussy with all of the roughness I'm feeling, her lifted body completely in my control. I let go and she falls to the bed with a gasp. I wipe the back of my hand over my mouth. Back. She scoots, keeping her eyes on me until she gets a full view of my hard cock hitting my stomach as I crawl onto the bed. There's no more speaking. She knows what I want, and I know what she wants. I crawl on top of her waiting body and nestle my body at her entrance, pushing in one thrust. Sempre, I vow as I push into her again and again. English, she pants, a small smile gracing her luscious mouth, and then moans as her body moves faster, chasing her orgasm. I fuck her hard, my hands gripping her wrists, baring her breasts that bounce with my thrusts. I fuck her until she screams my name so loud it leaves her voice raw as she's left my heart. I bring my lips to her ear and whisper, "It means always." We've been lying in bed, eating cold pasta and playing cards for an hour, happy in our bliss. "You're a cheat," I accuse. Not only does she cheat at poker, but she's terrible at it. "Sore loser?" She laughs, and I kiss her. It's chaste, but I like that I can do it whenever I want. My phone starts buzzing on the nightstand, and I ignore it. "You gonna get that?" "No," I answer, dealing more cards onto her naked stomach. It begins to buzz again.
"Luca, make sure it isn't about Ella."
I nod and grab the phone to look at the number. My brow furrows when I see who's calling. Church. What the fuck could be happening? Her smile wavers at my worried face.
"Who is it?"
I start to answer, but a text message from Matteo comes in just as the call ends. Matteo. "Luca, you needed. It's Shelby. Get here." I hit the number and call back, standing from where I was lying with Gretchen. Her face fills with worry and she comes to her knees on the bed.
"Luca, what's going on? Is it Ella?"
She reaches up and grabs my face, forcing me to look at her. I shake my head just as the call connects. Her eyes are boring into mine and I twist to move away from her, but she grips my arm hard to keep me close. "Luca, man!" Matteo rushes out. He sounds frazzled, worried. "What the fuck is she doing there?" I bite out, angry that she had the audacity to interrupt my night. "Not what? Who? She came in with Giovanni, Luca. She's fucking Giovanni." Son of a bitch. I should have known. She went right to the top of the food chain. Except he isn't. I am. "But Gio, he's fucked up." Matteo's voice is regretful, and the reality of this conversation sets in. Giovanni is known for his cruelty toward women. What he does to the ones he dates is well known. What he does to the ones in the shadows is only known by me. It's a secret I've kept for the women he's hurt, and the bullet I hold to his head. I made him stop his urges a long time ago, but I've always worried they would eat at him and he'd act out again. If he's hurt Shelby, it's a message for me. Jesus, she doesn't know what he'll do to her. The words come out with the thought. She does now. He roughed her up pretty good and left her here. You should come and get her. I didn't know who to call. My jaw is so tense that my teeth might break. I'll kill him. I'll kill him for doing this. I'm on my way. I hang up the phone and Gretchen grabs at my wrists as I begin to walk away to pull on my jeans.
"What the fuck is happening?"
Her eyes are angry and afraid all at once as she puts her clothes back on too. Go home. Call me when you're there. I'll explain later. I don't want to do this with her right now. She shakes her head.
"Fuck you. You think I'm not coming? I heard the call. You aren't going there alone."
Jesus, Gretchen. I let out an exasperated breath, pulling my t-shirt over my head. I'm not taking you to a goddamn sex club to help me collect my battered wife off the floor. She needs to see reason.
"Well, I'm not giving you a choice. And frankly, if she's been battered, she may not want you either. She's clearly been through some shit. I may be a better alternative. And I'm not asking, Luca."
She walks past me to the door and opens it.
"Let's go."
For the first time in my life, I give in. Gretchen Andrews is not just the woman I love, but my equal.
Chapter 24. Gretchen. We pull up to the club and Luca exits the car first. He leans in to speak with George while extending his hand to me. I take it, unfolding from the SUV and stand beside him as the two men continue their conversation. I want to pay attention, but it's hard to focus. The front of the building is so elegant, but also ordinary. It blends with its environment, but I imagine people often comment on the curb appeal. A couple walks by on the dimly lit sidewalk. And it's not until they pass that I notice the man is wearing a gold chain around his neck with a long, thin extension. It's a leash. She has him on a leash. Holy hell. The woman stops and looks over her shoulder at me and winks. I stare a bit too long out of curiosity before bringing my head back to the conversation. As George walks away, I look up at Luca, and he's clearly intrigued by my reaction. He brings his lips to my ear. I'll bring you back so you can taste all the flavors and choose your favorite, baby. His voice speaks directly to my center. Being commando isn't helping with rational thought either. Jesus, this place has an effect, even from the street. Luca lets go of my hand to place his on the small of my back. No wandering, Angel. Stay close to me, and don't talk to strangers. His warning makes me smile as we walk up the stairs. The doors are opened by security before we reach them. Luca walks us through, not breaking stride. We pass through the entry into an expansive room with a bar and seating areas. It feels like a bar you'd see in some old movie, frequented by glamorous movie stars. The dark woods and deep red velvets accompanied by the very low lighting make it feel sensual and secretive. The pockets of shadows make it easy to explore all the dirty little fantasies. I can see why they call this place church. Everyone here is devoted to sin. It's thick in the air, and it's heady. I've been wet since the minute we walked through the door. A man walks directly toward us, but I don't really see him. Instead, I notice everything he passes. A couple in a lip lock, blocking out the world. Two men standing face to face having a conversation with a woman between them. I blink my eyes a few times, my breathing increasing. One man has a hand on her breast, and the other has a hand lost up her skirt. Her face looks tortured, the kind of sweet torture that derives from the need to come. I can't take my eyes off them until I feel Luca reach down and take my hand.
Matteo, where is she?
Luca asks. Oh, Matteo. Jesus, Shelby. My head snaps back into focus, and I tug my hand gently from his, suddenly concerned with propriety. I don't want to kick Shelby while she's down, and frankly, I need some air. This place is making me suffocate on desire. Luca's face shoots to mine, and he takes my hand in his again. He's angry. She came to my business and fucked my uncle in front of everyone I know. I think I can hold your hand, yeah? His tone is harsh. He's different than the Luca I've come to know. This one's meaner. And although I know it's the stress over what's happening, I'm not that girl. It's better he learns the lesson now. I look down at our joined hands and back to him. You can watch your fucking tone with me. I raise my eyebrows and he immediately smirks. And yes, I get it. If you want to hold my hand, I'm not telling you no. But next time, I might bite. Yeah? I throw his words back at him. He nods, leaning in to kiss my cheek. Forgive me, Angel. Only because you're cute. I smile, accepting his apology. Luca turns his attention back to a very surprised Matteo. Answer me. I asked you a question. Dick. I squeeze his hand. Sorry, yeah. Downstairs. The one with the belts. I watch Luca's face visibly pain. Has anyone spoken to her since you called me? Luca's voice is cold. No. She just wanted to see you. She just keeps asking for you. Matteo's eyes shift to me, and he looks apologetic. It's harder to hear than I expected. I would never tell him not to help, but deep down, I don't want him to. That realization makes me feel like a monster. Luca turns to me and pulls me into him, staring into my eyes. This is when you have to choose to trust me, Angel. Are you listening? I nod. Sempre, Angel. His voice is soothing and calm, which is the opposite of what I'm feeling. I'm sending him in to care for the woman he's married to be the shoulder she needs to lean on. I can't get past the envy I feel. It's the hatred that's rocking me. I hate her, and I'm not sure what I'm capable of if she makes a play for what's mine, regardless of her circumstance. What am I becoming? I look into Luca's eyes and nod my understanding. For a moment, I fear that he sees my worry, but instead of questioning me, he kisses my forehead and walks past me toward the stairs that lead down to the private rooms. Gretchen, right? Matteo speaks to the back of my head because I haven't taken my eyes off where Luca disappeared. Swiveling my head, I stare at him for a moment and then begin walking to the bar. Buy me a really stiff drink, Matteo? Yes, ma'am. He jogs to catch up with me, and I snag a bar stool and perch on it. Double gin and tonic, 2 limes, I say to the bartender, who quickly gets to work, making my request. Matteo sits next to me, and I feel as awkward as he looks. I try for polite conversation. So how long have you known Luca? The bartender serves Matteo a water as he sets a skeleton key on the counter. Most of my life. It's crazy to think that I used to follow him and Dom around the neighborhood when they were all of 15 and I was around 8. A look of surprise graces my face. You were 8? Your parents didn't mind you hanging out without supervision? What if some horrible person tried to hurt you? Matteo laughs. Gretchen. My father, their fathers, all of our fathers. They're the horrible people. We're untouchable, especially Luca. Why Luca? I lean in, curious. He shakes his head, unwilling to answer, opting instead for a sip of his water. Okay, I eye him and then the key on the counter. What's that for? You ask a lot of questions. He fires back, pointing to the drink in front of me. I do. Are you going to answer any of them? I laugh, and he shrugs a maybe. This, he says, picking up the intricate piece of metal, is the key to gain entry to the downstairs. I took it from Shelby. Each key has a serial number, so I can look up who gave her the key. Gio doesn't have one. Luca would never allow it. A woman approaches us as I take a long swallow of my drink. I hear Matteo call her Sarah and recognize the name from conversations with Drew. He's facing her, and their conversation seems tense. I barely process the thought before I act. I reach out and swipe the key off the counter. Matteo seems flustered, but Sarah is calm. Condescending, but calm. Drew said that Sarah is like a little sister to Dom and Luca. Alpha must be a shared personality trait because she is definitely the one calling the shots between her and Matteo. I finish my drink, the warmth filling my body but only slightly calming my nerves. I push my glass away and notice Sarah staring directly at me. Her expression is tight, and I see judgment. Sarah doesn't like me. I don't give a shit. Can you tell me where the ladies' room is? I ask the two of them. Sarah points a finger. Just over there. Can I show you? No, thanks. I'm sure I can find my way, I remark, sliding off the stool and walking toward the restroom. I look over my shoulder, and neither are looking in my direction, so I change direction and make a beeline for downstairs. I show my stolen key to the guard, hoping he doesn't somehow know what I did and he lets me in. I walk down the stairs, each step harder to take than the one before. I don't know what to expect. The darkness envelops me, and my eyes take a few seconds to adjust to the light produced by the wall sconces. I walk down a long hallway and past door after door. I don't know which door Luca is behind. I stand in the hallway and look around, wondering what to do. I lay my ear to one of the doors, but I hear nothing. Should I knock on them? No. What am I doing? This might be the strangest situation I've ever been involved in. I reach into my purse and pull out my phone. Fuck. No service. I can't even text him. Letting out a sigh, I turn to walk back to the upstairs when I notice a door ajar. Walking over slowly, I touch the handle and call out. Hello? No response, so I push the door open farther and walk inside. Blair's words come back into my mind. I would highly recommend the rooms downstairs. The lights in the room are dimmed, but it looks like a regular room. There's a bed and a couch, both facing a wall, which is odd. It actually seems unfinished. I'm disappointed. I was expecting some 50 Shades kind of kink. Whips, chains, that cross thingy. The room's not even red. All I get is a bed and a couch. I walk to the couch and sit down, starting to feel emotionally exhausted. This day has been a roller coaster. Relaxing my head on the back of the sofa, I close my eyes and just breathe. A muffled voice presses into the space. Let me make you feel good. My head shoots up in shock at the woman's voice, and I look around the room. I know I'm alone, but I'm surprised by it. The noise sounds like I'm hearing it through the wall. Please, I'm sorry. Punish me. Hate me. Just keep me. The desperation in her voice rings loud and clear even with the distortion. Someone's into role-playing. It feels scandalous to listen in. But I'm so far out of my element in this place that I can't help myself. I scoot to the edge of the couch, interested. Beg. A man's voice. The commanding tone in his words makes me squirm. It's hot. I walk to the wall and press my ear against it, placing my hand beside my face. I can barely hear them now. They must have walked farther away. I press my ear closer, and my fingers brush a bump on the wall. A low vibration makes me jump, and I take a few steps back, taking in what's happening. Wow. It's not a wall. It's a window. Except not. I can see two figures, but the glass is frosted, so I can't really see them. This room just shot to epic sexy levels. I feel caught, nervous, because I'm not meant to be here. So I pull to the corner of the room, using the shadows as my friend. I should leave, but I'm riveted by the scene playing out in front of me. The woman is on her knees, and the man towers over her. Please, let me suck you. Her hands reach for his waist, and he swats them away. But she tries again. He pushes her away with more force, but she goes back again. He's making her work for it. This time I hear the sound of his pants being opened, and my heart speeds up. My thighs press together at what I'm watching. He grabs the back of her hair, and her head shoots back. My fingers dig into my thighs. I should leave, but there's something about what's happening that has my feet planted in place. I'm remembering Luca from earlier tonight. I want to make you come, make you feel so damn good. I can make you feel that way. Nobody else. she pleads as the man pulls her to her feet. The man's voice booms through the room. Is that what you want? You want me to feed my cock into that dirty little mouth? Make you suck me until you choke? Make you swallow me down? Yes. The words fall from both the woman's mouth and mine at the same time. There's silence, except for my ragged breathing. Is he going to make her suck him off? Is he going to fuck her? A soft, breathy moan escapes my lips while I wait with her to find out her fate. Luca, take me. My fingers reach to my lips as if I'm the one who said the words and not her. Those aren't my words, but his name is mine to say. I don't understand. My mind struggles to process what's happening. Then it hits me all at once. My head starts to shake, and I break from the shadow I'm hiding in and walk directly to the wall of glass. My eyes search the room, and against the wall I see the set of buttons I hit to reveal the glass the first time. So I start pressing all of them rapidly, and the glass goes clear. His eyes meet mine at that very moment. Luca is standing over Shelby, her hands on his chest and his buckle undone, his face full of regret. Bile rises in my throat. He told me he would ruin me. He said he wouldn't be there to comfort me when I felt ashamed. But he never warned me that he would lie to me. He could never love me and do this. Luca King only loves himself.
Chapter 25. Luca. Fuck. My mind is racing. How did she get down here? How did she know what room I was in? How do I explain this? She has to trust me. She'll never believe me. I won't entertain the alternative. I shove Shelby aside and race to the door, and the moment I throw it open, Gretchen is staring back at me from the room she's exiting. We're frozen for only a moment, until she slowly moves from her door, allowing it to close. Her eyes never break from mine. We're in a standoff, and one misstep, one wrong answer could make her cut and run. My voice is cautious, unnerved by the quiet rage she's emanating. Trust me, Angel. You need to trust me. By the look on her face, that was not what she wanted to hear. She shakes her head, backing away from me. Her arms hug her body, and I see her hands trembling.
I'll never trust you. I know what I saw, Luca. I know what you were doing with her.
You don't understand. I love you, Gretchen. I coax, tilting my head to try and keep her eyes to mine. When she looks at me, it's fierce.
Your love takes and takes.
Her voice is strained and raw.
I hate you with everything left inside of me.
My jaw tenses. I can feel how much I've hurt her, and I want to take it all back, but I can't. Shelby grabs my arm from inside the room, her profile peeking out from the door. She's a fucking bitch. She wants Gretchen to see her. My hand squeezes the wood, wishing it was her throat, as she speaks seductively.
Luca, why are you leaving me? Let me finish what I started.
My head snaps to her and I rip my arm from her, looking at her with a disgusted expression. If you cost me Gretchen, if your bullshit causes her to walk away, I'll make sure I ruin you for anyone who would ever want you. Call my bluff, I threaten. Shelby's eyes grow wide as saucers, and she immediately backs up into the room as I shut the door. I bring my attention back to Gretchen. It's bullshit. Don't listen to her. She's looking at me like she would a complete stranger, shocked and disturbed. But I guess I am a stranger, like this, to her.
Who are you? It's not her fault you fucked up. This is on you,
Gretchen sneers. I stand stoically. If you loved me like you say, you would fucking trust me. It's falling apart and I can't stop it.
Give me a reason to call my eyes liars. Go ahead, she challenges.
Her mind is made up. No matter what I say, she's decided. I see all the doubts becoming facts and her beliefs becoming regrets. Angel, it's complicated, but I barely get my words out before she throws her arms in the air and cuts me off.
Complicated?
She begins to laugh.
Complicated is a long-distance relationship. Complicated isn't fucking a married man. The most twisted part is that I don't have the right to be angry at you for being sucked off by your wife.
Her face is a mask of anger as she says the last part. My heart feels like it's stopped beating. An hour ago, I looked into her eyes and saw a man that was brought to life by her love. Now I see one reflected back at me that I see from every other goddamn person in my life. The monster I am. I can't look anymore, choosing the ground instead, my words escaping my lips, broken and desperate. Stop it.
Stop what? Telling the truth?
She answers. I look up and start toward her, but she puts her hands up to stop me.
No.
She takes a few steps backward.
I forfeited all my rights the minute I let you fuck me into a second-place spot. We're done, Luca.
Her arms drop to her side and we stand staring at each other. We're done when I say we're done. My voice sounds pathetic to me. I'm grasping at anything to make her stay. I won't let her go. I can't. I'll sink without her.
I'm not asking permission. You don't get a say, Luca. I'm not yours anymore.
My jaw tenses, and I swallow the lump in my throat, rubbing my jaw roughly. I love you. I take another step. Do you hear me? I fucking love you. She has to hear me. Gretchen sighs, closing and reopening her eyes.
You love the idea of me. But a man like you doesn't deserve love. You don't deserve me.
She turns to walk away and then looks back.
Ask your wife how my pussy tastes when she blows you.
Her eyes burn into mine, and I want to grab her, haul her into a room and punish her. How can I hate her and love her at the same time? I won't let anyone stand in my way. Even you, sweetheart, I promise as she begins to walk down the hall. Gretchen! I roar, and she spins around. I'm grabbing at threads. The moment I looked into her eyes in that room, I knew I'd already lost her.
Do you think you can bully me? Treat me like Shelby? I'm not your whore anymore, she bites back,
wholly unafraid of me. Shit gets tough and you run? I accuse, shaking my head.
I'm not running. I'm waking the fuck up.
Her voice is filled with hate, and her words feel like knives cutting my flesh. I hate her for saving herself from me, for leaving me. I may as well play the role given, Angel. I take a few steady steps toward her, pushing my hands into my pockets. You know what? You're right, Gretchen. You aren't my whore, and you sure as hell aren't the woman I thought you were. I lean down to her ear and whisper, You, Angel, are a legacy. Like mother, like daughter. Her eyes shoot to my face, glistening as I pull back. I've done the one thing I swore I wouldn't do, and that's lie to her. She's nothing like her mother, but I want to hurt her, to make her bleed as much as she's making me. Fuck an eye for an eye. I'm taking a heart for a heart. Gretchen wipes one stray tear, and her face stills with a confident calm.
You deserve her, because a man this cruel could never have a heart. I hate you for stealing my heart and tearing it apart.
She turns and runs down the hall. I should chase her, plead, beg. I should tell her everything and pray that she forgives me. But I don't, because everyone lies. Gretchen said always, but she didn't mean it.
Part 2. Present Day. Chapter 26. Gretchen. That's so funny, Michael. You're hilarious. My friend Blair laughs. I can't believe Gretchen has kept you hidden for so long. I smile politely at the meaningless joke, but I don't want to laugh along. I should be happy. Why am I not happy? I know why. But the voice in my head is so loud that I'm scared everyone will hear it. I'm a terrible, awful fucking person. I'm here at a party to celebrate the pregnancy of my very best friend, Drew Matthews, and her soulmate, Dominic King. But all I can think about is that night. The one that makes me unable to catch my breath with him being in the same room. You must be her dirty little secret. My spine stiffens at the sound of his voice. It's a pleasure to see you again, Gretchen. Luca's hand moves to the small of my back as he leans in to kiss my cheek, sending heat through my body. You remember my wife, Shelby? He motions to her, and she smiles coldly with narrowed eyes on me. Or maybe that's my conscience. I nod hello, knowing all too well who she is. I hate her, and for no other reason than my own disgusting jealousy. It's wonderful to see you again, Gretchen. The sound of Shelby's voice makes bile rise in my throat again, bringing with it the memory of the last time I saw her. What's it been? 2 months now? Luca's eyes are fixed on me. He's looking for my reaction. Too bad he won't get one. I cut my eyes to her, unwilling to play her game. Something like that. But I really only saw the back of your head, so I'm not sure it counts. The group falls silent, uncomfortable with the clear mutual dislike passing between me and Shelby. Her face screws into a hateful look as I smirk. Bring it, bitch. Michael's hand squeezes mine, and I regret having put him in this situation. I need a moment. Ladies' room, I'll be back. He nods, leaning in to kiss the top of my head, and turns back to Blair to continue their conversation. I slice through the tension, walking through the middle of Shelby and Luca, only faltering as I pass when his fingers brush mine gently. I walk hurriedly to the front of the house, eyeing Drew as she looks up from her conversation, and I motion my head toward the bathroom. I see her excuse herself from the group she's chatting with and walk in my direction. I push the bathroom door open and shut it behind me, waiting. Do not cry. Do not lose your cool. I take a few slow breaths, trying to calm myself. I've moved on. It's been 2 months of radio silence, and I always knew the day I saw him again would be difficult. But I didn't expect to feel flooded with the need to walk directly into his arms and beg for him to take me back. Shit. A small knock announces her presence. The door pushes open and Drew slides herself in, closing the door behind her. She looks at me, bewildered. What's up? What's up? My voice is panicked. I thought he wasn't going to be here. You said he wasn't going to be here. Was that a lie? So much for keeping my cool. She wrinkles her forehead and bites her lip. Yes. Drew! I yell and she shushes me. I try and pace in the small space, but I can't, and she slaps my arm. Chill. I'm sorry, but he's the godfather and you're the godmother, and this is my goddamn baby, and I wanted everyone here to be happy for me. She looks down at her tummy, and I stop my tirade, reaching my hand out to scratch her flat belly. Drew's only 12 weeks along, and she hasn't started to show yet. She laughs and takes my hand. Sooner or later, you were going to have to rip off the Band-Aid. This is family, G. Everyone here has your back. Her puppy dog eyes kill me. You're right. But seeing him with her, Jesus, it just feels as raw and just as painful. How do I make it stop? She sticks out her bottom lip and I nod in agreement. Drew takes a deep breath and shrugs. Honey, you're asking me how you stop loving him. Yeah, I shrug back. I hate that I can't stop loving him. But what I hate more is the idea that he stopped loving me. Drew starts to fidget and places her hands on the bathroom counter, leaning back. Gee, I know you didn't want me to tell you stuff about him, but there's something you should know. Dom said something today, and I heard him and Luca talking about it again before the party tonight. The look on her face makes me nervous. I want to forget him, and I couldn't do that with Drew telling me his every movement, so I made a no Luca conversation rule. She's honored it until now. Tell me, I say like a true addict. My nerves have sunk into the pit of my stomach. He's protecting Shelby. Is she fucking kidding me? Hormones have really messed with her judgment. Are you kidding? Why are you telling me this? I try to calm my irritation. You want me to know he's protecting his wife from me. Great. Thanks. I reach past her to get to the door to leave. Drew's hand lands gently on mine. No, honey. Luca said that if he sent her back, Gio would know, whatever that means. So she has to stay put. I stare at her confused, trying to make sense of what she's saying. Luca's helping her because Gio is a monster, a real psychopath with women, but one thing has nothing to do with the other. I know what I saw. Why do I feel like I'm about to have a panic attack? Do you? You saw her with him in a room and his pants undone. You didn't see him getting a blowjob. You heard her beg and him threaten shit, but you didn't hear him ask for it. So his dick needed to be down her throat? Jesus, whose side are you on? I can't believe her. She looks at me just as frustrated with me as I am with her. Yours. Which is why I'm saying you should let him explain before you decide he's lying. What I know, G, is that you don't like to feel as if someone has any power over you. But babe, you love him, and that gives him all the power in the world. Hear him out. It can't get much worse than standing in a bathroom afraid of leaving. She kisses my cheek and looks back at me for a moment before opening the door, leaving me alone. I stand there looking in the mirror, hoping for some kind of sign. Anything would do. How do I trust him? Fuck, how do I trust myself? Part of why I'm digging my heels in is because I instantly wanted to listen, wanted to believe and to trust no matter what I saw, and that made me feel weak and stupid. I can't trust myself. But if I walked away and he was telling the truth, he'll never forgive me. I know Luca. He won't just hold a grudge. He'll hold me accountable. I take a steadying breath and walk back out of the bathroom to take my place next to Michael. Luca's back is to me, and I notice how he and Shelby stand next to each other, not touching, like strangers. It's as if he senses me the moment I'm within reach of him, because he looks over his shoulder as if he were expecting me. Our eyes meet and his brow furrows when Michael calls my name, waving me over to where he and Blair have traveled. Luca reaches out, taking my wrist brazenly, right in front of Shelby, but blocking Michael's view. I can't watch you with him. It's torture. His voice is hushed as his fingers trace the lines in my palm. I want to take his hand and bring it to my lips. Instead, I take my free hand and bring his chin up from where he's watching himself draw on my palm. I search the hazel eyes looking into my damn soul for some sort of belief that he isn't completely mad, or that somehow in this moment I can believe Drew, love, or my gut. But he just looks like the man I know, and I'm reminded of the hurt all over again. Well, I guess Michael makes us even, I answer, looking over at Shelby, who at least has the decency to pretend not to be listening. I don't even care that she's standing there. Truth is, I don't think she's my competition. I think Luca's need for payback is. He drops my wrist back to my side, his eyes becoming cold, the wall rebuilding itself. He leans into my ear. If you let that asshole touch you, I'm going to make him swallow his tongue. Luca's breath so close to my skin does horrible, delicious things to my pussy. Fuck, I miss him. The thought instantly makes me want to lash out. Before or after I let him lick me. I don't know why I say it, why I push, but I do. And the worst part is I'm satisfied with the rage that plays over his face. I like that he's angry, possessive, and envious. My misery likes his company. If he wants to play this game of lies and deceit, I'll best him. I push past Luca, anger reverberating off him, and join Blair and Michael. I can feel Luca's eyes on me, watching to see if I listen and obey. Michael looks down and questions. Everything okay? I saw you talking to Luca. Seemed pretty intense. Oh, no, just godparent stuff. The lies unfurl from my tongue with ease. Michael puts his arm around my shoulder as he chats, and I hate it. I feel like a child when he does this, and I roll my eyes internally. I chance a look at Luca and see him lean in to say something to Shelby. Shelby nods, not responding. I use the moment to take her in. She's beautiful, but looks nothing like Ella. Shelby is blonde and petite with dark brown eyes that seem lost. She doesn't look like a woman who's trying to do a victory lap. She seems frayed, like she's trying to maintain. My thoughts swirl with Drew's words. He's protecting her. I need to talk to him. My body pushes forward, and Michael pulls me back. Whoa, where are you going? I realize I started to bolt toward Luca. I shake my head, searching for another lie to tell. Sorry, I thought I saw something about to drop on the carpet. Jesus, Gretchen, impulse control. Relax, it's not your house, not your problem. He laughs and others join in. Blair gives me an eyebrow. I shake her off and go back to the conversation, hoping that tonight goes by quickly because my resolve seems to be fading.
Chapter 27. Luca. I can still feel the silk of her skin on my fingertips. I touched her fucking wrist and my head is foggy. It's not like I haven't seen her. I've kept eyes on her for the last 2 months. I reasoned it was because I wanted to make sure she was safe from all my bullshit, but I know it's because I can't stand her being gone. I just need more time.
Would you like me to get you a drink?
Shelby asks, standing next to me awkwardly. I shake my head, moving my body between Gretchen's watching eyes and Shelby. You aren't my slave, Shelby. Stop being dramatic. She rolls her eyes.
Sure. Is that why you forced me here since I'm not a slave?
I remember saying. No thanks. I did force her, but I don't enjoy babysitting her any more than she enjoys being with me. Oh, I'm sorry I brought you to a party with free food and booze, I replied dryly, grabbing a crab cake from a passing platter and taking a bite.
You brought me here to hurt her.
No, but I'm not altogether disappointed with the result. I look Shelby in the eyes. I didn't know she would be here. If I did, you would be locked in your room again. She crosses her arms like the child she is. I see the realization cross her face, and her face becomes amused.
You love her. Like, really love her.
I stare at Shelby, ignoring her non-question, uncomfortable with how delighted she seems. She starts to laugh.
Holy shit!
I touch her waist, letting my fingers sink in, watching her squirm with discomfort before pulling her flush to me and looking down at her face. This is my only warning, Shelby. If you do anything, say anything out of line, I'll deliver you myself right into Giovanni's arms. My smile is evil and honest. I would throw her to the wolves, take away all my fucking protection if she tries to hurt Gretchen. Shelby's eyes grow dark. Is that hurt or fear? It can't be either. She doesn't love me, but I know she envies anyone that has what she can't. Her words are saturated in her bitterness.
Why not me?
I let Shelby go with a small push away from my body. Because you could never be her. I walk away, motioning to Dante to keep an eye on her, and make my way to the patio for some fresh air. Dom comes up beside me and hands me a drink, but says nothing. I take a swig. The scotch slides down my throat with an easy burn as we stand together quietly, looking into the party through the glass wall. Great party, I offer, twirling the liquid in the glass. He responds, nodding. My eyes land on Gretchen and the arm of that asshole slung around her back. However, the guest list is sketchy. He chuckles. Yeah, sorry about that. Drew likes to meddle, and my girl's very pregnant and bossy. Nothing I could do. Dom pulls out a cigar, offering me one, and I shake my head. It's ironic. Gretchen and I first spoke because we were trying to meddle in your love lives. I chuckle and take a sip of my scotch. Talk to her, he says in a serious tone. I've tried, I answer back in the same way. He turns to look at me. Talk to her, Luca. Tell her the fucking truth. I look back into my human mirror. I can't. You of all people know that. Dom runs his cigar over the flame of his lighter. Luca, if you don't let her in, all in, little brother, you'll lose her. For good. I fear that I already have. I realize what he said and laugh. Oh, by 3 minutes. Little by 3 minutes, Dick. He waves me off dismissively. You hearing me? Yeah, I got it. I nod and hold my hand out for a cigar, hoping to change the subject. He hands me one and I slap him on the back. Congrats, Dom. I never thought I'd see the day we were both fathers. The smile on his face makes me happy for him. I follow his gaze, finding it's landed on his wife inside the house. He puffs on his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke. It's a terrible and wonderful feeling. I fucking love Drew, but this baby, or babies, I add quickly, and he gives me an irritated look. I return it with raised brows. There's a strong possibility, being that we are twins. Fuck you. Don't you even curse me, he grumbles. We both laugh, and I'm feeling more at ease as Dante walks outside. Hey, I sent Shelby back to the house with Matteo. She said you wouldn't mind, and honestly, it seems to be eating at Gretchen. My eyes find Gretchen again, hating that I keep making all the wrong moves. But I can't find any of the right answers without her. I nod to Dante. Thanks. Text him. Make sure he takes all the precautions. Already handled, Dante replies. Dom shakes his head again and says to Dante, Will you please tell him to stop being such a pussy and just talk to the woman? I look between them, seeing where this is headed. Luca, he's right. Plus, that guy's such a dick. You got dumped for a dick, he chuckles, and I throw my drink back, unamused. I put the empty glass on the table that's been decorated for a feast. She didn't dump me for that jackass. She left me because she thinks my wife blew me in a sex club. A grin grows on his face at how fucking ridiculous it all is. Jesus, I've gotten myself into a monumental mess. Dante doesn't hold back his laughter and reaches out to pat my face. You really are an asshole. I smack his hand away, and Dom pats my shoulder, nodding in agreement. I hate you both, I say flatly. Dom waggles his eyebrows. You love us, you dick. Yeah, I do. I let out a breath. And I love her. I watch Gretchen laugh at something with Drew. More than my fucking life. And I don't know how long I can sit here and watch her next to Mikey. I crack my neck, hoping to relieve the frustration. I can't watch him put his fucking paws all over her. This is torture. Dante takes me by the shoulder and turns us so we are looking right at Gretchen and Mikey. No, y calma. Dovrei vederlo come quando Gretchen ha visto quello che hai fatto. Ma ora, se che lo scoprirà alla fine della notte. Mikey sta per sostituirti. Nah, it's karma. You gotta watch like she did. But now you know he's gonna fuck her at the end of the night. He's gonna fucking replace you. Dante's words are dark and feed my worry that it's all true. They travel to the piece of me that I'm so good at keeping quiet until needed. Do you want him dead? I ask coldly, my anger gathering. Dom speaks in his place. No, but Luca, you need to be reminded of who you are and that you feel. Get your fucking head in the game. Losing her means losing yourself. He's never been more on the money. I feel like I've lost myself because I rolled over and accepted the idea that I'd lost her. My brothers are twisted, but it was exactly the reminder I needed. I've been wallowing, blaming her for mistrusting me, hating her for her unwillingness to love me blindly. But seeing her like this, with him, I'm stewing in my assumptions just like she did. I never gave her a reason to trust me because I withheld the truth. I need to bring her in. All fucking in. I cross my arms over my chest and look over at my brothers smugly. Okay, I got it. Enough now. Drew peeks her head outside. Boys, dinner. She smiles as she opens the door and the rest of the party begins to file outside, remarking at how beautifully decorated the room is. But I go in the opposite direction, swiping my glass from the table and locking eyes with Gretchen. I tilt my head toward the bar inside, and she shakes hers at me. My jaw tenses, and I change direction, heading directly to where she's standing with Mikey. We need to talk, I huff, stopping right in front of them. Excuse me, what's going on? Mikey says to me, but I'm speaking to Gretchen, so I don't look at him. Her eyes are full of worry, but she looks up at Mikey calmly. Godparent stuff. We need to go over our toast. I'll be right back. She pats his chest gently to reassure him, and he grabs her hand and kisses it. I'm going to break his goddamn mouth for touching her. My hands fist at my sides, and now I look at him. I know what I'm feeling is all over my face. The minute his eyes meet mine, he swallows, losing some of his bravado. That's right, Mikey. You fucked with the wrong guy. I keep my eyes on him. I'm going to steal your girl now, Mikey. My voice is laced with insinuation, and I can see he doesn't trust me. He shouldn't. Just bring her back, he laughs. I respond with a shrug, reaching out and taking her hand right out of his. I turn around, pulling her behind me into the house. We walk toward the bar and I glance behind me and see Blair running some distraction with Mikey. I always liked her. Where's your wife? Gretchen snarks. I sent her home, I answer, pulling her into the butler's pantry and closing the door behind us. What the fuck do you think you're... Her words are immediately cut off by my lips covering hers. It's hard and aggressive, filled with a tornado of emotion. Kiss me back, I demand to her unmoving mouth. But she doesn't. I pull back and look at her. She can't hide from me. She's on fire, wanting this connection, needing it. Even still, she won't accept me trying to bulldoze her. I know better, but it doesn't stop me from trying. Kiss me back, I growl. She shakes her head, her eyes narrowed. I step away from her and put both my hands on the counter in front of me. Fuck, I breathe out. I miss you. I'm so fucking lost without you. Tell me how I stopped loving you, Angel. Tell me, because you managed to move on and forget me, but I can't. It feels physically impossible. I look to her for an answer. No bulldozing, no agenda, just me. Instead of saying anything, she closes the distance between us, places her hands on my face, and pulls me down, sealing her lips to mine. I groan into her mouth from relief, twisting my body to face her, and kiss her like she should be kissed. Our mouths are fused, tongues swirling over the others. My hands tangle into her soft hair, and she wraps her arms around my neck. We stumble back into the opposite counter, my lower back hitting the marble, and I spin her around so she's against it. My right hand pulls from her hair and drifts down her cheek, then to her neck, and sweeps across her breasts. She lets out a small moan. Her body is so receptive to my touch. What about Mikey's touch? The unwelcome reminder of my replacement breaks me from our little fantasy in action, and I jerk back. Did you let him touch you? I can't control the anger in my voice. The haze in her eyes clears, and she narrows them. You don't have any right to ask me that. She pulls her arms from my neck and glares at me. She's right. I don't. Okay, I say, nodding. Okay? She looks surprised, a hint of a smile on her lips. You're right. I let you go. I lost that right. But that doesn't mean I don't want to punish you for what I think you've done. My hand trails up her thigh, skimming her center, and her breath hitches. My fingers rub gently against the fabric that's hiding her clit from me, and her hips push forward. What do you think I've done? She rasps seductively. Little minx. She'll exploit my jealousy for her benefit. My angel needs a lesson. I think you let him touch you here. I reach my free hand up to grab her breast, feeling the hard nipple underneath and pinching it between my fingers. She bites her lip, enjoying the sensation. She shakes her head. Nope. I think I'm going to like this game. I pull my fingers from the rubbing I'm doing against her clit, and she whimpers. I lift them up and run my finger down her neck. I think he kissed you here. I follow the path across her collarbone. And here. My eyes meet hers again. She says, licking her lips this time. I'm most afraid he's touched you here. I stop my hand over her heart, and she doesn't answer. We stand, looking at each other, the silence stretching out. She grabs my hand and pulls it down to her center. You forgot a spot. I know she's lying. Mikey's never touched her. She can't handle the question because she'd have to admit she still loves me. Then you deserve a consequence, Angel, I growl, playing along, baiting her for permission. How far is she willing to take this? Punish me then. Her voice is barely above a whisper. I'm not sure she even knows she said that aloud. Say it again, I urge, palming her delicious cunt. My chest is heaving from the adrenaline coursing through my veins, watching her body writhe under my control. She grips my dress shirt and pulls me to her face. Punish the fuck out of me. Make me feel something, Luca. With pleasure, Angel. I spin her around and tug at her skirt, pulling it up to expose her bare ass. Hold the counter, I direct, and her hands fly into place. I understand what she needs. I need it too. It'll only ever be me, no matter who touches her. I'm the only one she'll ever crave. Spread your legs. She obeys. I run my hand over her ass cheeks and her head falls back, her breath releasing with a satisfied whoosh. My thumb starts at the top of the crack of her ass and runs down until I get to the sensitive spot that makes her jump. I apply pressure and watch the way her back arches. She's a beautifully dirty woman made just for me. I smile, leaning in to kiss her shoulder, pushing my finger into her wet pussy and dragging her excitement up to her tight hole. What's wrong, Angel? Did you think I was going to spank you? That's for pleasure. Punishments aren't for your enjoyment. They're for mine. You'll remember this every time you let that piece of shit touch what's mine. I lean into her, my chest against her back, and the tip of my thumb penetrates her tight hole. She hisses in a breath.
Yes.
Her ass pushes back against the pressure.
More.
Gretchen's lost in her fantasy when my other hand smacks the counter in front of her, and her attention shoots to watch what I'm doing. I slide my hand out, and her gaze follows as I reach in front of her for a wine bottle stopper. It's a black rubber cork with an ornate crystal handle on it. That'll work nicely. Her head twists back, shock plastered across it, to the smile on my face, and I slowly raise the stopper to my mouth and run my tongue over it, making sure the rubber is lubricated enough. Try and be quiet. I wink, and her head falls forward between her shoulders as I run the rubber cork down her back, stopping at her ass.
Holy fuck,
she whispers as I bring it to her tight spot and replace my thumb with our new toy. I twist it inside her, enjoying the moan that escapes from her lips. I said quiet. Try and listen, Angel. We wouldn't want the whole party to hear. I keep my hand on my MacGyvered butt plug and kneel, reaching between her legs from behind and running my fingers through her slit to her entrance and back up, rubbing her clit. What would Mikey think? I push 2 fingers inside of her, holding her in place from behind. She pushes back against the pressure she's feeling from her ass, and I start a punishing pace inside her pussy.
Who's Mikey?
She answers. I smile. Can you feel how full you are, baby? I say, watching her body sway with the rhythm.
Oh, fuck, Luca. It feels so good. Don't stop. Don't ever stop.
Her knuckles go white with the force of her grip on the counter as I fuck her raw. I rise, pumping my fingers inside her, and kick her legs out wider and push her body forward with my head, pounding my fingers inside of her faster, feeling her pussy tighten. Her moans grow louder and she slaps a hand over her mouth to stop the noise. Her other arm gives out and she falls forward onto her elbow, screams echoing into her hand. But I don't stop. I twist the plug and push it in and out, ever so slightly. I'm working her over and she fucking loves it. I feel it, her climax building. Her soft walls tighten and her fingernails scrape against the marble surface. She sucks in tiny breaths as her orgasm begins to reach its peak. And then I pull my fingers from her, along with the plug, and take a step back, my breathing heavy and my cock rock hard. Gretchen sucks in an audible intake of air at the loss.
What the fuck?
Like I said, I open the trash and throw the bottle stopper in. This was for my enjoyment, not yours. Now you can sit across from me at dinner and wish I was eating you and not my food. Right next to that cocksucker. She spins around with animosity and slaps my face.
You're an asshole. You did this to make us even.
I'm still the bad guy to her. I rub the sting on my jaw and smile. I've never been unfaithful to you, despite what you think. My words are just as angry as her, but I reach out for her, wanting to fuck her for her stubbornness. Gretchen smacks at my hands.
I can't do this.
She tugs at her skirt, smoothing it down.
Look at what we've become. I just got hate-fucked in the pantry of my best friend's home with my fucking boyfriend outside.
Her hand rubs down the sides of her face. I grab her chin and force her eyes to mine. Are you blaming me? Because you asked for it, loud and proud, baby, and it definitely wasn't hateful, I reply unapologetically. She laughs angrily, tugging her chin from my hands.
Ha! Luca, I'm sure you could talk me right off a bridge and I wouldn't even realize that it wasn't my idea until I hit the ground.
Fuck this. If that'll help you sleep next to him tonight, I shrug, my irritation building. But you remember something, baby. There will always only be me. You're the only real vow I've ever taken, and everything is going to fall apart, burn to the fucking ground, until we fix this because, Angel, I place my hand on her chest, this belongs to me. I'm the only man that gets to hear it beat. When you realize that, I'll be waiting. I pull the pantry door open and stroll out back to the table, right back to Mikey's curious eyes. I take my seat across from him and lean back casually. She was great, thanks, I say to him, but let my eyes roam over her body as she rejoins him. Let the games begin.
Chapter 28. Gretchen. I feel shell-shocked. I'm present, but my mind is a million miles away. I just let him finger fuck me in the pantry, and now I'm sitting next to Michael, the man I'm dating, as if nothing happened, wildly turned on and frustrated. Michael's hand reaches over to touch mine, and I jump. Everything okay? You look flustered. I just got punish-fucked in the pantry, but I'm good. I'm okay, just thirsty. I point to the bottle of Chardonnay on the table. Would you mind? His eyes are filled with suspicion. Michael picks up my glass of water and hands it to me. Maybe this instead. His expression is unwavering. I want to laugh in his face. Oh, wrong girl, buddy. Excuse me? I question. I wasn't asking permission. I apologize for the confusion, but I'll take that bottle now. My voice is sweet, but my meaning is clear. Angel. My nickname from that mouth calls my attention instantly. I look to see Luca handing me a glass with a sizable pour of white wine. He's such an asshole. He's taking a jab. And I'll let him because this lesson is an important one for Michael to learn. Never tell a woman what she needs. We know. We're good. Thank you. I smile, taking the glass and looking to Michael as I sip. I shouldn't be so antagonistic. But I'm not in the mood for Luca or Michael to act like dicks. The liquid slides down my throat, and my tongue swipes across my lip as I pull the glass from my mouth. The tartness on my taste buds makes my eyes nearly pop out of my head. Holy shit. That's me. I just tasted myself. That motherfucker. My angry glare zeroes in on Luca's arrogant fucking smirk. He brings the fingers that were inside of me to his mouth and licks the tips as if he has food on them. The sauce on the pasta is delicious. He's not speaking to any one person in particular, but I know he's speaking to me. And I begin to plot ways to hide his body. Yeah, new chef thought it up. I think it's a bit salty. Dom answers and Luca laughs. I wipe the glass and Michael looks at me. Lipstick. I answer his questioning face. He turns again to speak to Blair, and I take a bite of my food, unwilling to look at Luca again. So, how'd you meet our Gretchen? Tell us all about it, Mikey. Luca asks from across the table, and I drop my fork, the clanging sound underscoring my irritation. His name is Michael, not Mikey. I snap, and Luca feigns apology. Michael puts his arm over my back and pulls me toward him, kissing my forehead. He's just being friendly, babe. Nicknames are just a fun way guys mess with each other, especially guys raised on the streets of Chicago. Right, Luke? Oh, shit, Mikey. I can't even look at Luca's face because I can only imagine. I chance a glance, and Luca seems amused. Figures. He likes a good fight. How'd you meet? Luca prods, motioning with his fork as he eats. Oh, I love these stories. Lila chimes in, and suddenly all eyes are on us. Luca sits back, pleased, and I'm suddenly hyper-aware of a setup. Michael pulls me closer into him, and I'm embarrassed. It feels wrong, and I hate that Luca will be able to pick up on what I'm feeling. Michael wipes the corner of his mouth with his napkin. We met online. Not the sexiest start to dating, but she messaged me, and I was obviously pretty excited to have such a beautiful woman wanting to date me, so I jumped at the opportunity. I smile from my spot under his heavy arm. Online dating's happily ever after. You guys should be on one of those commercials. Vinny laughs. I roll my eyes at his grin and squirm. I hope Michael pulls his arm off me. I look up, and Luca is watching me, much too pleased. You were worried about getting catfished? Like you said, Gretchen's out of your league. How much do you really know about her? Luca jokes like a true asshole, wagging his eyebrows, and Drew laughs. I cut my eyes at her, and she immediately looks contrite, mouthing, I'm sorry. I know enough, Michael answers. It's clear that Michael doesn't like Luca's questions. Neither do I. Luca leans back into his chair and takes a swig of his drink. Yeah. Tell us something. What? Michael asks, confused. Luca smirks. You said you know enough? Tell me. We'll start easy. What's her favorite color? Oh no. I hate everything about what's unraveling in front of me. This can only end badly. Luca is looking for an excuse to pop Michael in the jaw, and if he digs and prods hard enough, he'll find a justification. Michael takes his arm off my shoulder and joins his hands on the table. I don't know. His tone is brittle. It's red. Luca counters. He's right. This is stupid, I interject, but I'm ignored by both men, who are now leaning forward over the table, staring each other down. Jesus Christ, are they fucking kidding? What's her favorite movie? Luca throws out. Michael crosses his arms. I don't know. We tend to stop watching after the first few minutes. Wait, what? I've never even watched a movie with him. I start to open my mouth, but Luca doesn't give me the chance. 16 Candles. Because she's in love with that pussy Jake Ryan. Hold on. Wait a minute, I say, irritated, and Blair looks at me with saucers for eyes. Luca ignores me and starts a rapid fire. Favorite food? Favorite season? Why does she hate tube socks? Do you know her conspiracy theory about Valentine's Day, Mikey? Huh? What do you know? Apparently not as much as you, but since she never fucking spoke of you, I didn't think you were very important. Michael shoots back, seemingly pleased with himself. I throw my hands up. My patience is hitting its limit. Dante laughs in the background, enjoying the show as he eats his pasta. I look at Dom. You going to say something? He just smiles, leans back in his chair, and holds his hands up in retreat. Asshole. They all are. Each of the guys seems more amused than worried, but none of them would stop Luca. They would help him bury the body, though, and that's what I'm worried about. Luca winks at me and looks back to Michael, his voice taking on a sinister tone. Here's one. Which is your personal favorite, Mikey? The sound she makes when she eats something delicious, or the soft purr she makes when she's being enough? I smack my hands down on the table and stand, pushing my chair back. Have you both lost your minds? This ends now. All eyes at the table are on me. Michael looks defensive, lips thinned and eyes narrowed. He places his napkin on the table and rests back in his chair. He has every right to be angry. He just doesn't know how angry. I don't love Michael. And before tonight, I didn't know how long I wanted to keep dating him. But the emptiness was too much to bear. So I filled it with the first available body. I should feel worse about it, but I don't. Because the alternative was terrifying. Luca looks entertained. I know exactly what he's doing and why. If I won't give in, he'll find a way to make me. He knows I would never roll over for him, but he's damned sure he'll make Michael exist on his back. like a submissive puppy, because that guarantees I'll never touch the guy again. He's right, and he's so fucking sneaky. But he underestimates me, because neither one is my favorite person right now. I've got one for both of you. Do you know the one thing I hate the most? I snap at both of them. The whole table is still watching me. Guy's named Michael? Luca answers, his eyes fixed on Michael. Wanna be tough guys? Michael answers, and Luca stills, his drink halfway to his mouth. Antonio tips the scales first and barks out a deep laugh. All the other guys follow suit. I can't help myself, and I put my face in my hands, exasperated by these men. What's so funny? Michael whispers to me as I sit down. Michael, there aren't any wannabes at this table, so let's move on. Stop trying to have a pissing contest with Luca. Even if you win, you lose. He looks at me and swallows hard, reality sinking in. My eyes follow Michael's to where Luca sits, nodding his head. Michael looks aptly nervous, and I take his hand in mine. I hate Luca for enjoying this so much. I point at Luca angrily. And fuck you for having some kind of pissing contest. I'm not your prize. You don't treat me like some silly girl who's happy to get attention. We're equals. Blair snaps her fingers in a circle and looks at Antonio, who shrugs and looks away sheepishly. Drew points at me. All of that, yes. Don't ever fuck with smart girls. Luca taps his glass heavily against the table and I bite out. See? Spankings can be pleasurable and punishing. I'm angry that Luca would reduce us to such a ridiculous show, and I want him to know it. He looks away, the muscles in his jaw strained. You should remember my place next time, Luca. When he looks back, his eyes are dark, angry. He's pissed at me for calling him out. Karma's a bitch. His deep gravel echoes through the room. You should remember my place, Angel. Seems you're on the wrong side of the table. Michael tenses, and the vibe in the room turns from petty to murderous. Gretchen, why don't we settle down now? It was all fun and games. It just went too far. Michael adds with a lot less strength than he possessed before. Idiot. Luca points at Michael, keeping his eyes on me, his face murderous. Now's when he stops. I squeeze Michael's hand and Luca's face shoots to where they're joined before he says, And Mikey, you'd be better served to keep your hands to yourself. You know, if you want to keep them. Luca sits back in his chair, smiling at me, as Michael pulls his hand from mine. Michael sits up straighter, looking a bit more nervous than he did before. And I feel terrible and irritated that Luca intimidated him so easily. I'm going to kill Luca. Don't worry, Mikey. We're all out of cement. Dom smirks, and Nico laughs. Dom takes a bite of food before turning his attention to Drew, who is glaring at him from across the table. She points her finger at him, and he pretends to be injured, grabbing his chest. Lila tries to change the subject by getting everyone together for a picture. You guys fight later. Right now, I want the godparents and the parents in a picture. Drew nods in agreement. You can't say no, she snaps at Luca. I'm pregnant, and that means everyone has to say yes to everything I say. He laughs and stands, fight forgotten. God, I love her. Such a knack for diffusion. I stand, and Michael looks at me. You owe me an explanation later. I do. I agree before turning to walk to the opposite side of the table where a wall of roses grows. It's the perfect backdrop. I smile as Blair comes over with her phone, and Lila arranges me and Drew, stepping back as Blair snaps a few photos of us. I laugh as Drew immediately asks to see the photos and zooms in to check for a bump. Luca's arm slides around my waist, and I tense. "Me next," he says to Blair. I melt a bit at his touch, and I hate how much I like it. Even after he showed his assholery, I still want to affix myself to him. Maybe if only to strangle him for his behavior. "Will you behave, please?" I chastise under my breath. And he just grins before planting a kiss to my cheek as Blair takes a photo. I push him back gently. That's the opposite of my request. My words are laced with a quiet irritation. "One more, it's blurry," Blair says, and I roll my eyes. Luca pulls me close to him. "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." "You're acting like this because you're jealous," I accuse, nestling into the comfort of his body, looking at Blair's phone and smiling. Luca brings his mouth to my ear. "Why would I be jealous? I just fucked his girlfriend in the pantry." My back straightens, and I spin to look at him as Blair calls out for Dom and Drew to join us. Luca brushes a hair behind my ear. "Promise you'll hear me out, and I'll play nice." I knew I was being set up. His face is bright, excited at his little game of cat and mouse, and God help me, because I love it. I'm completely sucked in, totally unable to resist him and his asshole ways. "Fine," I reluctantly agree. "Forgive me, baby." Luca puts his hand on my back, and we turn to take the picture with all of us together. "I can't make any promises," I answer, and his fingers brush the flesh on my lower back, making my pussy slick. I break from the group the moment Blair says done and head back to my seat, smiling as Michael begins to stand to pull out my chair. But Luca beats him to it and pushes it back in. "You're good, Mikey. I got it from here." Michael sits down like a good puppy, completely emasculated, and I shoot Luca a look like, what the fuck? He just said he'd behave. Luca's arm snakes around my waist, and my arms lift slightly as I appraise his possession of me. "What are you doing?" I hiss quietly, and he shushes me. Blair reaches her knife out and gently taps her glass. "A toast," she calls out, and everyone joins in, looking to me and Luca. I'd forgotten about this part. Luca winks at me, squeezing my waist gently. I plaster a smile on my face and take a deep breath. Luca motions his hand for everyone to settle down. The voices begin to hush, and I smile back at Drew's beaming face. This is why we're here. This beautiful moment, and I'm suddenly happy that Luca is standing next to me for this moment. This is how I want to remember tonight. I glance up at him. There's understanding in his eyes. He always knows just what I want. I grab my wine from the table. Okay. As the most amazing godmother/aunt, I'll start by saying that this baby, or babies, I say with a wink to Dom's grumbles and everyone laughs, will always have my whole heart. Drew covers her mouth and blows me a kiss. I couldn't be happier for the two of you. The love you share comes once in a lifetime, and when you find it, you hold on to it, because it's a treasure you'll never find again. Luca squeezes me again as I continue. I'm so happy you found that in each other. The world deserves more of the both of you. Dante pats the table in support, and I giggle, willing my tears back. I promise that I will always be there, present and loving in your child's life, forever. Drew's eyes glisten, and Luca lets me go so I can walk around the table and hug her fiercely. I love my friend, and her happiness is everything I've ever wanted for her. Luca clears his throat to bring the attention back to himself, but I continue standing next to Drew, my hand in hers. Luca looks out, so handsome and charming. I didn't plan this, so forgive me if it's a terrible speech. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Michael's eyebrows raise, but I ignore him. I never thought I'd see the day that my brother would find someone who made him want to stop and smell the roses. Luca looks directly at me. But I guess that's the king curse. We're damned until we find the right woman. Once we do, they're damned to love us. Drew leans into me. You look like your heart is breaking all over again, G. She whispers into my ear. One tear falls down my cheek. That's because it is. I smile, and she wipes my face. She holds my hands tighter for the strength I need to make it for another few minutes. Nico yells out something I don't catch, and Drew laughs. But I just stare at Luca. Because I am exactly that. Damned. I cheated on Michael. Luca cheated on Shelby. The one constant is that we keep clawing our way to each other. It's me and Luca, forever trapped in our own misery if we can't find a resolution. I shift my eyes to Drew, who smiles at me as Luca continues. I couldn't be more pleased that Drew is my sister and is queen to a man who loves to call himself king. The table laughs at the moniker that most know Dom as. I'm overjoyed that she'll be the one to have my nephews. Dom shakes his head again, tossing his napkin at Luca. We all know that I'll be the favorite uncle. It's a given. But whether it's a boy or girl, I promise to protect this child with my life, the way I would Ella. Luca raises his glass to me at the last part. Here's to a lifetime of love, babies, and joy. My heart stops beating, and Drew's breath catches. He turns to the table and raises his glass to everyone. Familia. Family. Everyone raises their glasses and chimes in, but Luca keeps his eyes on me. And I don't look away because I see what he's feeling. It's a sadness that I feel myself. I want to be his family, to share these moments with him. But that will never happen for us as a couple. The table quiets, and I turn to Drew. I'm not feeling well. I think I'm going to call it a night. Would you mind? I'm sorry I tricked you. I didn't see it until now. I love you, G. I know she means it. Nobody knows the depths of my feelings for Luca. Because if I say it out loud, then I have to mourn the loss. It stings too much. So I pack it away for another day. Denial is my superpower. I walk back to my seat. Luca is on his own side. I stare over to where he sits, honed in on me. Probably my thoughts, too. Because I can't help but be an open book to him. His fingers twist his glass round and round as his jaw flexes. He's such a dangerous and beautiful man. His passion is matched only by his rage. And sometimes they feel the same because each is equally as terrifying. When do we stop hurting each other in an effort to make the other submit? How bloody are we willing to get? The realization washes over me, and I laugh quietly to myself as my thoughts still. My love for him runs so deep within me that I'm willing to take his hate if that means I get him for another second. Because I don't just love him. I'm possessed by him. Wholly. Luca's eyes falter, and I see his regret. But only because he sees my pain. His manipulation of me is what breaks my heart. We don't lie. We don't manipulate. It's a desperate act, and I hate myself for being his accomplice. Everything disappears as we stare at each other across the table, and his brow furrows. I close my eyes, unable to look anymore. It's too raw, too painful. And if we don't stop this, we're going to tear each other apart, bit by bit. I turn to Michael and smile. I'm not feeling well. Let's call it a night. Michael's eyes are filled with relief and he nods. Of course. He pushes his chair back and stands. I'll get your coat. Thank you, I answer, suddenly exhausted. I rise and make my apologies to the table for leaving, blaming an oncoming headache. Luca begins to stand and Antonio grips his shoulder, whispering, You're the headache, dickhead. Leave her alone for a minute. But I catch it. Don't go. I'll go. Luca offers quietly, ignoring Antonio. I just shake my head and hug Drew again, giving everyone a small wave. Michael waves too, and I walk with him through the house. Don't look back. Don't look back. I don't. But it doesn't matter. Because I feel him watching.
Chapter 29. Luca. I inhale the crisp, cool morning air, letting my lungs fill. I brought Rose and Ella to the park this morning to clear my head. There's too much shit fighting for priority in my mind. I exhale and walk back to where I started the day, at the swings with my giggling almost 1-year-old. She's getting fearless, I laugh to Rose and take over pushing. Ella squeals each time the swing goes higher, and I raise my eyebrows, mirroring her excitement.
She is, but I'm not. Perhaps a little less high would be advisable,
Rose squeaks out. I laugh and slow Ella, much to her disappointment. She kicks out her legs, wanting to go higher, and I look at Rose and poke my bottom lip out.
You and that baby will succeed in giving me a heart attack.
She smiles at me and I laugh again, looking past her to see a man sitting on a bench reading the paper, shadowed by a very burly individual. Interesting. I stop the swing and pull Ella from it. Rose, it's time for you to take Ella home. I have some business to attend to. Go with George. She nods and follows my gaze, then looks back with understanding. I hand Ella over and watch them walk to the car where George is already waiting. He nods to me, and I know he saw them too. I turn and push the swing out of the way and make my way to the bench, taking a seat next to the man, crossing one leg over the other, and placing my joined hands in my lap. Uncle, I turn my head to look at his face. Nephew? He smiles in greeting, but I remain expressionless. What can I do for you? My voice is cold, my hate immeasurable. Non è il modo di salutare un vecchio. That's no way to greet an old man, he tisks. Would you rather I shot you? I answer, and his smile wavers. How I wish you were your brother. You're mad. He waves off the security standing behind him and twists to put his elbow on the back of the bench. He doesn't want anyone to hear his sick perversions. Why would you think that? I question, ignoring the dig about Dom. Gio is not the man to me that he is to my brother. But even still, his wish is empty because we hate him equally. Dom's just better at hiding it. I grin, amused that he thinks he's a step ahead. I know I shouldn't have played with Shelby. She was so inocente y accidente. His eyes close as if he's reliving the fantasy. I'm sick. Shelby is anything but innocent or accepting. But you're right. I didn't appreciate you fucking my wife. Makes a Sunday dinner awkward, I say, playing along as I relax back and extend my arm out along the bench. Pity. We could have had fun with her. Bile rises in my throat when I think of the atrocities he's committed in the name of fun. I'm not interested in your fucked up idea of fun. I don't like repeating myself. What can I do for you, Giovanni? He bristles at the way I speak to him. In his world, he's king, but out here, I am. I don't live by his rules, but I continue to hold him by the goddamn throat, and that's created a very angry monster. Gio looks back to the park. You offend me. I wanted to see my beautiful grandniece before you hauled her away from her family. It's the way he says family that makes my skin crawl. I wonder if that was the appeal with Antonio's sister. Then again, Antonio's father fed the beast, so maybe it was more opportunity. Careful. My patience isn't endless, I warn. My control is beginning to quake with the memories that keep rocking me as I sit here with him. She looks like your mother, he says, and I look at his face again. I remember her so vividly. Her mouth was a perfect red bow. I always thought it a gift for those lips to wrap around a man. Pity the crash mangled her beautiful face. I reach around to the holster around my waist and pull out my gun, setting it next to me discreetly, out of sight but directly in his view. Well, I guess I'll dispense with the pleasantries, he responds. I nod, filled by a deep fury. Speak. He sneers and his eyes go black. It's time for you to walk away. All these years you've held that girl over my head, and now you'll stop. I laugh. What makes you think I would stop, old fool? His mask falls and his words hurl out. Because she wanted it just like your fucking wife. And if you aren't careful, I'll do the same to your precious Gretchen. Oh yes, that's not all I know. I bet she likes it rough, and you know how I like it when they put up a fight. Makes it sweeter when I break them. You sick bastard. I press the gun into his side and he flinches. If you think I would let any of that happen, you're delusional. We both know how this shit ends. I want to shoot him here on this bench and watch him die. I'd gladly accept the consequence, but I can't do that to Ella, and he knows that. You aren't just taking me on, boy. He exhales as I pull the gun from his ribs. I place the gun back against my back and stand. Then I'll bring down the whole outfit. Life by filthy fucking life. You think one man can do that? Dominic will never let you put his wife and child in danger. He says child in a way to relay that he's aware of Drew's pregnancy. Mi divertirò a guardarti mentre fai gli ultimi respiri. Sarò lì per assicurarmi di vederti trascinato giù nelle caverne dell'inferno. I promise I'll enjoy watching you take your last breaths. I'll stay to see you dragged into the pits of hell. Non vedo l'ora di prendere tutto ciò che hai sempre amato. Perché una volta fatto, non dovrò ucciderti. Il dolore della perdita lo farà per me. I look forward to taking everything you've ever loved, because once I do, I won't have to kill you. The pain from the loss will do it for me. His words etch into me, leaving marks. He doesn't want my life. He wants retribution for the power I stole from him. He clings to his need for vengeance, and I realize I'm not much different. He taught me this, gave me this gift, but I don't want it anymore. I turn around and walk away. Nice to see you again, Uncle. And you, nephew, he calls out. I walk past the guard and back through the playground before I reach for my cell and call Dom. Gather everyone. We've come to the end game. I need them to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I need to sort out their loyalties. Okay. Dom pauses. Luca, we take everyone who ever let it happen, because I won't have another person take his place that turned a blind eye. We need to protect them, and you need to tell her. I know this has been coming. I knew I'd have to tell Gretchen, but I hate that her loving me has drawn her into a world so dangerous. Done. Standing at the curb, I hail a cab and head home to check on my girl and plan how to kill Giovanni Sovrano. I walk into Mama's, and Mario greets me with the same enthusiasm he always has. I pat his back. It's nice to see you too. Where's my favorite girl? I joke about his wife, Sophia. Ah, Sophia is making something special for you boys. The table is in the back. He motions his head toward the kitchen, and I nod in appreciation. I walk through the restaurant and down a small hallway to a door that's blended into the wall. Mario told me about the room once when I was here for dinner. He explained how it was installed during the days of Prohibition. It was used to store all the illegal booze. Now it's used for supplies. Tonight, it's the place where I meet my brothers. I knock on the door and hear a click as it's opened. I duck my head and see everyone seated around the round table, 6 pairs of eyes looking back at me. Well, this is fucking dramatic, I announce. Everyone starts to laugh and Mario comes in behind me with a tray of drinks. The fellas cheer his entry. Such a rowdy bunch of assholes. Mario throws out a few choice curse words in Italian, feeding the insanity, and tells us our food will be ready in a bit. Take your time. We need to talk first, I request. Mario nods. Of course, Luca. Anything you need. I take my place between Dominic and Dante at the table. Everyone quiets as Mario leaves. They all know why we're here. At least, they know I'm going to war, and they've vowed their loyalty. But there are things to be said, truths to tell that may make them feel differently. They look to me, waiting for me to speak. There's no going back. I want to start by saying I'm sorry it's come to this, but in a way I'm not. I rub my stubbled jaw. I didn't want to get here, but Giovanni Sovrano is not a man who should possess power. He's a sick, disgusting, distorted version of what a man is supposed to be. Dante nods, crossing his arms over his chest. Agreed? But we all know who he is. What's changed? He would know most of all. Giovanni talked his mother into staying in the lifestyle and sent her away, isolating her and Dante from our father. He threw Dante into the life the first moment he could, without protection. He conjured the devil in Dante. I take a sip of my drink. He's threatening to hurt the people I love. I saw him this morning, and he admitted he's planning to hurt everyone in my life that he sees fit. He's had to wait for a long time to seek out revenge, but now I have weaknesses. And Giovanni looks for weakness. Even if you don't see it, he does. We're all monsters, but he wants to hurt you through them, Vincenzo answers, and I nod. There's a code among men in this life. Women and children are off limits. It's understood and upheld, except by Giovanni and their fathers. And if he knows you're all brothers to me, he'll hurt you. He's had incriminating information gathered on all your families for years. It's his smoking gun. So, if you want out, if you want to keep yourselves protected, I'll understand. You can walk now. What the fuck? Matteo says, standing to pace. What kind of fucking information? Vincenzo questions, his voice just shy of a roar. Dante shakes his head at him. Calm down. Listen. You need to hear. Antonio's eyes stare into mine, and I know he's processing the information. How long have you known this Luca? Nico asks. Since I was 15. I feared him for so long. He was ruthless and cruel for the enjoyment of it. He seemed all-powerful, and if I would have told you, he would have destroyed your entire family line. So I kept my mouth shut and paid attention to everything. I collected all the information I could use against him. I was the very best student. And you know what he knows. You could have used all this against us too, Antonio interjects, and the others look at him, then back to me. But I didn't, I say back. And I won't. No, you didn't. And I don't believe you would, Antonio looks to the others. I don't know how you fuckers feel, but Luca has always had my back, and Mary's. At the mention of her name, the room falls somber. I would lay my life down for you, he says, looking at me. You don't need to ask. I nod, grateful for his loyalty. Antonio stands and runs a hand through his unruly hair. Tell them, Luca. It's okay. They need to know. I still myself, fighting the rage that's building, and exhale. The day Dom and I turned 18, Gio took us to a strip club, bought us some lap dances, and gave us more liquor than we should have had. Dom got drunk and passed out, but I refused, opting to pretend. Gio disappeared into a back room and I followed him. He was haggling with the owner about some girls offered up for prostitution. Gio wanted to break them in, and the owner was all too willing to let him. The screams from the room were more than I could bear. Jesus, Nico breathes out. I nod and continue. So, I grabbed Dom and got the fuck out. I tried tracking the girls down later, but I never found them. I was a fucking coward at that age, afraid he'd beat me for saying something, afraid he'd kill them. But I was a kid seeing my first monster, and that shit sticks to you. It wasn't until months later when I saw Antonio's sister fleeing from his room that I knew I had to stop him. Antonio looks up at me, tied by the pain we both feel for what we couldn't stop. His voice is empty. Mary was 15. Nobody knew what happened. She wouldn't speak on it, but she was never the same. A shell of a person. All her light stolen. She took her own life because of that piece of shit, but I wasn't allowed to say a word. My father, that bastard, wouldn't have it. His breaths come out heavy, and the guys restrain him as his pain surfaces. I continue through his pain. She wouldn't tell me anything either, but I saw it in her eyes. So I went into the room and put a knife to Gio's throat and drew blood. I told him what I knew, everything I had ever seen, and I promised him that if he ever touched another girl without her consent, I would destroy all of it. I promised him I would destroy him, all of us, if necessary, the whole outfit. Because that's been the problem. I can't speak without taking everyone down. So, as long as I've lived, he's kept most of his power, and I've held the rest. But now he has leverage. Ella and Gretchen, Vincenzo says. Matteo looks at me. Why not just kill you? You die, so does his noose. Too many loose ends at the time, but he tried. The night I was attacked. That was him. Matteo looks at me, surprised. I wish I could say the same. We found out that night. Dante and I beat their confessions out of them. Shelby was his go-between, and she has loose lips. Apparently that's when she started her fuckfest with that psycho, Dom says. The club, that was a setup. My explanation serves as a light bulb for Matteo. That's why you kept Shelby under lock and key. Not because she needs protection, he replies. Yeah, we used her to give Giovanni the information we wanted him to know. He thinks she's weaseled her way back into Luca's life, Dante says, disgusted by her. He doesn't want to take my life alone. He wants to take everything from me first. Gretchen, Ella, even Shelby. He wants to take me down so I crumble, and then he can play on Dom's rage to bring him back in and gain all his power back. Nobody will be able to stop the horrors he'll commit. Do all our fathers know about Giovanni? Do they know the kind of atrocities he's committed? Have they been complicit? Matteo asks. With each second I don't answer, I witness more rage take residence in his features. He's always hated his father, and he's had good reason. They knew, Matteo. My father didn't even mourn Mary. He told her to never speak ill of Giovanni. Fuck, he all but delivered her to him. They all know, and they should burn in hell for it. Antonio's voice is calm, his decision made. He's been waiting for this day. I'm just a convenient excuse. A strangled breath escapes Matteo's mouth. He wants to tear the walls down and can't. Vin puts his hand on the back of his neck. Keep it together. You need to hold on to the rage. We'll make them pay. All of them. Matteo straightens and his jaw twitches against his resolve. Nico stands and brings his hands down to the table. They all knew. They all come from the same sick fucking loyalty. Can anyone here really say that his father wasn't cruel or evil? Crimes against other men, that's what we signed up for. That's the life. We protect our communities, our women, and our culture. But they leave a smudge over it, a blank space where there should be honor. I want it done. Ended. He looks around at the others, and everyone moves to stand. I rise from my chair. We've all been groomed into this life, and it's fucked us up. But we have the chance to make it different. We'll always be criminals, but familia means something to me, and I know it does to you too. You're all my brothers, and I would lay my life down for you. Will you do the same for me? Because now I have to protect Ella and Gretchen. I won't see them hurt. Yeses fill the room. I take the glass in my hand, raising it to the middle of the table. Then we cut the head off the snake and burn the body. Each man lifts his glass and we drink to the death and destruction that will come from our hands. Normalized is a funny word, because it can apply to anything. We toasted our intention for Giovanni's death and then sat and ate dinner like normal men. I suspect in many ways we are, but violence is normalized to us. Nobody feels unsure, scared, regretful. This is how we've grown up. And although Dominic and I got the furthest away, it's woven into our psyche. Fuck, maybe even our DNA. That's the biggest reason I've hesitated to bring Gretchen all in. Once I lift the veil to the realities of the world she lives in, she'll always feel a little less safe and a little more scared. But she's already less safe, and I know I don't have a choice. I just have to figure out a way to get her to hear me out without running away. She promised me a conversation the last time we spoke, but she hasn't answered any of my calls. Mario meets me at the front and pats my cheeks. You're family to us, Luca. Please don't stay away again for so long. I promise. I'll bring Ella so Sophia can ignore us both. I laugh, and he claps his hands together as we're interrupted by the delivery kid. Sorry, Mr. King, but Mario, I need the extra calamari for Gretchen's order. You know she hates when I forget. He looks at me apologetically and back to Mario. Mario laughs and nods. Yes, beautiful woman. Monumental temper when she's hungry, he says to me and excuses himself, walking into the kitchen. No fucking way. This is a hell of a sign from God. Give me the bag, kid. He looks at me, confused. This is going to Gretchen Andrews? I ask, pointing to the bag of food he's holding, and he nods, still confused. I pull out my wallet and peel off $300 bills. Here, I say, handing him the money. She'll forgive you for the missing extra calamari. I'll make sure of it. He hands me the bag and smiles, and I turn and walk out of the restaurant.
Chapter 30. Gretchen. My whole day was amazing, except for the minute-by-minute recap my head kept doing for the entire conversation, sex, and fight I had with Luca a few nights ago. This has become my regular. I kick ass at work and overanalyze my entire life when I get home. My cell rings and I see Drew's name, but send it to voicemail. I do this to everyone lately, even Luca. I don't want to answer and reassure her I'm fine or hash it out with him. All I want to do is drink a very large glass of wine, eat some food, and watch some shit television. I scroll through my numbers and dial Mama's Italian restaurant, waiting as the phone rings. Hello, Mama's. A thick Italian accent bleeds through the line. Hi, Sophia, it's Gretchen. The smile on my face touches my words. God, I love Sophia. She's like the grandma I never had. So bossy and with zero care for my boundaries. But it's all cloaked in love, so I never care. Ah, beautiful Gretchen. Why are you calling for dinner? You should have a man bring you in and feeding you. There's a hint of laughter in her voice. Here goes my routine shaming. I know, Sophia, but nobody loves me yet, so I'm doomed to walk the earth alone. I laugh at the Incredible Hulk reference, quiet enough to keep to myself. You want the regular Hulk? She chuckles, and I start to laugh again. Yes, but extra calamari tonight. Extra is reserved for when I need to eat all my feelings. Oh, today was bad, she says sadly. Yes, Sophia. I need the calamari. And all the wine. Okay, I send, she says directly, yelling in the background in Italian. It makes me think of Luca. Thank you, I say as she hangs up. Heading to the shower to rinse off my day and get relaxed. I roll my head side to side, hoping to relieve my stress. It's going to get better. It has to. 10 minutes later, I'm lathered, then rinsed, and more relaxed than when I started. I pull the knob to turn off the water and reach outside the warm steam to grab a towel. After drying my body and toweling my hair, I step out and wipe a clear circle in my mirror so I can see myself. I look tired. Fuck, I feel tired. Shaking my head, I grab a brush and pull it through my hair and make my way out to get some clothes on. My favorite boy shorts and a tank top do just fine, and I pile my hair on top of my head with a rubber band. I pad back out to my living room and turn on the television and grab the wine I left behind, taking a slow sip. I put on a docu-series about people who hoard and cuddle into my couch while I wait for my food. My doorbell rings the moment Ellen, the woman with 34 frozen cats in her refrigerator, breaks down. Nobody likes cold pussy, Ellen, I say to the television as I stand to answer the door. I pull a few dollars from my wallet to tip the delivery guy and unlock my door, opening it wide. I'm starving. My eyes go wide at Luca, standing in front of my door, holding my takeout. I reach out slowly to take the bag and smack the cash into his hand, then step back, shutting the door in his face. His hand shoots out and stops the door, gripping the wood above my head, halfway to closed. He pushes it back open with raised brows. What are you doing here? And how'd you get my food? I snap, turning around, angry at being ambushed. Luca's eyes take me in, and he motions to my body. Why the fuck are you wearing that? What if it wasn't me at the door? His aggravated tone only makes me want to shut the door again. I roll my eyes. Give me a break. Well, I'm sure the delivery kid has seen women, even if only in magazines, I reply sarcastically. I walk back a few steps to my open door and attempt to close it again. For fuck's sake, let me in. He laughs, holding the door in place and looking down at my irritated face. No, I bark out firmly. He gives the door a slow push and it moves me backward. I'm only asking to be polite, Angel. His tone firm and threatening. I let it open and stick a hand on my hip. Then be polite, Luca. Accept my answer. Right as I say it, my neighbor from across the way pops his head out. He's a surfer-looking guy, and I'm pretty sure all he does is smoke pot and spend his trust fund. But he's nice enough. Hey, Gretchen, everything cool? I can see him trying to take in what's happening past Luca's back. But since Luca takes up most of the doorway, that's hard to do. I raise my eyebrows to Luca, who stares at me but speaks to Ethan. Go the fuck in your apartment. Nobody needs you here. I smack his chest and he winks at me. I swear, he doesn't give any fucks about anyone but himself. Hey, man, that's not cool. Ethan answers in true granola pothead form. Luca starts to turn around, and I grab his shirt, shaking my head. I'm good, Ethan. Thanks. My boyfriend is just a dick. It's a condition he's seeking help for. Don't worry, I got it. Luca's face grows in amusement. Boyfriend? He smirks. Shit. I wave him inside, closing the door. Get in and stop embarrassing me. I thought it was easier than gigantic pain in the ass. As he walks in, his eyes scan my body up and down, and everywhere his gaze touches breaks out into goosebumps. I turn and walk to the kitchen, setting my bag down, trying to gain some space and calm down. Luca's voice calls from behind. I forgot your extra calamari. Don't be grumpy. I roll my eyes because I need it more than ever. Why are you here? I ask, bringing the container to my nose, inhaling the goodness. He rounds the island and invades my space, putting a hand down on the marble top, his body too close. Because we need to talk and you're avoiding me. Luca looks down at me with determined eyes. I'm not avoiding you, I'm postponing you. I put my hand on his chest and push him back. Space, please. He grabs my wrist, holding me in place. Stop doing that. I tug, but he doesn't let go. Let me go. Sweetheart, I'm about 2 seconds away from tying you to the bed and making you listen while I eat. The look on his face tells me what I already know, that he's serious. Fuck you! That's my dinner, I argue, waving my hand over the top of it. And you can keep it. That's not what I'll be eating. My eyes shoot back to his as his gaze travels down my body until it reaches my center. My clit throbs like the traitor it is, but, in my defense, he did leave me high and dry. I snap my fingers in front of my lady parts to gain his attention. I have no interest in fucking you or being punished by you again, Luca. This body is off limits to you, I snark, reminding him of Michael, even though I broke up with him the moment we left the house. The slow smirk that draws across his face should be illegal. I swallow hard, beginning to regret my little challenge. He drops quickly into a squat, pressing his mouth into my pussy. Holy yes! I grip the counter, overwhelmed by the sensation. He sucks my clit through my shorts and my body jerks. Oh my jeez, fuck! Is all I get out as his hands push my legs apart with force and he devours me. He eats me through my fucking shorts and my hands tangle in his hair. Luca is animalistic, ferocious with need. I push myself into him, my hips rocking against his mouth while I watch him. He growls into my clit, and his hands begin pulling at my shorts. I hear a ripping sound accompanying the tug of my body, and suddenly I'm free. He pulls his face from me and looks up to my smile. The son of a bitch is pleased with his destruction of my boy shorts. Don't ever tell me your body is off limits. Your pleasure belongs to me and me alone. His face comes closer, and he runs his tongue through my slit slowly, making my breath hitch and a moan pull from my throat. My head falls back, and I grip his head harder. I will give it. He blows on my sensitive clit, then stops, and take it away. I bite my lip, the sensation still lingering. He closes his mouth over my clit and rolls his tongue, massaging it, making my body writhe. The familiar build begins inside of my body, and I begin to rock my hips, but his grip on my waist is keeping me still. He's holding me right where he wants me, making it hard for me to move, completely at his mercy. He's licking, sucking, and nipping at my clit, and all I can do is cry out as the pleasure for release starts to build. Fuck, Luca, don't you dare stop. I'll stab you to death, I threaten, feeling my muscles start to tighten. He hums into my clit as 2 fingers push inside my pussy, and I fly over the edge, screaming and riding his fingers for the sweetest relief, smacking my hands against the countertop over and over. Yes! My body shakes. My eyes are screwed shut and my breathing is erratic. He pulls his fingers from me, and I wince at the loss as he brushes soft kisses against my clit. Sweetest pussy I've ever tasted. I wish I could stay in this moment with him, but it's false. I should remind him of that. I exhale and look down at his face. Yeah? Better than your wife's? If he thought that eating my pussy was going to make me forget, he's sorely mistaken. Nobody's tongue is that magical. He kisses the inside of my thigh, then bites, making me jump before he rises to his feet. I can arrange for you to do a taste test if you'd like to know. You know, since you had a taste of yourself the other night. His voice is as smooth as the devil. Such an asshole. I stand a little straighter and kick off my ripped shorts. Get out. You're done here. Thanks, though. It was great. But I'm hungry and I would like to eat alone. He shakes his head. You promised me a talk, and I just said I was sorry for the other night. His eyes search mine for the submission he's not going to get. I didn't hear an apology. I huff before I turn away and take the lid off my food, steam rising from the container. His breath is hot on my neck as he closes in behind me. I didn't use words, Angel. He plants a kiss behind my ear and I shiver. I roll my eyes and grab my fork from the counter, stab the contents, then take a bite. What the fuck am I doing? I can't keep playing this little game, letting him fuck me, acting like it didn't mean anything, because to me, it means everything. I can't cut myself loose of him. Turning, I look at him expectantly. What the fuck are you going to tell me that will make one difference, Luca? The fact is, you're married, and I was stupid enough to believe the always bullshit. Angel. His eyes urge me to be reasonable, but I'm hurt, and I want him to feel it, so I shake my head. God damn it. He yells and smacks the counter on either side of me with both hands. I lock eyes with him and take another bite of my food. I've run his patience out, and the devil's finally shown his face. Too bad I'm unafraid. Can you not? My neighbors will hear. I look at his arm, and he lifts it as I walk past him with my food. Luca takes my container of calamari from me and tosses it in the sink, then grabs me by the waist and pushes me forward, almost too quickly for my legs to keep up, toward my room. What the fuck are you doing? I demand, grabbing his wrists. I told you I'd tie you to the bed. I'm going to do that and then force you to listen to me. He roars back. Are you crazy? You are crazy. Would you stop it? I bite out, smacking back at him. He pulls me to a stop and spins me around, bending to look me in the eye. You, Angel, are the most irritatingly stubborn woman I've ever known. And I love you with every goddamn fiber of my being. Please stop trying to make me pay for something I didn't do. Listen to your gut, Angel. You know me. More importantly, you know us. We don't lie. We don't manipulate. Please let me explain. His words make me gnaw on my lip. Shit. It's everything I feared because I have been lying. To myself and to him. You don't get to manhandle me, I say firmly. He just shrugs, and I push his hands from me. Fucker. He keeps my hands in his, and I look down at how strong they are and how small mine are in comparison. He could crush me. I laugh to myself. He already has, just not with his hands. I know he loves me, and I believed he'd hold me, us, above everyone and everything else. Except he didn't, and that's why I walked away. He chose her by way of choosing his hate above our love, above me. No lies. No manipulations. I breathe out. It's sick. But I need him to say it all. Tell me what happened in that room. I want all the sordid details because then maybe I'll be able to really walk away. He smiles a sad smile. I can't lie to you. You always hear what I mean, not just what I say. Remember? I do. But this time, I'll hear that my worst nightmares are true. Okay? My answer feels small for what we are about to do. He looks down and back up to my face. Right after you get new underwear, he says, and I nod. It's distracting. He smirks, and I turn and walk into the bedroom to grab a new pair of panties. Luca is standing in the doorway watching me as I turn around and pull them up. The way he looks rattles me to the core. He's afraid. I've never seen him this way, and it's unsettling. I want to comfort him, tell him I won't run, that I love him enough to stay. But that would be a lie. I love him enough to try, even to fight for us. But it's his love that's a problem. I walk toward him as he takes a step into my bedroom and freeze when he starts speaking. I never touched Shelby. What you heard was her pretending to want to fuck me, like I was her savior, rescuing her from Giovanni, but I knew she was full of shit. He runs his hand through his hair. Giovanni's handiwork is much more brutal and uncontained. I've seen it. I wince at the thought as he continues. I was being set up. They wanted her back in my life so she could give Gio information on me. They thought they could play on my heartstrings. Shelby mistakenly thought I cared for her. Luca takes a seat on my bed, and I do the same next to him. He absent-mindedly draws tiny circles on my thigh. How could I care? I've only ever loved one woman. His hand retreats, and he clasps them together in his lap, looking into my eyes. So, I made her beg. Made her drop to her knees and beg me to suck my dick. I know what he's saying is true. I remember it. I've always known this is the truth. What seemed sexy became obvious hatred when I saw the players, and now seems brutal as I understand the context. Why? I catch myself saying aloud, and he looks at me, his eyes filled with regret. Luca, I want to know. I need to know. I have to understand what is more important to him than us. He cradles my face. Because the man I am to others isn't the one you love. I'm cruel and unforgiving. I punish, and not with pleasure. I'm a monster, Gretchen. And now you will always know who I am. His voice is so gentle, the opposite of his words. I can't look at him. All his fear and anguish play across his face. I feel it in my soul. He's anticipating my hate, accepting it. Luca lets me go and stands to walk toward the window. His resignation pisses me off. You're a coward, I bite out, and he turns to look at me angrily. You always assume I don't see you. When will you learn? I know who you are. I've always known who you are. I love you despite it. Your cruelty is part of your beauty. You punish those who deserve it. But in all of this, you still don't see it. You don't understand the role you really play. My body shoots to standing, and my palms cover my face as I exhale into them. He's still not accepting his responsibility in a mess he's created. I run my hands down my cheeks as he smacks his chest. His voice raises as his anger grows. You know me? You love me despite who I am. I wanted Shelby on her knees, begging and humiliated. I took pleasure in watching her suffer. That's who I am. How can you love that? What the fuck am I missing, Angel? Tell me. The hatred he has for himself clouds every piece of judgment. We stand staring at each other, my chest heaving from my rage. You're so stupid. You wanted to humiliate her because she took from you, and you still can't admit that the life you were trying to build meant something to you. Your denial fed your fucking choice. I throw my arms up. You chose to punish her when you should have walked away. For me. And I won't forgive you for that. I love you, but it's not unconditional. I drop my arms and blink back my tears. Luca grips the top of my desk chair, dropping his head and looking down. You think I chose her? He picks up the wooden chair by my desk at the window and slams it back to the floor, then turns and points a finger at me. I hold you above all. My love for you is dangerous to every other fucking person who would come between us. It's almost too dangerous for you, Angel. He's seething. Tell me what you need. I shake my head, not wanting to go any further. Now I'm the coward, too afraid to ask for what I want. But he won't let me back down. What do you want from me to prove how sacred you are to me? Because you are, Angel. He runs his hands through his hair, locking his fingers behind his head, elbows spread. I need you to admit what you did. My voice is unwavering. It's that moment, the one we can't come back from. His expression is sardonic. You want me to beg? He laughs. I'd die on my knees for you, so joke's on you, Angel. His arms drop from his head. My voice is softer than before. No, I don't want you to beg. I just want to be your only. I feel so vulnerable saying it. I started out envious of Shelby, but he loved me and I loved him. But I won't share him with all the darkness that pulls him apart. Bullshit. I'm always thinking of you. He answers unconvincingly. He's defensive. I could shake him. I walk over to him and stand my ground. Was it my face when you pictured when you told her to drop to her knees? To suck you off? Because I didn't feel a part of that decision, Luca. He dips his face closer to mine. Do you really believe that of me? Truly. I laugh, crossing my arms. I don't doubt your love. I'm not scared of what you would do in the name of it, because I already know what you won't do. My voice is prodding and spiteful. I'm not going to stop pushing him until he sees. Luca cracks, yelling, There isn't anything I won't do. His palm smacks against the wall next to me. I blink out of the surprise, but not fear. He turns and walks away from me, but I follow, grabbing his arm and turning him around. I won't let him run from me or himself. His face is devastating. He's so gutted and exposed. I see how much he hates the role he played, and how much he wishes he could change it. His jaw tenses, the muscles undulating as he walks too close to me, forcing me backward. He tugs at my shirt, bunching it at my stomach and pulling me toward him. Luca's voice is raspy, strained by the emotions he holds at bay. Tell me what to do. I can't lose you. Please, Gretchen. His arms wrap around me and our bodies press together. His lips brush my ear as he whispers, What can I do? He sounds broken. He pulls me in deeper to his body, and I do the same, unwilling to let him go, desperate for the connection to him. He kisses the top of my head and leans in again. Do you want her life? Because I'll take it. For you, I would take it. I gasp as my emotions become overwhelming. No! I cry, pushing him away, but he won't budge. His quieted shh fills my ears as he rocks me, but I have to say it. I want the one thing you can't give me, the thing you won't give. So I have to walk away. His hands loosen and he steps back. My fears are mirrored in his face. We're over. This is done. He keeps stepping back, arms open, grinding his jaw because he knows what I'm going to say. I'm going to require his choice. No, you don't get to walk away, he states. His face is a torrent of rage and sadness. Tears blur my eyes, and I grip the front of my shirt. Then give me what I want. Please, God, let him say yes. I'll never survive the loss of Luca King. Say it. His eyes are locked to mine, his hands fisted. Lose, I say without hesitation, my chin lifting slightly as I will my body to feel the confidence I should have. Luca shakes his head and says, What the fuck does that mean? But I can tell he understands completely. I take another step back, needing the space to say everything I need. You wouldn't walk away. Put us above everything. He starts to interrupt, but I hold up my hand to stop him. So, Luca, you want me back? Then you have to lose. I walk to him, grab his face and pull it to mine. I don't want Shelby's fucking life. I want you to set her free. His eyes narrow, and he pushes me from him, turning to walk away, but I keep going. And I want you out. He swings his head back to me, understanding what I mean. I see the way the guys listen to you. They wait for you to direct them, even your brothers. I see the throne being carefully constructed, but my king won't sit in it, because I won't come second place to anyone, including to the Chicago mob. Luca claps his hands together harshly as he paces, clearly pissed at my ultimatums. You walk away. Let everyone else handle it. You're done, or we're done. I don't breathe because I can't. I know it's an impossible choice for him, but no more impossible than for him to expect me to forget my worth. Lucas stares at me, his face unreadable. Then he walks out of my bedroom and straight out of my apartment. The door slams, and I feel like it takes all my air with it. I collapse to my knees on the floor, and a silent scream followed by my cries echo through the walls. This is everything I knew it would be.
Chapter 31. Luca. I hate her. Where the fuck did Gretchen ever get the idea that she controlled this shit? No way, baby. She doesn't possess the power to dictate what I do or the decisions I make. If she loved me, she'd listen and understand what I need, or just do what the fuck she's told. God damn it. When the fuck has she ever been that woman? I know better the moment I think it. My thoughts bring on more rage, and I punch the wall outside her door, happy with the pain it brings, reminding me that I feel. I hit it again, harder, over and over, bringing my fist into the hard surface until I feel a pop and the wetness of the blood begins to cover my knuckles. Hey man, what the hell? Her stupid neighbor catches my attention as I rear back to take another strike at the concrete. I spin around, taking a step toward him and grab his throat. Surfer Dude's hands shoot up, batting at my arms while I squeeze. I shouldn't hurt him. He didn't do anything to deserve this kind of attention. But he's here, and I'm unhinged. I squeeze a little harder, listening to him sputter and choke. I told you to mind your own fucking business. Don't check on her. Don't speak to her. Stay in your fucking apartment. Am I understood? My voice is full of the rage I feel. I toss him back through the door and watch him fall to his back and try and scramble backward a few feet. His hands are up defensively, and there's fear in his eyes. What am I doing? I'm ready to kill this guy because I fucked up. Fuck! I yell, stepping back and slamming his door shut. My feet carry me down the hall hastily, and I press the button to the elevators, needing to escape. The minute I step inside, I lose it, smacking my hands against the walls. Guttural roars rip from my throat. I barely wait for the doors to open before I all but sprint out of her building. The moment I hit the streets, everything inside my body calls for me to turn around and go back inside. I couldn't wait to escape, but now it's like I've reached the end of my tether and I'm being yanked back. I should go back and beg for her to forgive me, promise her that I will never make any of the same mistakes. But she doesn't need my words. She wants actions I can't provide. She'll be better off. Gretchen needs to forget I ever existed. I shove my hands into my pockets and begin to walk home. Quickly at first, and then slower. It'll take me an hour, maybe more, but I walk anyway. The more I walk, the more my mind wanders, each time finding its way back to her. I start reliving all the moments I'm giving away. The smiles I'll miss from her beautiful face when she gets her way, and the touches I took for granted but will never forget. I walk and think about all the ways she made me want to be the man she believes in. She believed so deeply that she asked me to be him today. My fucking heart starts to tear into pieces. She's right. I'm a fucking coward. There's comfort in knowing what to expect. And in this fucked up world that I live in, I maneuver the players. I have control. But with Gretchen, there isn't any control. She's my equal, my queen. I have to be willing to be hurt and disappointed. I have to really live, and I'm too much of a fucking coward to take the risk. My eyes drift to the stairs in front of me, and I realize I've made it home. I suddenly feel weary. This is a place I wanted to share with her. I'd hoped to move her in. Everything on my terms. Jesus, I'm lost. Nothing makes sense without her, and no amount of revenge or violence can fill the deep fucking wounds left from Gretchen being torn from me. It suddenly all feels empty. The door opens and Rose is standing in the doorway.
Mr. King, are you all right? Your hand, sir.
She looks at my swollen hand as I reach for the railing, the security light on the house acting as a spotlight. You think this is bad? You should see my heart. I wave her off. It's nothing. I lie as I climb the steps with heavy feet. She holds the door open for me as I pass her to enter the house. Where's Ella? My question is said without a thought of the time.
Sleeping,
she answers. Her brow creases with confusion. I shake my head in apology, lifting my hand in retreat, and trudge up the staircase to head to my room. As I walk past Ella's room, I poke my head inside to have a peek and hear her tiny snores. What kind of life am I condemning Ella to by holding on to the comforts of what's so fucking normalized? There's that word again. Pulling her door shut, I head the rest of the way to my room and open the door. Shelby looks up from where she's sitting on my bed.
Hey.
Her voice is instantly nervous as she scurries off the bed to stand. I narrow my eyes, untrusting. What are you doing in here? I snarl, making my question sound more like an accusation. Her face screws up in disgust.
Don't worry. I'm not trying to fuck you. I didn't think you'd be here, so I was going to sleep in here. It's more comfortable than the guest bed.
My mouth opens to tell her to get the fuck out, but I close it just as fast. I've lost my taste for blood. Shelby looks at me, bewildered. She assumed my actions too. I come into the room and shut the door behind me, then walk to a chair by the fireplace and sit. I'm tired, physically and mentally. Let me ask you something. I pause, allowing her to answer as I take off my shoes. Her eyes widen.
Okay,
She answers nervously, fidgeting with her oversized sleep shirt. If I were to let you leave, what would you do? Would you go back to Giovanni? I asked, genuinely curious. If it weren't for terrible men, this woman wouldn't have a home. Does she even have hopes or dreams? Maybe even a life she wishes for? She puts her hands on her hips.
What the fuck are you aiming at? You're just going to let me leave?
I hear all her disbelief, but then that's fair. She hasn't known me to be generous or thoughtful as of late. I unfasten my cufflinks, setting them on the coffee table in front of me, and roll up my sleeves. Relaxing back into the chair, my tired head relaxes back. Say I did. What would you do? Let's say I offered you $100,000 and a plane ticket. I pick my head up to look at her and gauge her reaction to the offer. She knows this offer is as real as it gets. Shelby's face grows serious.
Why? What would I have to do?
Her voice is filled with skepticism. Leave and never come back. I finish, my tone serious, leaving zero room for question. My elbow rests on the arm of the leather chair and I look at her, waiting to hear her interest in the offer.
What about our marriage?
She asks, bringing her fingernail to her teeth and pacing. I've had papers drawn up since I met Gretchen. Sign and you're free, I answer matter-of-factly to her raised brows as she stops to look at me.
And Ella?
She questions, looking away. Unbelievable. What about Ella? My jaw tenses with my irritation.
Would I have to see her or...
This time Shelby stops and crosses her arms. She doesn't even look ashamed that she's asking. What kind of person feels nothing for someone so innocent? No. My voice is harsh and as unforgiving as I feel. She will never know you or that you exist. The minute you sign, you're dead to her.
Why are you hypothetically doing this, Luca?
I see the hope building in her eyes. I look down at my hands, deciding to say exactly what I feel. Because I want to stop punishing you and myself. But mostly, because I love Gretchen more than I hate you. 2 hours later, Shelby is packed and I've woken a banker to arrange a transfer to her account. It'll pay out the moment she boards the plane. Shelby has $10,000 in cash, opting only to take whatever clothes would fit in 4 Louis Vuitton suitcases. We stand in front of the desk in my office, and I watch her sign her name on the divorce documents and the papers that take all her parental rights away. She sweeps her arm up with a flourish of a pardoned inmate, celebratory and anxious. Shelby turns and looks at me, the happiness she feels vibrating off her. It makes me hate her that much more, but that doesn't deter me from my goal.
Thank you, Luca.
Her gratitude makes me want to hurt her. Don't thank me. Setting you free doesn't mean I forgive you. You will always mean nothing to me, and even less because of your disregard for my daughter. Thank Gretchen. She's the only one in this mess who has a heart. I hope you rot in hell. Shelby's eyes widen, and she stands straighter as I lean in close to her face. Get the fuck out of my house, my city, my state. If I see you, I'll make you pay with the only thing you truly love, your life. She doesn't speak. She hauls 2 small duffels over her shoulders and picks up her suitcases, turning to the door. I watch her leave and inhale a deep breath, closing my eyes on the exhale. It's after midnight, and I'm fucking wiped out, but I want Gretchen to know. She has to know I'm trying. I can't leave her the way I did when I walked out. Reaching into my pocket, I pull my phone and dial Gretchen. It goes straight to voicemail. I broke her today, but I'll spend my life trying to rebuild her. We don't end like this. It may be the only piece of this puzzle I can control. I walk to the living room and sit down on the couch, resting my head back. My eyes close, heavy from their need for sleep. Luca! Luca! My body jerks from being shoved. Luca! My head pops up and I blink my eyes open. I must have dozed off. I'm up. Sorry, I must have fallen asleep for a minute. My voice is groggy as I rub my face. It's 10 a.m., Luca, George laughs, smacking my shoulder and jostling me up. Jesus, I can't remember the last time I slept in that long. My mouth opens to yawn and I stretch. Oh, shit, I need to be at the office today. Ella and Rose here. I pat my pockets and look around for my phone to call my assistant. George shakes his head. Yeah, but Dom called. Said he's got it today and to handle your shit. Said to tell you that Gretchen won't go to work today. And also, not to be a pussy. A smile breaks across my face. Dom's never one for tact. George, I put both hands on his shoulders. I'm going to need some boxes. Think you can make that happen? I'm on it, he smiles. This is either single-handedly the dumbest effing thing I've ever done, or Daddy's a genius, I say in a sing-songy voice. Ella's little arms wrap around my neck and I squeeze her tight, holding her with one arm as I raise my other to knock on the door in front of me. My heart races. I'm in new territory, completely out of my element, but this is the only answer I knew to give her. I'm scared to death it won't be the right one. The lock clicks and Gretchen's face comes into view. Her eyes immediately take in the scene in front of her, confused and surprised. What are you doing here, Luca? I'm standing with luggage, holding Ella, with my heart in my throat, Angel. I take a deep breath, exhaling all the words. I've loved you since we met. I know that now. That time I sat outside your door and listened to you cry, I knew then I would marry you. And the night you made dinner and held Ella, making her laugh, that's when I knew that one day I would put babies in your belly and raise a family with you. Her eyes glisten, but she doesn't cry. You're always so strong. My voice is gentle as I bring my hand to her face to wipe a tear that's escaped. But you don't have to be, because you aren't alone anymore. Today was when I knew that no matter what you ask of me, I can give it to you because I love you that much. I'm sorry I was a fucking coward. I'm sorry I made you wait. I just wasn't sure I could do it. But every time I thought about the alternative, I realized I didn't have a choice. I can't live my life without you, Angel. What are you saying exactly? Her voice is hesitant. I cleaned up my mess. Well, cleaning, it's a process. But I'm walking away, Angel, because there is absolutely nothing that I love more than my girls. I look down at Ella and back to Gretchen. You pushed me hard yesterday, made me see my life without you. And it's bleak. I want to be the man I see in your eyes every time you look at me. Let me be that man for you. I take a step forward, but Gretchen steps back. I've hurt her badly. Gretchen doesn't say anything as Ella reaches out for her. She takes Ella's tiny hand in hers, stepping in closer to kiss it, and I lock eyes with her. I don't expect you to come to me, bend for me, or make any concessions. I'm coming to you, baby. We're coming to you. We want you to take us, baggage and all. Her eyes soften at my words. She understands I'm giving up control. She nods, chewing the inside of her cheek, trying to hold her emotions at bay. I take the hand she has joined to Ella's and kiss them both. Will you have us? Will you keep us? Gretchen reaches up and touches my cheek. You broke my heart. Twice, she whispers. Forgive me? I ask, hopeful. Forgive me, and I'll spend my life worshiping you. Her eyes close, and I bring my forehead down to hers. Maybe, she smiles out. My own smile tugs at my lips, and I look up, forcing her to do the same. It won't be the last time you have to forgive me. She raises her brows. I'm a horrible grump in the morning, and I tend to lash out when I feel powerless, and you make me feel very humbled. Ella reaches out again for Gretchen, and this time she takes her from me, snuggling Ella in close, and I continue. I'm a blanket hog, and my brothers say I'm unreasonable about food, but I want to do all that with you, because I begin and end with you, Angel. Gretchen looks at Ella and then back to me.
What should I say, Ella? I know. How about Giuro di essere il tuo tutto come sei mio? I swear to be yours as you are mine.
It feels like the wind has been knocked out of me. Her voice, those words, all in Italian, are doing things to me. I reach out, grabbing a handful of her shirt and pull her in close to me. My arms wrap around her waist, snuggling Ella between us. How are you saying this in Italian? My voice is filled with amazement. She's never predictable. One of the reasons I love her so much.
I looked it up on Google a while ago. I've been waiting for the right time.
Her eyes crinkle as she smiles, and I lean in to feather a kiss on her lips. Sposami. Marry me. My words are a prayer as I pull away.
In English, Luca.
She laughs, but I shake my head. The next time I say it, I'll be expecting an answer. In Italian. I wink before leaning down again and taking her mouth with more purpose.
Chapter 32. Gretchen. The smells coming from the kitchen are making me drool, almost as much as watching Luca, shirtless, jeans slung low, barefoot and cooking. He's made himself right at home, but like he told me after kissing me, I'm his home, so the walls around us don't really matter. It wasn't difficult to forgive him because there's never been an ending to our story I was willing to accept that didn't have us together. All of what you're throwing down should be illegal. I say semi-seductively since I'm in the presence of a child. His child. I look down at her and can't help but picture her older, holding my hand and loving me. Yeah, like what you see? You want to show me how much later? He chuckles, breaking me from my thoughts. He rubs his rock-hard stomach. I'm dying for something to eat. Maybe just a taste. It's clear he isn't talking about the food he's making. I could lick him. Luca, I chastise playfully, leaning my head toward Ella, who is crawling around me. What? Ella can't understand what I'm saying. Would you feel better if I spelled it out? I laugh and he wags his brows, taking a taste of the sauce he's making. He pulls the spoon from his lips and smiles. Tonight, I'm going to F-U-C-K your brains out. I dissolve into laughter, holding my arms up and motioning around us. Newsflash, this is a one-bedroom arrangement. We're living like the Amish, buddy. I shake my head and start to play with some toy trucks Luca brought with him for Ella as I look out at the luggage in my apartment. He came to me, leveled the playing field, and showed me how important I was. He bent for me. Luca doesn't do that for anyone. My gaze drifts back up, and he has his phone to his ear. Have it ready in an hour. We'll leave right after dinner. He pops a piece of what he's cooking into his mouth, seeming to enjoy it. Leave? I question to his chewing face. He takes a drink of wine and looks at me. Like you said, the Amish? I can't do that. Hard no. So we're packing up and going to my lake house for a long weekend. So much for bending. I do a double take. What? First, were you going to ask me? And second, how did I not know that you owned a lake house? I'm actually more amazed at the second part than I am at his bulldozing. Luca presses a hand on the counter and leans forward, his chest making me want to bite it. Baby, I'm insanely wealthy. There's practically nothing I don't own. Are you going to come, or do I need to stuff you in the trunk, gorgeous? His voice is seductive. So much so that he's just made kidnapping sound pleasurable. I feel dreamy. And he chuckles, knowing I'm not paying attention to anything he's saying. I'm 100% reducing him to eye candy. Open your mouth and answer me, Angel. Or if you prefer, I can find another use for it. I roll my eyes at him dramatically, trying to hide my love for the second half of his statement. Ella pats my leg, and I look down at her. Daddy's an ASS hole, I say in the sweetest voice. I scrunch my nose as she crawls to the table and turn my attention back to my handsome chef. Yes, I'm coming. It's fine. I'll take a long weekend. I'm thinking of leaving Cohen anyway. Maybe I'll pick your brain while we drive. Ella lifts an arm, then the other, bringing herself to her knees and begins to pull up on the coffee table. Of course. Why are you thinking of leaving? That'll be a big hit for them. I don't answer, in shock at what Ella is about to do. Luca, I whisper out. What? He answers, facing away from me. Luca! I snap, and his head swings in my direction. I look at him with wide eyes and point. Oh. He sucks in a breath, not wanting to scare her. I slowly scoot a little closer, just in case she takes a tumble, and smile at his beaming face. Ella pulls all the way up, and we cheer like a bunch of buffoons. Luca looks at me and winks. Now we're in for it. I nod and kiss Ella's little cheeks. We're in for it. My heart feels like it's beating through my chest. I've never loved the sound of something so much. Biting my lip as I look back up at him, it feels like I can see my entire future. I'm going to let him keep me barefoot and pregnant forever. We arrive at his lake house right as the sun was setting. Ella stayed awake until the last 10 minutes of the drive. I wanted to put her to sleep, but the moment we arrived, Rose was here to greet us, and a small part of me was relieved and also disappointed. I liked our bubble. I feel like an imposter in front of Rose, but with Luca, caring for Ella feels natural. It'll just take time, I tell myself, sighing as I look out at the lake from the back deck. It's gorgeous. Everything I've ever wanted, with glass walls and beamed ceilings. I stare at the way the deep reds from the sunset reflect off the glass-like water and feel complete. If today was as good as my life ever gets, I'll feel like I've won. Luca's arm relaxes over my shoulder, a glass of wine dangling from his hand. I take the stem and smile up at him, bringing the red wine to my lips and taking a sip. Thank you. You're welcome. His eyes search mine for a moment. You know, I only called Rose so we could fuck like bunnies uninterrupted. His crassness makes me smile. Of course he saw through me. I nod. I know. I just feel like an idiot in front of her. I don't know Ella as well, and I don't even know Rose. I feel a little bit like the mistress being moved in. You are the mistress being moved in. He smirks, making me laugh. Give it time, baby. Rose will love you. And if she doesn't, I'll pack your shit. Luca laughs out, and I pinch him. Hard. Dick. Ow, he growls and fixes his eyes on me, making my insides tingle. I'm going to make you pay for that. The implication is far more sexual than vengeful, even though he sounds deadly. Promise, I say, licking my lips as he tilts my chin up with his finger. Would I lie? He answers coolly. Luca's hand pulls away from my chin, and he takes my glass, putting it on the table. How I see it is you need to stop assuming the worst and trust me to care for you. And the only way for us to do that is to make sure that you get what you need, over and over, until you take it for granted. He's talking about more than just sex, even though I love the over and over part. I didn't just trust him. I prolonged this moment as much as his stubbornness did, but I did it by way of mistrust, assuming he wouldn't do what we both needed. So, you want to teach me a lesson in trust? The desire in my voice gives away my readiness. He nods. I paid a hell of a price for almost losing you. What price should you pay for not trusting me? Huh? The tumbler he's holding runs up my leg, and I can feel the coolness through my jeans. Luca leans close to my cheek and whispers, choose your fate. Do you want to be fucked or loved, Angel? I close my eyes, knowing they aren't mutually exclusive. But for us, they have very specific meanings. He knows I need the connection between us, the aggression and anger we've both felt to play about in the sheets. His breath is warm against my skin as he keeps whispering, maybe we'll play your favorite game, Angel. I'll hunt you. Here. He brings the glass between my legs and runs it up, rolling it over where my clit is throbbing. My breath hitches. Do you trust me? He asks seductively. He sets his drink down and begins to gather my t-shirt, tugging it up. I look around, worried about being caught. Luca, someone could catch us. The wall is all glass. The minute I say it, I know I failed my lesson. Luca doesn't stop or change expression as he pulls my shirt up and over my head, leaving me exposed in just my bra. Take them off, or I will. He directs in his deep gravel, indicating my jeans. I'm not a submissive girl, but when he does this, gets sexually dominant, I feel understood. I'm a powerful woman, and I need a man who can handle me, break me, and make me feel devoured. Luca was made for me. He crosses his arms over his chest. The longer we wait, the longer you wait to come. Get him off, he growls. Holy hell, I'm wet. Rough Luca is my favorite Luca. I reach for my button and pull it open, challenging his patience by lowering the zipper only a fraction. You know, I'm not wearing underwear. I lie. The thought of being fucked out here where someone could catch us makes me nervous, even if I'm supposed to trust him. When I pull off these jeans, everyone will see what's yours. You sure you want to share? My voice is a purr, and he bites his lip, gripping his bulge. I know I've won. No fucking way he is willing to share me with prying eyes. Right as I feel victorious, Luca shakes his head and says, so fucking stubborn. Then grabs me by the waistband of my jeans and jerks me forward. Luca! I yelp and laugh. He pushes his hand down the front of my jeans and I gasp, silenced. Grabbing my tiny lace G-string, along with the few hairs I have down below, he tugs me closer. The sensation makes my pussy slick with need. My back arches from being pulled forward. Little liar. He whispers knowingly, and I whimper. Pleasure grips my body as his hold tightens. You definitely need a lesson in trust. Maybe I'll take it out on your ass. Or maybe in your ass. Here's the game, baby. I catch you. I pick. His hand retreats as he takes a step away from me. I'm breathless. My entire body is on fire. This man speaks to every filthy fucking piece of me. What's the second choice? What if you don't catch me? I ask hungrily. A slow smile grows on his gorgeous face. Luca takes out his phone from his pocket and presses a button, laughing to himself. The light that glowed from inside the house begins to fade as heavy black shades roll down, and I hear a click as the door locks. He was never going to let me be seen, but now I'm on my own. My eyes widen as the world around me gets darker, and my desire amps up tenfold. 1,000 thoughts are fighting for priority, but I can't focus on any of them. All I can do is feel. The adrenaline is already starting to flow through me, and my eyes begin to dart around, looking for places to run to. I step to my right, and Luca does the same just as quickly. His eyes dilate, locked on mine. Where are you going, Angel? He licks his bottom lip, pulling it between his teeth, a lion ready to pounce. Anywhere I want. You think you can stop me? I challenge. All in for this little game. I won't make this easy for him or me. Oh, fuck. My head drops back and a small moan escapes my lips as the thought settles into my body. I bring my eyes back to his, fevered and ready. Luca steps closer to me, his voice low, filled with his need. Angel, I'd give you 1,000,000 for each dirty thought that just played out in your mind. I'm going to fulfill every wish and more tonight. Our bodies are so close, I can feel the heat emanating off him. Yes, please. I breathe out, wanting him to touch me. Tonight, you're mine to do with as I please. There's no one to help you, he says, reaching out to massage my breast, and my body shivers at his touch. No one to hear you. He looks out at the dotted landscape of light, and my gaze follows, seeing the faraway glows that serve only as a reminder of neighbors and their distance. He rolls my nipple through my bra, and my body squirms. What are you going to do to me? My voice is wanton and raspy. I want him to tell me every lurid, racy detail. Luca fists my hair, pulling my head sideways to make room to devour my neck. Whatever the fuck I want, because there's no one to stop me. My chest is heaving, my center drenched at his sinful threats. He knows exactly what I want. It's the act of being caught, handled, coerced until I submit that makes me wild. I want him to be rough. I want to feel his force. What do you say? What's your word? He hums into my neck with a tight grip on my hair. No, I moan out, intoxicated by the feeling, knowing I'll never say it because I want this. He steps back away from me, and the look on his face is pure, primal ferocity. He reaches a hand over his shoulder and grabs the black t-shirt he's wearing and drags it over his head. He stands shirtless, menacing and mine, willing to hunt me down and fuck me raw. We stare each other down, enveloped by the silence and the dark. Run, he hisses, and I break. My feet carry me down the deck stairs and across the grass. The night air whips my hair around as I run as fast as I can. The strangest mix of emotions to want to be caught and not all at the same time. Luca's voice roars. "Here I come, Angel." He sounds like a proper villain, one with a singular mission, to make me beg for forgiveness. I run toward the darkest part of the yard, finding a large tree to hide behind. I can't stay here, but I'm hoping to buy some time. There's a buzz vibrating through my body. My breath comes out rapidly. Holy shit. This is the dirtiest game of hide-and-go-seek I've ever played. It's more like hide and get fucked. A laugh escapes my lips as the thought appears, and I clasp my hand over my mouth to keep from giving myself away. Luca's voice carries out over the yard. "You're the worst at this, beautiful. You think that tree is going to keep you safe? Maybe I'll tie you to it while I fuck that pretty little cunt." Luca's pleasure over his own idea seeps into the words. I hear his belt crack. Oh shit. He's going to use it to tie me up. I can hear him getting closer. His steps are heavy and purposeful, but I can barely see anything around me. My fingers dig into the hard bark on the tree as I peek out, squinting as I try to make out if I'm seeing a door or not. I remember seeing one when he took me on a tour. It must be the door on the side of the house that leads to the garage. I take a deep breath and push off the tree, running toward the door, willing my feet to move faster. Luca whistles. "Come here." His voice is demanding, and his quick steps gain on me. My body tenses, anticipating getting caught, but his fingers only brush against my skin in the darkness. He just misses me, and I gasp, almost losing my footing as I keep running to the door. I push against it, jiggling the lock, but it doesn't open. I spin around just as Luca roughly smacks a hand against the door next to my face, our noses almost touching. Gotcha.
Chapter 33. Luca. Her eyes are wide, but she isn't scared. She's turned on. The chase isn't even the best part. It's the anticipation of what I'll do once I catch her that has goosebumps trailing behind where my gaze scorches her body. I lean in close to her face and kiss her jaw, nipping the skin, enjoying when her body jumps. I bring my fingers to her collarbone and trace the delicate area. What to do? What to do? She doesn't answer, knowing it's rhetorical. I have a plan for my angel tonight, and I'm going to fucking enjoy this. Her hands hit my chest, and it's so unexpected my feet carry me back a few steps as I watch her take the advantage to run past me. "Oh, no, you don't!" I roar and grab her wrist, jolting her back, dipping my shoulder and throwing her over it. It's deja vu of the first night I fucked her. It suits us because tonight is our real beginning. Her body bucks and fights against the grip I have on the back of her thighs. Enough! I grip her ass hard, squeezing it and making it hurt just enough to remind her who's in charge. Much to my satisfaction, her entire body tenses as a raspy moan fills the night air. Gretchen begins to relax, kissing my bare back as I walk up the stairs of the deck. She's a kitten now that she's getting what she needs. Pulling out my phone from my pocket, I unlock the doors and shove it back in my jeans. The lights are off inside, and I don't bother to turn them on, knowing where I'm going. As I secure one arm around Gretchen and the other one on her ass, I knead and begin to play, dipping my fingers between her legs and rubbing her pussy. My gentleness is submerged, held under by my carnality. I'm going to make this ass mine tonight. Snarling, my palm smacks her ass 3 times, each harder than the first. Gretchen's fingers grip my back, her nails digging into me. My angel is breathy, and her low pants fill the room. "Oh, fuck, Luca. More." I'm fueled by her need. It makes me arrogant. She needs something only I can give her. I push the bedroom door open with my foot and close it behind me the very same way, then bend down and deposit Gretchen to her feet. My voice is gritty when I speak. Turn around, hands behind your back. I all but growl, demanding her submission. And by the look on her face, she loves it. Gretchen spins around and I take each of her arms roughly, pulling them behind her back, crossing them at her wrists. I wrap my belt around her wrists and secure them in place. I tug, testing the hold, and smile when it doesn't budge. I grab her hands and pull her backward a few steps and spin her with force, catching her waist as she faces me. She gasps and I kiss her, cutting off her breath so she has to use mine. My head jerks back just as quickly and her eyes bore into my own. I narrow mine and look down at her jeans, hooking my fingers in the loops, dragging them up until they cut into the places that need relief. I barely rock my hands, but she begins moving with me, feeling the friction of her jeans against her clit. She's helpless, needing to come but unable to do anything about it. She has to trust me. Her body pushes in harder, and I pull up, making her gasp again. I let her enjoy the sting, but only for a minute before I yank them down. Her eyes open wide, and then her expression calms. Her mouth opens in protest, then shuts. She's starting to learn. I kneel down and kiss her stomach, pulling her jeans down and off before tossing them aside. I look up at her. Trust me, I whisper, before running the tip of my tongue over her slit through her lace panties. So fucking sweet. She blinks once, body shivering from my tongue, and nods slowly. But before I can move, her words hurriedly fill the space, and she drops to her knees, meeting me on the floor. I'm sorry I didn't trust you. I was dumb, selfish, and undeserved. I'll never put anyone before you again. Ever, Luca. I was looking for a yes, but this is better. This woman owns me, but right now, I'm going to remind her who she belongs to. Nice words, but I'm still going to make you beg for my cock, I answer, pleased with her smile. Gretchen pushes her body forward and pulls my bottom lip between her own and bites before letting go. Fuck, I love her. She looks at me, wild and needy, her thighs pressed together where she sits. I stand and walk around her, my voice low. Do you want me to touch you, Angel? Fuck, she looks exquisite, restrained at my mercy. Do you want me to relieve some of that throbbing? To take my tongue and brush over your clit again until it feels like it'll explode? Gretchen pulls against her restraints, and I watch her hips roll along with my words. You want me to stick my fingers inside your tight pussy until you come on my hand? Yes, please. Her moans echo in the room, and my dick grows rock hard. I walk back to the front of her, and Gretchen smiles seductively with hooded eyes, sitting back on her heels. Unzip me. My command is thick with my appetite for her mouth on my dick. I want to fuck that beautiful mouth, have her swallow me down until I get my fill. She sits up taller and brings her lips to the zipper on my pants, kissing me through them. My dick pulses, the hard bulge strained against my jeans. She runs her tongue along the zipper, and I growl as she fits it between her teeth. You're going to be my death, I smirk, happy to die this way. Inch by inch, she pulls the zipper down. I pop the button, and my cock springs free. Gretchen sits up hungrily, licking up the shaft, and my head falls back with an exhale. My fingers weave through her hair, and I pull her back, holding her in place by her thick black hair. I grab my heavy cock, gripping the shaft, and lower it to her face. Open wide. My command is met with her tongue running over her lips as she opens wide. I feed my cock to her, inch by fucking inch, controlling the pace. Gretchen hums appreciatively as I fill her mouth, and my body stills. I won't let her move forward anymore or pull back. Seeing her this way makes me feel like a fucking god. I look down at her mouth filled with my thick cock and lick my lips. Get it wet. This isn't where I'm living tonight. She twists her head and I feel the soft silk of her tongue coating my cock. I pull on her hair to tug her head back, removing myself just as slowly as I fed it to her, and the feeling is intoxicating. The warmth of her mouth around my shaft, the tightness of her cheeks as she sucks with more intensity each time I pull out, is enough to make me want to fuck her mouth until I'm spent. But I have another objective. The moment my cock pops from her lips, my hand rubs up and down the shaft, spreading the lubrication. My eyes hold hers as I twist my hand around my cock and take a step back to give her room. Face down, ass up. Gretchen lowers herself and places her cheek on the floor, her hands behind her back and her ass in the air, begging me to take it. I walk around her and come to my knees behind her, taking my finger and running it up her cheeks, hooking the string she calls underwear, and pull hard. The tiny fabric rips against her skin until it pops free of her body and I toss it aside. My hands pull her cheeks apart slightly, and I jut my hips forward to rub the length of my dick along the seam. Gretchen moans and pushes back into me. We rock together, me dry humping her ass. I reach around, running my fingers around her clit, gathering her juices. Pulling back, I spread her, wiping her excitement on her ass and positioning my cock against the puckered hole. She's already fucking panting in there. Deep breath, I warn. Yes, she moans, always so willing. Beg me, I growl, teasing the tip, putting pressure against the spot, and holding her in place at her hip. Without hesitation, she breathes out, "Give me your fucking cock. I want it. Please, baby. Oh my God, Luca. Push it in." She's drenched and ready to come. She'd do anything I asked right now. I push into her slowly, allowing her body to stretch. She sucks in a heavy breath and my head pops back. I can't move, can't think. I push another inch, then a few more, the tightness making my head spin. Even with my eyes closed, I see stars. My hand grips her ass and hip, but my fingers are dug into her skin. I'm holding on for dear life because I've already catapulted into space. Tomorrow, there will be marks. I reach for her restrained wrists and grab hold. With my other hand on her waist, I push her forward, only to pull her back by her restraint the rest of the way. Gretchen lets out a muffled, "Fuck," exhaling through the discomfort. This ass is mine. All yours. Fuck it, Luca. The build is slow. Push, pull, push, pull. Her moans are a sexual symphony, but I can barely hear through the ringing in my ears from the release I'm chasing. Push, pull, push, pull. Gretchen begins to suck in heavy breaths and my haze begins to fade as I pick up the pace, present and determined. With every yes, I push in harder until I've abandoned her restraints, putting my hand on the floor beside her. My angle allows me to pound into her ass as I reach around, rubbing her sweet spot. "Oh my God, Luca, I'm coming." The minute I hear her screams, I pinch her swollen clit between my fingers. Her body goes rigid and my name leaves her lips in a long, dragged-out, guttural voice of worship. I push harder, wrapping my arms around her spent body and fuck her tight ass until I find my own release, filling her with my hot cum. I'm paralyzed by the intensity. It's not until I start to relax that I realize I've bitten down on her shoulder. Not too hard, but enough to know that I just fucked her like an animal. Claimed her. I look down and slowly push her away, watching my dick pull out of her as she sits up onto her heels, rolling her head to the side. My lips claim the space behind her earlobe, and I trail my fingertips down her back, untying her wrists and kissing her shoulder gently. "Now, Angel, let me love you." She tilts her head back and I take her mouth as her hands move up and over her shoulders into my hair. I kiss her gently with reverence, pouring my gratitude into the kiss.
Chapter 34. Gretchen. Our mouths break, and Lucas stands, dipping to pick me up like a bride and carrying me into the bathroom. He places me gingerly on the bathroom counter, and my arms unfold from around his neck. He leans down and kisses my forehead, making me smile. And I watch him, my heart full of love as he turns on the shower and reaches in to test the water before turning back to me. Take a shower with me. He smirks, like a fucking magazine ad, standing with his jeans still on, a tuft of pubic hair peeking from behind the open zipper. I'm down for a bath, but I wouldn't mind watching, I tease, adjusting on the cold counter. Watching nude Luca shower is absolutely on my wish list. He winks at me and pulls his jeans down, removing them over his bare feet, and steps into the shower. I cross my long leg over the other and lean back against the mirror to watch him. Luca turns to face me behind the expansive glass enclosure and begins to scrub his body with the most arrogantly sexual look on his face. I watch the loofah glide over his taut muscles as he cleans his body, and the way the water cascades over his arms makes me feel the need to rub my legs together again. But when he grabs his dick, rubbing the lather over it, I lean forward and grip the counter. Maybe a shower sounds good after all. Lucas smiles and opens the shower door. Lose the bra, Angel. I need to play. Round 2, here we come. He's gone when I open my eyes, but my body can still feel him inside of me. He thoroughly worked over every piece of my sore as hell body. I feel like Jell-O. My limbs stretch away from each other, and the crisp linens rub against my sensitive nipples. Sensitive from being sucked, licked, and bitten last night. I may die if every night is like this. Kicking my feet over the side, I sit up to see a note on the nightstand. I love you, Angel. I'll be back as soon as I clean up a mess. I hold the note in front of me and narrow my eyes. I don't like the feeling that's churning in my gut. I know there's more than what he's telling me, but I promise to trust him. I won't break it this time. The concern settles inside me, refusing to leave, especially when I think about last night's late phone call. Hey, what's up? Luca nods his head, his body becoming visibly tense. No, it's the right call. He begins pacing. Whatever the other person is saying is making him unhappy. He's in problem-solving mode. Non posso parlare. Chiamerò per la mia strada, finisce stasera. Se lei con lui. Avremo bisogno di una soluzione, poi permanente, di un biglietto aereo. I can't talk. I'll call on my way. It ends tonight. If she's with him, we'll need a solution more permanent than a plane ticket. He disconnects the call and looks over his shoulder to me. Hey, what's up? I ask. The expression on his face is worrisome when his eyes meet mine. This is when you choose to trust me. His words are solemn and wary, but purposeful. He asked me this once before, and I didn't listen. I gnaw on my lip, and then tell him what I should have said in the beginning. Okay, I trust you. Breaking the memory, I walk into the closet, throwing on some loose jeans and a t-shirt before making my way to the kitchen for coffee. The smell of roasted coffee beans permeates my nose, and I know Rose is already awake. I wonder if she knows where Luca is. Ella sits in her high chair, noshing on some fruit cereal as I enter the room. and suddenly I feel like the third wheel. "Good morning, Miss Andrews." Rose smiles, greeting me. I return her greeting. "Good morning, but call me Gretchen. The coffee smells amazing. May I steal a cup?" I ask, pointing to the Keurig pods in front of me. "Will do, and of course." She opens a cabinet adjacent to me and tilts her head in the direction of the mugs. I help myself. After starting my coffee, I fidget with the hem of my shirt. The moment it's brewed, I take a welcome sip and we stand in awkward silence. "Don't be a coward, Gretchen. Lucas said she was amazing." "Rose, do you feel as awkward as I do?" She laughs. "No, Gretchen. I was quite enjoying the silence." Her honesty makes me laugh. And then I decide that I like her very much. Fair enough. I chuckle and hold my coffee mug up to her with a tiny salute and take another sip. Rose's wise eyes scan my face, and she places an elbow on the counter, leaning onto it. "You will never have anything but my support and loyalty, Gretchen. I saw you with Ella when you arrived. She clung to you, and I saw how much you wanted to keep holding her when you handed her over. That's a natural maternal instinct. I also see the way you and Luca look at each other. I'm happy to be of help to such a beautiful family." Holy shit. Rose may be my favorite person ever. I'm taken aback and grateful. Oh man, you are pretty amazing. Luca was right. Thank you for that. It means a lot. She winks at me and then sets her cup down, clapping her hands together and speaking to Ella. "What would the little princess like to do today? Too bad there isn't a park nearby. She absolutely loves the swings." She says the last part to me, but Ella smiles up to Rose's face. I look out of the window, eyeing up the tree outside. I bet we could make something happen. A few hours later, some handymen are outside installing a swing into the tree. It's amazing what a padded fee will do for people's motivation. Rose took Ella to her room for her afternoon nap, and I'm here with all my thoughts. He hasn't checked in, and I don't want to bother him, but the worry is starting to overwhelm me. I'm the one who issued the ultimatum, and if something happens to him, it will be my fault. I reach for his cell and pull up Luca's name, sending him a text. Me. "Just ordered a swing. It's being installed now." Him. "I like where your head's at." Me. "It's for Ella, you perv." Him. "You can't fault a guy for hoping. See you soon, Angel." Me. "When?" He doesn't text back, and now my anxiety starts to creep up. What the fuck is he doing? I start to pace. I can't do this all day. Sit and wait to hear from him. I know he's doing something to disconnect from the underbelly of this city, and I'm worried. Really fucking worried. I need a distraction, so I decide to check in with work. Hopefully, it'll keep my head from exploding with what I think is true. I open my laptop and respond to some emails, then dial my assistant to make some meeting requests and confirmations. She's efficient, going through my list, and we finish quickly. I strum my fingers on the kitchen table, nowhere near the distracted nature I was hoping to achieve. I stand and walk around the house, looking at photos and out of the windows, ultimately finding myself in Luca's office. I walk over to his desk and see his briefcase sitting next to the desk. Something you would take with you if you were actually going into work. A pop of red calls my attention, and I reach in, pulling out the translation book I gave him as a joke. I laugh to myself and put it on the desk. My fingers flick the pages as I sit with my thoughts. What exactly did I think break these chains would mean? It's a dangerous and corrupt world. It's not like he sends an email canceling his subscription. Why did I ask him to do this? There's no way whatever he's doing today is clean and easy. But if anyone can move the players where they need to be, it's Luca. And I need to trust him. Picking up the book again, I flip through it mindlessly and remember the last thing he said to me in Italian. I smile to myself and flip through, sounding the word out to myself as I look for its translation. I'm hoping I can find the spelling when my breath stops. Holy shit. I stare down at the translation, frozen in time by 2 words. Marry me.
Chapter 35. Luca. The smell of the water is cool and crisp. Any other time this would be a welcome feeling, but tonight it's a deep finality of something that should have never existed. Giovanni Sovrano. My past is just a memory now, and the future is in capable hands. And although I'm out, my power will never be questioned. These men, my brothers, are connected by blood. Blood that's not our own. It's done, Antonio says, placing his hand on my shoulder. Good riddance, Matteo agrees, stepping up next to me. It's time, Luca. Nico puts his cigarette out on his shoe, stuffing the butt in his pocket. Don't want to leave evidence. I turn and look at Shelby, standing scared and shivering in the night air. Her hands are tied in front, and the mascara she wore adorns her cheeks. She couldn't just leave. It wasn't enough for her. I was surprised by her alliance. I didn't expect that her jealousy would cause her to plot out a plan to kill Gretchen. But as usual, being the pawn doesn't give you the understanding of how the game is played. Now she's Vincenzo's problem. I gave no order to have her hurt, but I also didn't give my protection. She sealed her fate when she threatened the woman most precious to me. I watched Vincenzo put her in a car and tip his head to me, then Dante, before getting in and leaving. The car pulls out, kicking up a bit of dust from the back road we're on. Dominic walks up to join us. What now, Luca? He asks. His hands are swollen from the beatings he gave tonight, but there's a calm inside him. For men like us, aggression is necessary for the soul. I look amongst their faces, and I know that everyone is waiting for direction. For so long I've existed behind the scenes, quietly maneuvering people like chess pieces. Today, I won. But a family needs a head, someone to light the way for everyone to find. So I give them one, stuffing my hands into my pockets. Ask Dante. I'm going home to my girls. I'm done now. My words are met with a quiet understanding. Antonio pats me on the back once more, and Dom's lips tug into a proud smirk. Each man nods to me, and I take a few steps back before turning and walking away from my past and into my future.
Epilogue. Gretchen. 6 months later. Hey, grab my monster, I shout to Drew where she's holding one of her twin boys. Ella takes off running from the kitchen with the spoon I gave her to play with. Gotcha. Luca's voice booms as he picks her up, spinning her around. He walks over to where I'm making dinner and kisses my reddened cheeks. Looks like someone likes that word. A lot. He winks at me and I blush harder. I whisper, "Be quiet," and then roll my eyes at his laughing face. He smacks my ass, making me jump. "Luca," I giggle. "Dinner's ready. Tell the crew." I direct and gather everything else I need. "Dinner!" He yells out like a barbarian over his shoulder, and Ella copies him, making me laugh again. My loves. Everyone gathers outside on the deck overlooking our lake. I take a pause, watching. It's perfect. Luca and I decided to stay here at the lake house permanently. It's 2 hours from the city, but it's a paradise. With Drew, Blair, and I starting our own company, I work from home. Rose stayed on with us, but I amended her schedule so that I have plenty of time to work and play. Drew walks up and hugs me from behind, squeezing me tight, as Dante and Dom walk by holding the twins. She rests her chin on my shoulder. Did you ever think you'd be here, G? A mom, in love, living in the middle of nowhere? She chuckles at the end. No, but then again, you don't choose your family. She comes to my side and kisses my cheek. I love you, she says. You too, boo. I smile back. We walk to the table, and the guys are laughing and arguing about something in Italian. Drew, you have to settle this. Dante barks out, and she joins in, speaking smoothly in Italian. The conversation takes over the table, none of which I can understand, as I set the food down and sit next to Luca and smile. He always translates when they get this way. I love it. It never bothers me, but I am excited to start taking Italian lessons. What are they saying? I ask, laughing at all the animation happening between Dom and Dante. He leans in smiling, brushing my hair behind my ear to speak quietly. They're arguing over different ways to say love. His warm, minty breath makes me shiver. There are different ways to say love? I ask, intrigued. He smiles big and leans back in his seat. Yes, there's your basic ti amo, or I love you. He winks at me, knowing I'm aware of that one, since he says it often. I reply, filling up my plate. He reaches for the wine and pours me a glass. Also, sei tutto per me, or you are everything to me. I smile again. It feels as if he's saying these to me, not explaining. I like that one, I confess, biting my lip and plating up some noodles for Ella. And one of my personal favorites. Ho un debole per te. It means I'm weak for you. His eyes fixed to mine, and there's something happening. I can feel it, but I can't move or look away. Yeah? I breathe out, hearing only my words because the table is silent. Luca nods and spins his glass on the table. Sei la mia anima gemella. What does that mean? I ask, feeling emotional for a reason I don't understand. You're my soulmate. The way he says it, I know he's speaking to my heart. Tears spring to my eyes as I reply, Am I? Luca stands and takes my hands, lifting me from my seat. Senza di te la vita non hai più senso. Nei tuoi occhi c'è il cielo. Sei il mio angelo. Sposami, invecchio con me. Lasciami morire tra le tue braccia. Quando siamo vecchi e grigi, perché un momento perso è troppo. The smile on my face is ridiculous. I don't know what he said, but I know I love it. In English, Luca. My voice is trembling. The tenderness in his eyes breaks me. And then he drops down to one knee in front of our family. Without you, life has no meaning. Heaven is in your eyes. You're my angel. Marry me. Grow old with me. Let me die in your arms when we're old and gray, because a moment apart is too much. Sí, amore mio. Yes, my love.
Luca. 3 months after. Charlie's on First has been decked out to the nines. Elaborate glass chandeliers hang from the ceiling, and dark red flowers are on every available spot. I showered my angel with a party set for decadence and celebration because Gretchen was impossible. She refused some big church wedding, saying it would be over her dead body, but she caved to having a reception at the restaurant. Her only request was a Gatsby-themed party, so here I sit, smoking my cigar on the patio, watching my wife in her slinky backless champagne gown dance with our daughter, whom she signed adoption papers for last week, surrounded by more love than I could have imagined. "Hey, you got another one of those?" Mateo asks, joining me on the patio, followed by my other brothers. I reach into my pocket and hand a cigar to Mateo. "Luca, your wife has some hot friends. I'm walking around here with a permanent boner." We all laugh at him. "Keep it in your pants. We're not at church," Dante warns, then looks over to me. "I still can't believe you blew off your own bachelor party." His gaze drifts inside, back to where they've been fixated for most of the night. On Sarah, who manages church. I smile because I recognize the look and nudge Dom to pay attention. He looks at Dante and smacks the back of his head. "She's like our sister." "Then I want to fuck our sister." Dante shrugs and Antonio spits out his beer as we howl with laughter. I love these guys. Each came to City Hall and stood next to me when I married Gretchen, and each kissed her cheek, making me want to kill them. The door opens and Blair pops her head out into our outdoor man cave.
"Fellas, the bride wants her groom. You have 10 minutes to wrap it up."
"Oh, I'll wrap it up, unless you prefer something else." Mateo flirts with her, and we all throw napkins, ice, and whatever else is in our hands at him for his offense. But Blair just laughs.
"Stow it, pretty boy. What are you, 12?
She chides as Sarah slips up next to her, eyes on Dante. "In inches?" Mateo raises his brows and Vincenzo pushes his shoulder, but Blair grins sinfully. She walks closer, grabbing him by the collar and pulling his head back roughly, and brings her lips dangerously close to his, skimming back and forth, barely touching.
"You can't handle me. Come see me when you have something to offer and bring your A game because I don't give second chances."
I raise my brows to Antonio, and he shakes with laughter. She releases his head with a little jerk and walks back inside. Sarah lingers for a moment, and Antonio smiles at her. "Hey, beautiful, save me a dance." She nods her head and walks inside. Mateo turns to the group and bites his fist. "I think I just met the future Mrs. Prozzi." The hollers and laughter start again. We all stand, buttoning our jackets to walk back inside, and Dante reaches out for Antonio. "Not her. She's nobody to you. We understood." Dominic turns his head to me, wide-eyed, and I nod. Antonio laughs. "Got it," he says, and walks inside. "Oh shit, someone's got a crush," I say as Dante, Dom, and I are left alone. Dominic brings his hands over his heart. "And so sweet. We should write her a note. Ask her if she likes you too." I nod furiously at his suggestion, trying not to laugh as a look of fury crosses Dante's face. I grab Dante's shoulders. "She could check the box for yes or no." My brows raise at my fake excitement. He pushes my arms away and looks between us. "I'm going to kill you two pricks," he complains, shoving Dom by the shoulder and walking inside. I follow behind him, making my way to my bride and snaking an arm around her waist. "Heard you wanted to dance with me." I spin her around and plant a kiss on her lips, intertwining our fingers and leading her to the dance floor. When we get to the middle, the singer walks out onto the stage, the same one who sang the first night I held my angel in my arms. She begins to croon the song we first danced to, and I bring Gretchen's hand to my lips. Gretchen's eyes grow wide, and the look on her face makes me feel like I won the lotto.
"Luca, I love you so much."
She breathes into my chest as I pull her close and bring her hand to my heart, the other on the small of her back. We sway slowly back and forth to the music, soaking up our moment. "Never as much as I love you, Angel."